What's up, everybody? I am the only one here so far. Thanks for coming back for day two. So Garrett, as a reminder, Garrett's probably not going to be in for much, if at all, today. Um, Looks like Michael's saying that he's eating dinner. Craig said he'll be on in about 15 minutes. Steven should be on anytime. And then Jamie will also be on. I think he said closer to right around the start too. So till then, you're stuck with me. Thanks everybody for coming back. So like I said in my tweet announcing when we were going live, after sleeping on it, I think really the only thing that you can kind of be upset about with them taking alt is if you have a problem with the value there and just the kind of disappointment of not being able to have a weapon. Because that's the fun, that's the sexy pick. But alt is, you add him to this offensive line and you don't have to have Trey Pipkins out there anymore. Like we've all almost wanted to throw remotes through TVs or rip TVs off the wall at one point or another because of Trey Pipkins. He constantly gets Justin Herbert killed. And like I said yesterday, in his best year, he was barely approaching average. So that's a massive, massive, massive upgrade. And so, I'm fully around on the pick now. I'd give it an A- at worst. And let me get Stebbs in here. What's up, buddy?
Now I'm unmuted. How about now?
There we go.
Awesome. We're starting out rough, boys. Let's go.
So I was just given my much more positive thoughts on alt now that I've had time to sleep on it. Now that I've had time to consume all those copium tweets. For those of you in the Discord, I wasn't sleeping well last night, so I posted a bunch of copium tweets at 1 a.m. in the Discord. If you want to go run it back and take a look at those. Yeah. So what are you feeling today after getting to sleep on it, getting to absorb some more information and let things kind of settle?
All good, man. Again, nothing's gonna change as far as preferring them get a weapon. That was always the goal for me. That's gonna typically be my goal. I love corners. I love wide receivers. I love tight ends. That's kind of where I tend to go towards. That being said, right tackle was a big, it clearly was. There's no denying that it was a need. Of course it was. I think it was the stock exchange guys that were talking about PFF being what it was. Pipkins had a 35 run grade last year. That's insane. You can't you can't go forward with an offense that's going to be that run heavy with someone who's that poor. And the only time we ever saw him be adequate was 2022 when he was being given so much help, even with an emergent guard playing left tackle, 6th-round pick Sawyer, and they preferred to give help to Pipkins. That should tell you everything you need to know.
Yep.
So, yes, is he an extremely highly paid swing tackle? Sure. Is Joe Alt pick at 5 over a wide receiver that I think a lot of us preferred? Sure. Joe Alt's still a fantastic tackle, man. You go back and watch that tape. I was putting some of it in the Discord right before getting on here. And I watched a little bit last night, a little bit this morning, but figured, why not? I'm watching these last games, just throw it in the Discord. I'll probably do that again tonight, by the way, for whoever the Chargers end up taking today. But you just see how much space that man can cover. It's crazy how much they used him to go from the left tackle all the way to the right-hand side. They completely pulled him across the line, and it was fluid, flawless. It was fantastic to see what they did. If you actually watch how he lines up in Notre Dame, they give him more space, like the way he's spaced from the left guard to where he is. There's so much space there compared to the rest of the line. They know that he is going to be active, he's going to move, and he's effective when he gets there. You could talk about his anchor, right? Everyone's going to talk about his anchor, how it isn't the best one in the class. I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it one bit. He's been a tackle for years.
Because he's so young, and like I said last night, he literally just turned 21 2 months ago. He's probably had 7 beers since he turned 21, and so Get him in this Ben Herbert weight program, start putting some muscle on him. He definitely moves well enough that he could add easily 10 to 15 pounds of muscle and not have any negative effects to his agility. And like you said, with the pulling, like one of the most amazing things isn't just like how fast and flawless he moves out to his point, but when I've seen some offensive linemen that they move that easily out to the outside, but then when they have to pick a target and line themselves up to effectively block that target, that's where everything starts falling apart. And he has really good vision at knowing, like, okay, that's the guy I need to go hit, and judging the angles and judging what the defender is going to do to make sure that if he doesn't have a solid block, he's at least putting his giant 6'9", 330-pound self in the way. So like I barely saw him miss any blocks when he was moving out like that. And if you go to Josh Norris posted a video yesterday that the guys at Underdog did with looking at Alt's play, and then I also posted the video from their live stream last night after Herbert got picked. And one of the points that got brought up that I hadn't heard brought up enough from us or really anywhere else that I'd seen today too is like, yes, the Chargers definitely need to start add to that wide receiver room. But one thing that's going to be a huge difference from last year is with this offense that is going to be designed to be so run heavy, what's going to help mask some of the deficiencies at wide receiver is one of the guys and I forget who it was exactly on their stream, but they were saying, I would bet on the Chargers to face the least amount of cover 2 shell in the league this year. Like, they're going to be facing single high so much that it's going to create downfield opportunities, even with the deficiency of talent and speed they have at wide receiver.
Want to say welcome in Peterson, and I see you bringing in the heat with that jacket, man. You entered, and I was like, damn. That's a good jacket, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. This is sick. So it's the other starter jacket. It says Go Bolts on the inside. I think that's the only cool thing that it has. This is from Homage again, same place I got the other starter one. I don't get a chance to wear these ever. So
speaking of a heater, how are you feeling about the
opportunity? So thank you.
Yeah, so Stebbs and I both gave now that we've slept on it and done more watching and reading, what's your updated feelings on Alt now that we've had time to consume, time to, deal with any feelings on value or lack of opportunity with a weapon?
Yeah, I honestly can't say my feelings have changed all that much. The wide receiver room is still what it is. I woke up this morning, team still had, the same issues they came into last night. Alt is phenomenal. You put on the film. You were mentioning like his whole athleticism doesn't have like an end where from start to finish on a play. I'm totally forgetting the play now. It was the one against Clemson where they pulled him backside, and he was able to get out there across the formation, turn up, find his guy. It's like the smoothest thing. You don't often find offensive linemen who are able to do that. You were kind of mentioning that he has a plan. He doesn't get lost or anything like that.
Right.
You can see how smart he is, man. He gets out and goes. He doesn't let people run by him. So like when you're pulling like that, right, you got guys running everywhere. You got to have your eyes inside. You don't want someone to like undercut you. And if someone does come on the inside, you have to log them. So you have to quickly flip your hips and make sure you've walled them off for the running back instead of like when you hear the second guy pulling, he's the kick out. But depending on what these players are doing in front of you, the defenders, you may have to do something different. So to be able to read that and understand that, like, I'm not even going to have a guy to kick out because I saw where my guy went. And then you kind of make that adjustment on the fly. He's going to be able to gobble up defenders in space. Like, he's that type of athletic. We've seen Slater do it. We've seen a lot of the best offensive linemen in the NFL do it. They're able to get out in space and they don't let cornerbacks give them the what's the word? Olay, right? Like they don't send the bull flying past them, and they're able to settle down, get a hand on them, and make it work. I'm excited about it because I'm an offensive line guy. I absolutely love him as a player. I am excited for what he brings to the Chargers, because one of the things I thought about, and this is like such a worst case scenario, but like say something bad happens to Rashawn Slater. He misses another year. For whatever reason down the line, like a deal doesn't get done or whatever, and he's off somewhere else. I don't know. But the fact that you potentially just drafted a guy who many think is like a 10-year pro, I think is great. So even worst case scenario, he helps fill something should that happen way down the line. But overall, good. Do I still want a really good wide receiver? Heck yeah. We'll see what happens today. The problem is there's a lot of good defenders who might be there at 37. And this team sure needs interior, off-ball linebacker, cornerback, all of which have a good player that might be there at 37. So I'm preparing myself for not a wide receiver at 37 and then having to figure out where do they go from here.
I kind of am too, man. I'm going to want a wide receiver. I'm going to be begging for wide receiver every pick. We could take 2, and I'm still going to be begging for wide receivers the 6. Like, that's just how I'm built. But there's some definite good defenders here, man, at 37. I mean, you're talking about Newton. You're talking about every corner, really, that you want. I mean, there's so much there right now. No linebackers off the board. Not saying I want to go there, but there's just so much out there. Like, 37 is a beautiful place to be right now. So,
Yeah.
I feel like it's going to be a good day. Maybe that's me being overly positive. The copium's hitting hard, right? But I'm feeling it's going to be a good day today, guys.
Yeah, so we're talking about also athleticism here, and like I haven't gone and looked, but I'm pretty sure the Chargers own the most athletic bookends combination in the league at this point. Like this is just ridiculous that they have 2 offensive tackles that have RAS scores this high. Like this is just bananas.
Yeah, it's surprising. So I swear Alt's hand. No, actually, Latham had 11-inch hands. That's what I'm thinking about. All having 10 is fine. Rashawn Slater having 10.5 at his, he's not short, but like that much shorter than Alt is interesting. I mean, a true 6'8", like NFL.com has him at 6'9", but like a literal true 6'8.5" is insane. You just don't see those people off a basketball court all that often.
Well, that, and I love too that like Slater got so much for having quote unquote short arms at 33 inches, but Alt, who's 4 and change inches taller, only has arms that are about an inch longer. Like it's just so ridiculous.
I know. I would love to see. They don't have his wingspan on here, but I gotta think Alt has broad shoulders for a guy that height. So like it's not just 1.5 inches on each side. It's how much bigger is shoulder to shoulder, and I think that's that's some elite length. You're not going to coach that. I'll tell you what. For as long as his arms are, 27 bench reps is actually very impressive.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Very impressive. Like Rashawn Slater is strong as heck. 33. Again, he still has long arms for a person. Impressive. 27 for that long. Very, very impressive. Good 40. Let's see. What's the 10 split? It's a little bit slower than Slater. Vertical is what it is. Broad, the same.
Yeah.
Shuttle, good. 3-cone. His 3-cone was better than Rashawn, and we think Rashawn is a good athlete, like in a phone booth.
Yep.
That's incredible. That 3-cone you see on those plays.
That's bananas. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. You see this come up on tape a lot. And the shuttle time is crazy too. Cause like Josh Norris's metric is for inside offensive linemen, but that 4.47 being the magic number of like any guy who hit any interior offensive lineman who has 4.47 or lower, like basically has like a ridiculous chance of becoming a Pro Bowler during his first contract. And Slater was under it, and Joe Alt was like real close. Like they are both just crazy athletes for the position. So like, yeah, you get him a little stronger, you get him a little bit, you make sure he gets the technique down for right tackle. And that was another thing too, that that was a really interesting point that I saw brought up is what made his athleticism pop even more, and I didn't notice this until I saw this yesterday, until someone mentioned this yesterday, is Notre Dame had him in a 3-point stance so much that like the guy was like, they're not going to make him do that in the NFL. They will let him be in a 2-point stance and be able to take even more advantage of his athleticism and be that much faster out of his state. Like, so like the adjustment to his technique at right tackle is going to be mitigated even a little bit more by the fact that they'll be like, yeah, if you're more comfortable in 2-point stance, do that. Like, which I would assume he would be at 6'8.5". Like, that's a long way to bend down to get a 3-point stance. What's up, Craig?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing?
Good. So yeah, we've been kind of going around the horn as people log in and give their take on, like, now that you've had a night to digest and come down to earth, hit the copium a couple times. What are your updated feelings on alt?
Since I've had a few hours to kind of stew on it, it was a busy work day, so my brain was preoccupied for the most part. But truth of the matter is, man, I just take this with a grain of salt, because ultimately what it teaches me is that we should believe exactly what they say from here on out. Don't speculate anything. Wherever the breadcrumbs lead, just follow them, because 9 times out of 10, it's going to be exactly what they're saying it's going to be. Thought about this a little bit also. In the grand scheme of things, I truly do believe that Joe Alt was probably number 1 on their board, because we knew that they had Marvin Harrison Jr. and Malik Neighbors graded pretty much equally based on the information that was shared with us. So with that being said, it didn't matter if either one of them was going to be on the board. It was always going to be Alt anyway. And since they didn't value any of the quarterbacks because they don't need one, then I truly believe he was their number 1 pick. So we just got to ride it out. Jim Harbaugh is our coach. This is his style. We appreciate that style. This team does need to be more physical, better in the run game, and you want to protect number 10 because he is your franchise. So with all that being said, build the foundation up. I mean, it's the logical thing to do. It makes a ton of sense. We shouldn't fight it. It's our head coach's style. Just got to go with it. And again, the end all be all for me is I just believe everything that I hear from them from here on out. I'm not going to try to read more into it than what may be there going forward. I think it's just the safest route to go for all our sanity, honestly.
And well, along those lines, Craig, did Garrett reach out to you earlier today?
Did he? I've been crazy busy with work today. I'm not 100% sure. I haven't really talked to anyone today.
Okay, I talked to Garrett a little bit earlier just to make sure I was all good to get the stream set up and everything. And so along those lines of let's listen when the Chargers say something. He said, and this is just a small thing. So that's why I'm pretty sure it's fine to just say it, is that he said that they are wanting to add to the wide receiver and cornerback groups today, depending on who falls.
You know what? Now that you said that, I did see that text message earlier, but I've been so inundated with crap today, I forgot.
So they're looking to add to those 2 groups, but he did say that it depends on who falls to those spots. So they're still not going to try to reach for anything, but it sounds like in my opinion, the 2 positions that need the most love the soonest are wide receiver and corner, and it looks like that's what they want to add help to. Yeah,
for sure. I was really keen on getting the cornerback here in day 2 anyway, so it just makes perfect sense, especially with what's on the board. The question is, what style do they value? We just saw the Ravens take a cornerback yesterday that we did not think was quote unquote a Raven, and I know that Jim and John's styles are very similar in the type of players that they like. So that maybe opens things up a little bit here in the second round, and we may have to expand our horizons a bit and consider some guys that maybe we wouldn't normally.
Yeah, let's pull. Go ahead.
Do you think that I think this is the case, but do you think that Newton is one of those guys that will change that should he still be there at 37? Like, I know they're saying wide receiver corner, but Newton, if he's there at 37, man,
I
that's
do
the move, right?
I do because then we're looking at two different things they've said. So we heard that they want wide receiver corner depending on who falls here, but the other thing that they've said is Newton is a tier 1 guy on their board. So you have that to look at as well. And so yeah, I mean, and as far as I could tell, even across the league, like he was generally considered a first round talent. It's just the medical is what's pushing him down. So like the values there that could sway them if, the top 2 corners they wanted and the top 2 wide receivers they wanted go off in the next 5 picks.
I mean, I'm always a proponent of having an interior disruptor to make life easier on your guys on the perimeter. So Newton does that really almost as well, if not better than any interior rusher in this class. So if they went that route, I'd be perfectly fine with it. I have him amongst, I think, the list that we made last night for our top 5 guys at 37. Newton's at the very top of my list. So if for some reason he falls at 37 and they go that route, I'm perfectly fine with it. And again, you can get your corner here later on. I know that trading back may be even an option if you want to accumulate an extra pick or so in the next maybe round plus, then cool. But it's going to be really hard to pass up on Johnny Newton if he's staring at you at 37.
You mentioned it there, but does everyone have like their own top 5 ranked of what they're wanting come 37? Obviously, we'll have some picks in between then, so it'll change. But I ranked all of the ones that we had last night, and I threw in a couple more myself. But does anyone have like a ranking right now? There we
outside
go.
of the 5 that we did last night at the end of the stream,
like a more thought out one. Like I know I put
okay.
mine together at the end of it, and it is not the same. Like I put Newton at 5, and he's very, very clearly number 1. I was just throwing it together and missed him. But I went through today before the stream and actually ranked my top 15 that I have available right now.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Okay, yeah. So mine isn't nearly as fleshed out. It's just kind of off of the cuff, the same way as we did it last night. So, but
yeah,
let
me check yours out. Let me see what you were looking like.
Yeah, Stebbins, you just want to like copy and paste the list into that draft show chat, and I'll put it in another column on this paper.
Yeah, I got you. That'll probably paste funky, huh?
Oh, great. We're gonna have erroneous tabs again.
Erroneous tab. No. I'm not doing it in Word. I'm not a heathen. So.
Yeah, no indentions.
I don't know what. Anyway, there is we'll have some of that stuff tomorrow. I'm sure it's day 3 shit, but
accidental tabs.
Oh, all the accidental tabs.
Accidental tabs, new band name. I call it.
Accidental tabs.
Fire. I like it.
Accidental tabs.
You might be onto something.
There you go. I put it in the.
I got it
in our disk.
Oh, you did as an image. I hate you.
I know. It was gonna paste funky if I did it in the columns, man. So, but yeah, I know I'm high on Lassiter. I know, but that's my current ranking right
there. Okay, so there's Stebbins, and that's in ranked order too. That's not just random.
No, yeah, that's completely in order that I want right now.
Word.
Typing out Cooper to Gene was painful. I'm not gonna lie.
Grow up.
Never.
Okay, yeah. So now that the hater Garrett's gone, who's just shooting everything down, would you guys add McConkey to this list? Would anyone add McConkey to this list?
I have McConkey in mine.
What'd you say, Mike?
I have McConkey in mine.
You do?
Yep.
Okay.
I did top 10 on the site today.
I'm gonna add him.
I can tell you right now if you just want to start him.
Hold on.
And just to preemptively curb any of these comments about my my little ranking here, if Pearsall was still there, he would have been like second. So just to say.
Do you guys see CJ Stroud's reaction on a live stream when the 49ers grabbed Pearsall?
Oh, he was pissed.
He actively rolled in his chair and was like, "Oh my god, he's so good. I really wanted to play with him." Like almost verbatim that.
Dude, I loved Pearsall. I had all of these rankings that had McConkey up there, like I had Pearsall like half a round higher than McConkey. Like, I loved Pearsall's tape. I didn't care that he was a little bit older. Like, Pearsall to me was like a bigger, stronger Renfro who was like always operating at Renfro's peak. Like, he was that kind of guy to me. Like, he was a guy that if you needed him to, he could easily get 100 receptions a year. Like, he would just be he'd probably barely make 1,000 yards off that 100 receptions, but he'd catch the ball every time you throw it to him.
It's always felt like Pearsall was that Florida offense was a mess. It was super disjointed.
Yeah.
So you never saw him, I think, at his best in the NFL. I think he'll be a better player, and honestly, I think he has the potential to be more than just a slot. I could easily see him lining up as a Z. For me, it was just I'm getting a flashback of having to watch that tape. That was some horrible offense, specifically at the quarterback position. But I mean, the dude did the best that he could with it. I had him rated. I might have mentioned this last night. I have to pull up my grades, but I'm pretty sure I've got him rated somewhere in a cluster around maybe right under McConkey and around Jacob Cowling, somewhere in that area. I want to say it was around a 79 or 80 grade I had on him. So he was amongst that group that we're still considering here when we're talking about McConkey. Now, speaking to Ladd, I have this I'm not really sure how I feel about him fitting in this offense. I like McConkey. I just don't know about the fit.
Yeah.
Because everything that I'm thinking about with regard to the type of receiver that they want is finding someone who can be maybe a true number one. I think McConkey could be a good complementary wide receiver, but you're not going to line him up at X. He's going to get abused off of the line of scrimmage. So,
that was the weird thing for me, because I was like, they don't have a receiver like him on the roster, but he still doesn't fit. Like, it's one of the first times that I've ever come across that, where it's like, man, he really is not like anybody that they currently have, but they really don't need that type.
So what's funny about his style is like his yak is all run after catch in space. So like you either get hands on him somehow, some way, or if he runs across or something like that, he's gonna beat you, and it's gonna be for a huge chunk. Like, he's fast enough to make big plays. He may not house a bunch of 60-yarders. I mean, he's got above average speed. What did he run?
He ran a 4.39.
Okay, so yeah, high 4.3. I mean, he's got burst. You see it on tape. I still don't. You know how some of these guys, they run really good 40s, and the problem with the 40 is it's all about the start, and you train specifically for the 40, which is why some of these times that you see them run don't necessarily match up on tape.
Yeah.
That's not their true speed on the field, but Ladd can go. He's got some juice. The problem again is that the Chargers have an issue with the fact they don't have a tough number one wide receiver that they can count on to be able to maintain timing in a power West Coast passing scheme. And Ladd doesn't help you with that. So you've got a 6'2", 6'3" guy who's tall and lanky and not really, really fast, and QJ with issues with hands. Josh Palmer is kind of a tweener. I mean, what else is there after that?
Darius Davis is
Darius Davis, who I mean,
tiny ball of lightning.
It sucks. I don't even count Darius Davis unless you're talking about gadget stuff. We know he's a primary special teams guy, and Simi Fehoko, like, all right. I mean, he looked cool at Stanford, I guess. But other than that, you need that type of player that you can put in there, give targets to, that can be someone that you can go to on third down, who can be a volume wide receiver. They don't have that. And that's the problem with Ladd for me, is because he doesn't give you any of that.
Yeah.
Premier route runner, quick, explosive, really good hands. Even though I do question his ability to track the deep ball, he has some weird drops on over the shoulder catches on tape, which is wild to me. But as much as I like his game, to me, it's about fit, and I don't necessarily think that he fits the bill there. And also, not a very good blocker. I know there's going to be a problem in a Harbaugh offense, so I have to take all those things into consideration.
That's the thing for me when it comes to Ladd, is that if you want him to run like Georgia asked him to do, constant 8-yard curls and comebacks, that's great. Like, he can do that for you constantly. But how many guys that struggle with physicality that you're going to try to get the ball in short yardage do you want on your team? Like I don't see how he is someone that's going to like you guys were saying work with that group they currently have or what they want going forward. It doesn't make any sense to me.
That's why.
That's why he is good with the yak.
Yeah. That's why I'm hoping that rumor that started about an hour and a half ago that the Bills might be targeting Ladd here. I hope that's true. I hope the Bills continue to do the wrong thing and take Ladd McConkey here at the.
Well, who above the Chargers right now would you think is like a Johnny Newton landing spot?
Let's see.
Because I look at it and I'm like, well, Washington, they've had their defensive line for a bit. Bills, maybe, but feels like they need to go wide receiver over that. Patriots, I'm not sure. I think they lost Lawrence Guy.
Yeah, like, well, if you're using PFF to cheat, the Bills have D-line listed as their 4th ranked need, and so do the Cardinals, and that's it. And every I mean, I could see Newton slipping down pretty, unless there has been a ton of talk today that there's going to be multiple trades here in the first couple of picks. I could see Newton being a guy somebody comes up for. Like, that to me screams like a Rams move. Like, Donald just retired. You know that Les Snead's ready to say fuck them picks and just come up and grab Newton and go for it.
So Arizona
definitely adds. No, go ahead.
Arizona just brought in Bilal Nichols and Justin Jones. They gave them money too. So they did just pay both those guys this offseason, but they have no one behind that. So they could be a spot.
I was just gonna say, you're talking about trading up the Rams, that is, to go after Newton after Jared Verse. Yeah, you be cooking with gas in your defensive front like right away.
Yeah, because you're not going to replace Aaron Donald with one guy. So doing it by grabbing those 2 guys like that really helps them a lot. All right, I'm going to get one of these out of the way early. Lee asks, which linebacker are the Chargers taking to keep the tradition of totally lighting their second-round picks on fire? I think the tradition is actually their third-round picks are what they light on fire. Second is really hit or miss. But to play your game, Lee, I mean, all 3 of their quote-unquote tier 1 linebackers are still on the board. So Peyton Wilson's there, Colson's there, and Edrin Cooper's there.
But if they were going to do this and keeping the Michigan theme in mind, good old Junior Colson just hanging out.
Yeah. Oops.
Also, just a quick thank you and welcome to everybody who's in the chat. I know y'all trickling in now, especially since it's going to be starting here in not too long. Thank you, everyone, for joining us on night 2. Appreciate it. Should be a fun night.
Yeah, I feel like night 2 is pretty chill because there's usually pretty good. It's chill until the very end because there's usually like pretty good talent throughout day 2, and the massive expectations of round 1 is gone. So like the disappointment level is way lower to begin with. Like it's a lot harder. Like literally the only thing that would give me the just like I'm gonna log off early Saz is it, dude. If they take Corum right here, I'm gonna lose my GD mind. I'm just gonna disappear from the stream. You guys, like I'm telling you guys right now. I'm just gonna be gone.
I probably
again.
Hey, I gave warning yesterday. I said, hey, I got to go deal with this. Before they even finish reading his name, my box will just disappear. The rapture will happen, and I will be gone. Jamie.
What's up, Jamie?
Just in time, sir.
You are muted.
Who's going to start the Rapture for you? I missed the start of that.
Blake Corum.
We're just saying that like today is probably going to be like a lot more chill. Day 2 is usually more chill because there's like the super high expectations are lower than the first round, so like the potential for disappointment is lower. Except if they were to take Blake Corum here, and then I would die.
I
Jamie,
agree.
Jamie, the rest of us all gave our opinion. So now that you've had a night to sleep on it and to get a couple more hits of copium and everything, what are your do you have any different feelings on alt than you did when we left the stream yesterday, or are you still about the same place?
I hate it. I want everybody fired. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, Jamie's having technical difficulties, guys. I don't know.
Can you still not hear me?
No, I was gonna
Okay.
like kick you out for saying
God, can you not be negative for once?
swing
Like,
and a miss.
No, I think where I've settled on this is kind of what I said during the show last night, which is this is what we signed up for. We spent months pounding the table, actually years pounding the table for Harbaugh, dating back to when they hired Staley, and we've also been pounding the table for them to build inside out, build the trenches. So we hired a coach and a GM who are committed to building the trenches. It's not the way I would have preferred that they did it early in the draft, but they got the best offensive lineman in the class at 5, which is hard to argue with. He's going to make the line better. He's going to improve the pass protection, which benefits Herbert. He's going to improve the running game, which benefits Herbert. It's going to get somebody off the field, which benefits everybody. So I'm of the camp that I think we just need to let them build the team in their vision, in Harbaugh's vision and Ortiz's vision, and trust that it's going to work. And generally, if you build from the inside out with the right players, it works. And at this point, there's no reason to think that alt isn't the right player.
When we logged off yesterday, I was this close to trying to find a place that could overnight me a MAGA hat to wear at the beginning of the stream for building the wall. But I'm already on enough lists that I said, no, I shouldn't add myself to another one.
Yeah, I think we all would have liked the easy button for Herbert. Hopefully they can find a somewhat easy button for Herbert here in day 2, but it's hard to argue with fortifying the offensive line and building from the inside out. So not where I would have preferred that they did it, but they got the best guy in the class at the position. So it's hard to argue with that.
Yeah. And I wanted to circle back too. I forgot to bring this up earlier. So Craig, when you were saying too, that, it does make sense based on everything that they've said now that he was the top player on their board outside of the quarterbacks. I just want to make the point that that was true for people outside of some people outside of the organization too. And even people that aren't like of the like run first mindset. So Hayden Winks, who is a fantasy football guy, like he's all about passing stats and everything like that. Like Hayden Winks's top non-quarterback was Joe Alt too. So like there were evaluators, far and wide that had alt ranked that highly. So it wasn't like so outrageous that to think that the Chargers would have had him there ranked there either.
Not only him, but anyone who's a fan of draft dudes, Kyle Krabs, number 1 guy overall was Joe Alt. Like it isn't some absurd thing. You're exactly right on that.
If it was Latham, I think we're having a very different discussion right now. Even though I think he fits what they want to do, and he makes sense philosophically and schematically, it's a very different conversation if it's Latham. But because it's alt, and he was the best guy at the position, I think hands down, it's hard to be upset about that. Now, if we come at
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, if we come at it today with Keon Coleman or Blake Corum at 37,
shut it down.
We're going to have an issue.
See, there you go. You're in my head again. I was about to say, as long as we get out of the day without Keon Coleman, look, I don't want Corum either, but I'll take Corum before I take Keon Coleman. I know that sounds crazy, but listen, I have a disdain for that gentleman. He did nothing to me. He did nothing to me. I'm sure he's a great guy, probably top-notch individual. I just don't want him on my team. Please, God.
So I wanted to point out too. So any of you who are on Twitter, a lot, or X, whatever. And for the offensive line stuff, Brandon Thorne is one of the best resources out there. And he's got his Substack called Trench Warfare, and it's totally worth it. I highly recommend that. Especially now too, so one of the things he does every year is that he started, I think 2 years ago, is he tries to get as many of the offense, like top draftable offensive line prospects, and he brings them on his podcast, and he'll do like an hour and a half episode where he has the guy he has the guy come on and they break down that player's tape together. So any of you who are trying to get more of a deep dive into Joe Alt, he has a Joe Alt tape on there that he spent an hour and 20 minutes with Joe Alt breaking down Joe Alt's tape. But one of the things he pointed out, he's posted this morning his first round takeaways that's focused on the offensive line. And one thing I thought I wanted to point out was, so there's been a lot of talk about like it's ridiculous that the Chargers drafted Alt and then are making him change position, but Brandon Thorne went down the list, and so Joe Alt is projected to move from left tackle to right tackle. They're going to have J.C. Latham move from right tackle to left tackle, is the current word on the street. So they're making him move. Barton is going to center after never having played there. Tyler Guyton, apparently the Cowboys are moving him from right tackle to left tackle, and Fatanu is going to either play right tackle or guard. So there's 5 of the big name offensive linemen in the first round that all of those teams are making them move position. So it's not like a unique thing that the Chargers just like decided to be the only ones that drafted a guy who they thought was great and are going to make him move at the next level. This is a pretty common thing that happens. And I saw a chart somewhere. I'll try and find it and post it later, but I saw a chart that somebody broke it down, and the trend shows that players that move position usually have a better rookie year than those that don't move position.
That's crazy.
Real quick, I still think Barton could play tackle. I think he could definitely play right tackle. I would have tried him there before I moved him inside. That's me.
Just a comment there, TH. I don't know if you can pull that up, but in the presser last night, right after the pick, Harbaugh very explicitly said that Slater is locked in at left tackle. He said there is no doubt or there's no debate. Like, he very explicitly said that. So, not to say he can't change his mind, but that's the only one he said explicitly he is there. He's locked in. So he is the left tackle. So I don't think you'll be seeing Alt at the left tackle.
The only comment that really caught me off guard was the statement about Pipkins being one of the top 5 guys. Because, like, where does that put him? And Jamie alluded to it. Like, are you going to throw him in there at guard? Because that concerns me. From a strength profile, it just feels like, I mean, he's got the athleticism to maybe recover against quicker 3-techs, and he's got pretty decent length. But when we're talking about just guys hammering them on the inside, just the stronger, bigger body guys, if he has to go up against, a 1-tech or anything like that, somebody with significant size, and, they've got really, really strong lower half, he's going to be sitting in Herbert's lap pretty often.
To me, that comment came across as coach speak, because he almost immediately followed it up with, I'd play with 5 tackles out there if I could. Like, I just love what tackles bring you with their length and their athleticism. Like, to me, that came across as like, we don't want Pipkins to now get depressed and become terrible. Like,
okay. Yeah, I only heard clips. So I didn't hear the whole thing. So yeah, context matters.
He spent the first month and a half hyping up Allen, only to then ship him right off. And then he also said several times in that kind of thing, it's the top 5 guys right now, or the top 5 guys on the team, or the top. There's so much like qualifiers there. The only comment when it came to offensive line, there was no qualifier whatsoever. He actually said there was no debate with Slater at left tackle.
Yeah, that was something he doubled back on. So like, there was people that heard the first clip where he said, "Oh, that's not settled yet. That's something that's going to play out." And then he circled back a couple minutes later and said, I think the exact quote was, "Slater is locked in at left tackle. That's set." Like,
Said there should there is no debate or there should be no debate. One of the two.
Yeah.
He said no debate. So
Yeah, I think the Pipkins comment was just more of like Alt hasn't been on the field with us yet. Right now, Pipkins is one of our 5 best. That is very
Yeah.
quickly going to change. But I think you're right. I think he's just trying to promote some confidence in Pipkins.
Yeah.
So he doesn't become more terrible than he already is. And you got to keep trade value up, right? In case somebody comes calling for him.
In case Tom wants his boy back.
And what's he going to say? No, he sucks. He's off the field.
Do the right thing, Tom.
So
that's the thing I think is important to consider anytime you hear a coach or GM say something. Is imagine them saying the opposite. And if the opposite's absurd, just take it as coach speak. He's not going to say, "Oh yeah, there are better guys on the board, but we decided to take." No, that's never going to happen. So,
Well, if Jim's good at anything, we know he will talk up a player for sure.
He loves his guys.
Is it just me? Like, am I the only one excited for the 4th round? Those 2 picks are a huge deal for me.
I'm so excited for day 3. Like, all of day 3. Like, round 4 is going to be awesome, but like the whole day is going to be great.
just give me Cowling in round 4.
All right.
All right, Buffalo.
Yeah, they're about to come announce Buffalo's pick. I have Twitter closed, by the way. I'm not trying to get any spoilers right now.
So,
yeah, same.
Are you guys all on NFL Network? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm on NFL Network.
All right.
So the guy's just out of the tunnel on the stage now.
Okay, my guy, he's just pointing at the crowd like he's up in this up.
Yeah,
the stadium.
he's at the podium for me.
Yeah.
Please no AD. Please no. Please no Duke. No Nuke.
so we do have a couple tidbits from Garrett's guy.
Oh wow!
Nothing too earth-shattering.
Yes.
Jamie.
Thank
God.
God.
Woo!
I had a feeling they might do that.
Who is it? Who is it?
It's
Young Coleman.
They picked Coleman. Thank God.
Craig.
Thank God.
Thanks
Nice.
popping the bubbly already.
Hey, we love it. We love it.
That might be enough, man. That might be enough. That might get us there before the end of the night.
Craig's
That's
like,
enough
all
to
right, guys,
celebrate.
I'm going out on top. Y'all have a good night. I saw what I needed to see. I'm out.
Costanza. I get it.
I mean, can it get much better than this?
That's nice.
Who-
That's nice.
Who's got it better than
Beat me to it.
Dude, it was so that was did you guys see that clip from when he called Alt and he said that and Alt said no one and then he corrected him with nobody and Alt was like you could hear Alt kind of like quietly go, damn it, nobody. Yeah, nobody.
Like, dude, where have you been?
Guys, the Chargers are on the clock.
What?
Huh?
Are you kidding?
Chargers put it up.
Wow.
Oh, snap.
Okay.
We have a trade.
Did the Wizards
Wowzers.
make them jump up for one?
Okay. And look
This-
who they're
okay.
comping him to, Jamie.
So this has
Look who
to
they're comping Coleman to.
okay. If the
Who are
Chargers
they
are trading
comping
up,
to?
this has
Oh,
to
Mike.
either be
Yep. Yep.
if the Chargers traded up, this has to be either Newton or AD Mitchell, right?
I'm hoping.
Like they saw Coleman go and
That's
they had
got to be Newton, man. It has to be.
it's
That's what I'm
It-
thinking.
well, it's either Newton or
Mitchell.
Coleman.
I don't think so.
Newton or Mitchell?
Newton or Coleman? Hold on, what Coleman?
I think it's either a corner or Mitchell.
Oh, sorry. But Mitchell. I was saying Coleman. I looked down at the TV.
Well, yeah, corner.
Sorry.
But would they trade up for Kool-Aid?
I don't
Get
think
ahead
so.
of all of them. I don't know.
Okay, Chargers traded 37 and 110, and the Patriots trade 34 and 137.
Okay, so
Oh,
they just
we picked up 137.
They
traded
swapped
back
4th round
and forth.
picks,
Yeah.
right?
So still got two. Yeah, so that's an end of the fourth,
they-
I believe.
yeah.
cool with
So
that.
they moved down in the
I'm cool with
fourth
that.
to move up.
Here we
That's
go,
a great
baby.
trade. I love that trade.
So
Yeah.
same-
I wonder if this might be Cooper DeJean.
Kill
Did-
me.
And if it is,
DeGene.
somebody's
Jamie-
going to log off.
Jimmy, you're going on timeout.
I'm hoping it's Mitchell. I don't think
Okay,
it's
so
going to be.
Ortiz is laughing with somebody on the phone,
Okay, so top of the 5th round.
having a good time. Is it top of the 5th?
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense because their
cool.
their 5th round pick is 140.
Okay.
So they're gonna have 2 picks real quick there at the top of 5.
So instead of 2 quick picks in the top of the 4th, we got 2 quick picks in the top of the 5th. But we've jumped up 3 places for somebody who's hopefully worth it.
Real quick. As the DeJean hater, if it ends up being DeJean, I hate it a lot less in the 2nd than I would have if they got him in the late 1st. I thought trade back with the Minnesota situation. I hate it a lot less, a whole lot less. I think that if they have him at safety, he's passable. I'm still not a fan of him at corner, and I hope that's not the move.
Man, I have not seen the War Room look that excited in a long
Ortiz
time.
is stoked. Ortiz is like, I'm gonna start the fist bumps.
Gassed.
Dude, they were hyped.
I feel like this has got to be Newton. I'm gonna say Newton or DeJean because of Harbaugh's experience playing them in the Big Ten. I guarantee you, there was a lot of talk about, yo, these guys are fucking players.
I'm saying it's Newton or Mitchell.
Okay.
DeJean also feels like a Harbaugh guy as well.
I think it's DeJean or Mitchell.
DeJean does a lot of things for that secondary. Like
Yeah.
You need a corner.
Hybrid safety nickel. Safety nickel. He can't play outside. You don't want him there. Hybrid safety nickel.
I am surprised by the trade up because Garrett's guy told him they were trying to move back. So
it seemed like they thought the Bills could have picked somebody that would have been.
All right, hold on. He's on this.
Mitchell, I hope. Please be Mitchell.
Yeah, I'm hoping so too. Or Kool-Aid.
I just want it to be worth it, I guess. Of course, we have a kicker.
Come on.
He knows his plays.
Wow.
No. What?
What? Who is it?
They traded up for Lad McConkey. After we just spent all that time dunking on him. That's who they traded up for.
Get ready for every 8-yard curl you could ever imagine. Let's go.
Guys, I'm not going to lie. What?
We spent a solid 5 minutes shitting on Lad McConkey before the draft.
All right, hold on. Real quick. He was one of my top guys left. I think I had him. I don't know. Where was it? I can't find it. Whatever. Guys, come on. He's juicy. What do you want?
I prefer someone who doesn't completely crumble at the first sign of physicality, but
this makes absolutely no sense whatsoever to me. I can't justify this.
All right, so we got another wide receiver too.
Guys,
so
in
are they banking on QJ being like that much better this year?
They have to be like either counting on trading for one of these guys, or like you said at the end of yesterday, that they're after the draft they're gonna bring Tyler Boyd or DJ Chark in and just like have so many bodies.
So I guess I'm confused. I'm really confused because McConkey plays primarily in the slot. He lives mostly in the middle of the field. He's going to run drags and digs and curls. Isn't that what they got QJ for?
Yep.
I don't know what. I don't know.
Well, it's not what they got QJ for.
Well, that
what he should run.
I think they could have stayed where they were and got him. I don't think they needed.
I don't understand trading up for him.
Yeah,
and they were hyped about that.
So if you want to look at if we want to start hitting the copium now, Dan Brugler had McConkey as wide receiver 5.
Yeah.
Good for Dan.
He's not good for Dan. Oh, that's good.
He was not in my top 5. I think he was number 9 for me.
Falcons traded up too. I like the address wide receiver. He's just not at all what I would have preferred. We're gonna love his.
We're gonna do this.
So he
Why would you take him?
He feels like a slot guy, but according to the Beast, 70% of his snaps were outside.
Well, yeah, he was outside. He played more outside than he did in the slot. He did.
They had no wide receivers in Georgia though. They had a 4-8-4 guy on the other side of him. Like,
but he's not an X.
No. At the NFL level, he's
Yeah.
That's so weird that he would take McConkey over Roman Wilson to me.
There was at least 3 wide receivers I would have taken over McConkey there.
Yeah, I'm just thinking stylistically. I mean, if you want somebody that you can use in the middle of the field on crossers that can create in that way, they're about the same size. You're more familiar with Roman. He's a more explosive athlete than McConkey is. He's a better blocker than McConkey is. Wow. I guess so much for the Michigan crap.
At least it wasn't Blake Corum or Keon Coleman. Let's start there.
Of course. It was a wide receiver. There are positives to this. It's not the guy would have gone.
To me, this says they think they can get another X receiver later in the draft.
Cornelius Johnson is pretty much a lock for 105. Pick 105 is Cornelius Johnson at this point.
I keep going back to Johnny Wilson because Garrett's guy specifically mentioned him as somebody they liked in the later rounds.
If he's there in the 4th round, maybe, but I could see somebody grabbing him in the 3rd.
Good, hopefully.
If people in the chat, if you want to see where he struggles the most, watch the Alabama tape from last year.
Hey, Stebbins, move your mic close to your mouth or something. You're coming in super quiet compared to everybody else.
Yeah. I have an issue with this mic. Thank you.
You're good. Right. I was just letting you know.
Yeah, that Bama game last year was rough.
So I would say yes to this, Nathan. I would say that stylistically now, like taking Cowing or Thrash feels insanely redundant at this point. Like Josh Palmer is their beefiest wide receiver at this point. Like they need somebody, and they don't really have any true receiving tight ends, so they can't even really make up for it that way. So yeah, I would say no.
They traded up for Lad McConkey.
Would you guys classify McConkey as a deep threat? I didn't really see him that way.
His ball tracking terrifies me.
As
a downfield separator, no. So I wouldn't classify him as a deep threat, but also it's just like I said before, like the over the shoulder catching, he's gonna have to work on that. I mean, he labors to track the ball down the field, in my opinion.
There's a touchdown at the very end.
Ooh! Oh my gosh!
Wow.
So the Falcons just took Rook over Newton.
Rook O.
So you didn't get that from what I said?
Isn't even that hard.
Came through loud and clear to me.
That tells me Newton's medicals must be a mess. So he might have a precipitous slide here.
You know, the reason why I thought that was going to be Mitchell was because of what we were told about them not necessarily like really leaning on the guy's attitudes. They don't have to be the cleanest player. From a personality or attitude standpoint, they'd be willing to take a risk on one of those guys in the earlier rounds. So unless it's a work ethic thing, if it is work ethic, then I understand that. But I also heard that maybe Adonai Mitchell has like a slight attitude problem. But I mean, we're not looking for Boy Scouts anymore. And if you're willing to take a risk on that, then that would have been the time to do it.
Yeah, slight attitude problem is one thing. Like, I think that's something you can work around. A head case. Let's say someone says he's a head case. I think that you're going a bit extreme there. The head case is Burton. That's the one you want to stay the fuck away from.
Mm-hmm.
But no, Mitchell had some effort concerns. But I mean, what do we keep hyping up the staff they brought in, right? Like, I would trust them to get the most out of him. He sits in zones well as far as Lad goes. So there's a lot of positives. He sits in zones well. He works the underneath side of the field really, really well. He can do all that stuff. He doesn't get off press great. Doesn't deal with physicality great. The footwork's fantastic. You all saw those clips. Everyone shared those clips a million times everywhere. His footwork's great. There's some issues there. We'll see how this offense goes. He's underneath guy though.
Hey, Jamie, is the volume up on your TV?
It is a little bit. Can you hear it?
Yeah, I hear somebody's.
Seth, he says
There we
he runs good routes. He run the 3 routes he was asked to run. He did run well. He just doesn't have the most thorough of a route tree, but he did run those routes very well.
I mean, he's got great feet. Like
He does.
as far as just being a quick receiver and precise, he can run the hell out of routes. I mean, even though he didn't run a ton of the tree at Georgia, he has the capability of being a more nuanced route runner throughout the tree. It's just, again, what are you asking him to do? Because vertically, I think he's going to be limited, and you're going to have to keep him clean. And I mean, what kind of injury was he dealing with last year? Because I think he missed a few games early in the season. I don't remember what the injury was though. He's really slightly built. So
you actually saw him got hurt, but he came back in the game later on to play. Like he plays through some of the injuries. I want to say it might have been Bama, but I want to say it was a lower body injury he had during that game.
I'm sorry. I would have rather Roman Wilson over McConkey. It's just me
100%
personally.
Yeah, I would have taken Mitchell, Franklin, or Roman over Vlad. If we're just talking wide receivers.
I mean, I'm just looking over my notes. I'm trying to figure out what it is that McConkey does better than Wilson does.
For me, nothing. I was a big fan of Roman Wilson, and so people, I see people saying like Debbie Downers and things like that. Like, yes, we would have preferred other guys. They got a wide receiver. They need a wide receiver. There are good parts to Lad's game, but I'm also not going to blow smoke, where, because it's what the team did. I may disagree with what the team did. It doesn't mean that I'm right or the team is wrong or whatever. But I'm not going to sit here and give you a fake reaction either. I love the fact they're adding to the wide receiver room. I think he's going to be a good wide receiver. I think they're better options. That's it.
And again, the team did what they said they were going to do. Garrett's guy said they're targeting wide receiver and corner, depending on how the board falls. What just happened? They went wide receiver. So
and I also like the trade. I don't think they needed to trade up necessarily to get him.
Well, they didn't let the board fall.
Yeah.
What?
They made their own destiny.
Yeah, they didn't let the board fall.
I mean,
I still like the trade value though. I think that they still, if they value him that much,
he didn't have a lot of competition catching the ball last year, but those numbers are pretty ridiculous. Like his worst year was 13.1 yards per reception. He's like, yeah. I don't know. It's not a bad pick. There's other guys I would have taken, and they, like we all keep saying, I don't know. I don't understand the fit. Like, it'll be really interesting to see what Ortiz and Harbaugh say, if they say anything of value, to answer like where he fits.
I think people in the chat need to keep in mind too, we all do our own homework and watch our own film and come up with our own grades. So I see people saying, well, he was the 5th rated wide receiver. He was a 6th rated wide receiver. We're all going off of our own opinions. And I think most people are here to get those opinions. I think that's why you come here. So if you feel like we're being negative, I mean, we're sharing our opinions.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, the goal for what we do is to formulate our own opinions based on our research. I mean, there are professionals and guys who get paid to do this for a living, and that's great. And if that's where they rank them, fine. But I mean, we spend our own time digging into these players and looking at their tape, spending hours on it as well. And I mean, sometimes we have varying opinions, which is perfectly fine.
100%. I think that just because I would have preferred, everyone else here would have preferred another wide receiver, I'm still rooting for Lad. I think that he has ability that can be developed. I question the wide receiver's ability, or the wide receiver coach's ability to do so. I think several other people do as well. I like Lad. I didn't like him this high. That's it.
And I think that's the point everyone needs to understand. We're not saying these aren't good plays. Well, let's say some of them we don't like and we don't think are very good. Ladd wasn't a player that I thought was bad. I said, when we were talking about this earlier, I had him right in the cluster, really just around Roman Wilson and Jacob Cowling. I had them all within like that late second round tier. So with that being said, I like Ladd McConkey. I just didn't understand the fit for the Chargers offense.
And in my opinion, if you want to see what we all hope we can get out of Ladd, look at that touchdown at the end of TCU. He does a really good job of physicality at the top of his route to get the separation, comes down with it. It's a wonderful route, or it's a wonderful rep. He has it in him. I hope they can get it out of him more often.
He can create separation as a route runner, in the short and the intermediate. It's just, again, all of his run after catch, all of his yak is going to be run after catch because there's space for him to use his speed. He won't be breaking very many tackles in the open field. And then you're still going to have the issue where you don't have that wide receiver who can do that through contact. Oh, by the way, Jamie, I guess we can go ahead and just dismiss Jacob Cowling. That ain't happening.
Hey, I'm right there too, man.
Wow.
I'm right there too.
There goes
I had a
Newton.
second rounder on him, so.
Oh, that's a good pick for Washington.
It is, yeah.
That slide had to end eventually.
Robert Meeks in the chat. Ladd also played 65% outside. He did. However, their wide receiver group was terrible. The other starter who may get drafted at the end of day 3 in this draft, I forget his name, but he has a dash in the middle of it. Ran a 4.84. So yeah, their wide receiver group was very bad. He was kind of forced to play outside there. I don't imagine he's an X or a Z right now.
I guess we have to wait and see what they think the fit is and how they're going to use him. I mean, if they're going to run the ball as much as we think they are, then there's probably a chance that he's going to see a lot of single coverage and they're going to create matchups for him. So that could help him.
Nice, good pull on this. I actually hadn't seen this for him.
Yeah, that's a lot of green on the reception perception chart.
Like especially that's your curl comebacks, flat slant screens. He's gonna love that underneath stuff. The outs.
Yeah, and that the red makes sense. Like the only route that he really doesn't have a ton of success is taking his tiny ass body over the middle.
And what you're saying is that a lot of a precision-based route, so having to be really quick and not, taking false steps when you're chopping your feet to make your cuts to allow DBs to close the gap and recover. He's really, really precise at those outbreakers, those comebacks, curls, things of that nature, because there's almost no wasted motion at the top of his routes. It only takes him about 2 to 3 chops to throttle down and get back around and come back downhill towards the ball. So there's a lot to like about that. Like I said before, he's a good receiver. I'm just curious as to how they plan to utilize him in an offense that's going to be, is it safe to say run first?
At this point, I think it is.
I think it is.
He also had the 4th highest yards per route run in this class, which is a extremely translatable stat.
I'm sorry, what was the number?
Wow. He had the 4th highest yards per route run in this class.
Fantastic.
Wow, Polk went over AD Mitchell too?
So, some people had Polk at the end of first. I honestly didn't watch him, but yeah.
Yeah, so I put that comment up there and I lost it now, but the big news on AD Mitchell slipping is apparently it all goes back to that awful answer he gave to the effort question. Like somebody asked him about what looked on tape like him not giving full effort on his routes, and he literally said, "Oh, I basically run all game at 70% so that I'm still fresh at the end of the game." And I heard from multiple people associated with different teams that really, really turned teams off. Like they see the potential is there, but like that mentality is just apparent is so toxic that yikes.
He's openly telling everyone that he loafs. Like even if it's true, you don't admit to it.
Yeah, exactly. Like
Oh,
Yeah, I mean
shit.
everyone loafs. Everyone loafs on its running plays that go away from them, that kind of stuff. But you don't openly talk about that. That's rough. Complete side note: it is crazy seeing the crowd at the draft. That is awesome to see that many people there for that.
Yeah, that is really cool.
It's
One
so
po-
cool to see that.
One point I think we're all kind of overlooking or missing with the Lad pick is that their wide receiver prototype seems to be changing. This is a team that almost always drafts guys who are 6'2" and taller at wide receiver. McConkey's like 5'11" and change. He's more of the short, quick guy. So, kind of a departure from what we're used to seeing from the Chargers wide receivers.
It's definitely a new regime. Definitely a new regime. What?
I'm gonna put it up. Hold on. Give me a second.
I think it's also important to point out too that like we can look back at what Roman's done at other stops, but it is going to be a different iteration of the Roman offense. Not the foundation's still going to be the same, but they've talked several times about there being evolution. They brought in the passing game coordinator that's from a different background. I think you're going to see a different iteration of the Roman offense, but still have that same structure, the same foundation. Let's see. Someone says still feels like they're staying away from long speed. I mean, we're 2 picks in, and there's still only 5 receivers in the entire room. We'll have to see how it all shakes out. But so far, yeah, pretty much.
I mean,
he ran a 4.39.
He ran a 4.39, and that 10-yard split of 1.52 is also ridiculous.
He did, but that's not his. He's not the guy running deep downfield.
Yeah. All right, this is what I was laughing at.
Pair that with the washing machine one the other day.
Whites only.
Oh man. Oh.
See, even when we're being Debbie Downers, we're still laughing through it, guys. It's day 2. Nothing bad can happen.
Oh, just wait when we're like super hyped for a 6th rounder tomorrow. I mean, there's going to be a lot of positives. Don't worry.
Oh yeah, when we're like jumping around and pounding the table, like when one undrafted free agent from fuck nowhere gets signed, dude, you guys are gonna hate us.
It was so funny that we were debating about whether or not to add Lad McConkey to that list.
I know. I'm waiting for Garrett to just like appear, just to be like, "You guys tried telling me."
He was so staunchly against that. I'll need a drunk Garrett appearance tonight. That has to happen.
That would be amazing. Especially if it's like jittery, like cell phone camera, like in an alley somewhere with like a street light illuminating him.
We got a clear runway for him because it could be Ranting Garrett, and Ranting Garrett is the best Garrett.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no. If he comes in, like if he pops in, we're instantly going full screen Garrett. It's just going to be like, the stage is yours, sir.
You think Lad is enough to get him to rant?
No.
Nah.
But
I mean, if he's got a few in him, who knows?
Not the classic Garrett rant though, probably.
A couple of dope beverages. Never know.
Speaking of, it's about that time. Let's get close.
So we talked yesterday about the JC. Oh, hi, Declan. We talked yesterday about Jamie. You brought it up about the like unconscious bias of seeing Latham in the Alabama uniform and just automatically being like, "Oh, that's DJ Fluker."
Mm-hmm.
I wrote down a note when I was watching, guys, that because they were both on Georgia, I kind of watched them like back to back. Watching McConkey and Bowers back to back, it looks like running the same level on Mario with and without a mushroom. Like it's like like they have the same kind of like hunched shoulder sprint style, and Bowers is just like a little bit bigger.
Bowers does kind of run like Quasimodo, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's got this hunch thing. And, yeah, and McConkey does the same thing.
Whoa. Okay then.
All right, T'Vondre Sweat.
Oh, to the Titans. Okay.
So I guess
Run on interior defensive lineman.
I think Nashville's
was-
not known for.
never mind. I mean, that's his personal business. Wasn't it like a DUI thing with him recently?
It was a DUI, yeah. Oh, DW. Okay.
Yeah.
But he like
He also
totaled the other
admitted-
person's car, right?
Well, he also admitted to being not weighing in at the Senior Bowl because he was trying to lose weight because he had spent too much time partying in college and got way too heavy. This is the same guy, and we are going to Nashville, Tennessee. Who, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Oh, here it goes. Yeah, there's Rappaport giving the full rundown.
Yeah, we got DTs going off the board this round. Yeah, just 3 DTs, 3 wideouts. That's it so far.
There's a company called Real Athletics, and they're one of those sports analytics companies that they're getting a lot of they're starting to ramp up a lot because of how much now teams are saying that they're relying on GPS data versus like 40 times and everything. And Real Analytics does a bunch of that. They do a bunch of like the GPS tracking and everything, and build sports analytics based on that. And their little graphic for McConkey, actually, let me just throw this up real quick. Has some numbers that are a little surprising to me that are nice in favor of why they took him.
Yeah, but his athleticism definitely pops on the page. I won't be
Rams
shocked.
traded up, huh?
Crazy high.
I was terrified we were going to wind up with Coleman.
You
So
and me both.
Oh yeah.
winding up with someone who can actually run and actually runs a diverse route tree isn't such a bad thing.
I think
And
the PTSD from TT has
And that comp
all.
of Coleman to Mike Williams.
Oh, they did something similar to what we suggested, guys.
Oh, for Fisk. Yep.
Oh, okay.
And they gave up. Did I hear that right? They just gave up a ton to move up. They gave up their second next year. Is that what I heard?
Oh, another
I love
Eagles
this
on
guy.
the clock now too.
He was Fisk was such a good watch, such a fun watch. Like just the way he shoots gaps and the motor for an interior defensive lineman is absurd.
Relentless.
Washington
this is
traded with the Eagles.
This is the stat that I wanted to bring up off of this is he does get away from people a lot more. Like I'm going to find one of the other ones, but like when you look at some of the other guys his size, they weren't doing this. It was down in the 30th and 40th percentile because guys could just put one hand on him and it was over. And Ladd actually does create decent space for how small he is.
I think that when people do get their hands on him, it tends to be pretty over. I think that he gets space on the 3 routes that they asked him to run. I hope that it does translate to when he does branch out to a bigger route tree.
Yeah, well,
It's
his first couple of steps is where he wins, and that's why they don't get hands on him as much. His release off the line is really nice.
Well, yeah, he's really quick off the line. The thing about it is, like, I kept seeing instances where guys were still playing off of him like 4 and 5 yards, which is a huge mistake. Like, if you're gonna press off of him, you don't need to do off press. No soft press whatsoever. You're gonna have to rough him up, because if he gets any space to operate, that's where he really shines. Because everything else after that is pretty much cake for him, from a route running perspective, because of the quick feet and the way that he's able to get out of his breaks so quickly. It just looked like a lot of defenses, for some strange reason, and maybe it's just a college football thing, I didn't see consistent press against wide receivers for anyone in this class, honestly. Some way less than others, but it just wasn't as much of a thing. I don't know if it's college football in general, or I just so happen to pick all the right games for almost every wide receiver.
I think that's why my favorite tape to watch on Lad, to see some of his deficiencies, is that Bama tape. You see Kool-Aid against him. You see Arnold against him. Two guys who can press, who do play up in your face all the time. That was my favorite tape to watch on him. He was 3 for 38. Stats don't tell you the whole thing, but watch the tape and you can see where he does struggle to get off that sometimes.
Yeah, Bama corners are interesting because they play so much of that press and then like bail technique and trail technique. And for guys who ran 4.5s, that was interesting. So I guess what they were banking on was the fact they could get hands on you and slow you down off of the line of scrimmage and kind of screw with timing and then stay in your hip pocket as far as they could down the field. Maybe use the sideline as a secondary defender. But man, it was so weird watching them play so much trail. But it's definitely a Bama thing.
When you saw it work, you saw it work against guys like Ladd. You saw it work against Brian Thomas Jr. I mean, you saw it work against those guys who do struggle with contact. And it's funny too, because that was the first tape I watched on both Ladd and Brian Thomas Jr. and had the same take off that. It was like, man, they're really struggling. Admittedly, those are two very good corners out of Bama. But
anybody surprised Kool-Aid is still hanging around?
I was actually about to say that. To me, because I know, Jamie, you and I had similar opinions about Kool-Aid. We weren't as high on him as I think a lot of others were. But the fact that he's fallen this far at this point and no one sees any emergency to trade up to go get him tells you a lot about what the rest of the league thinks about him.
Yeah, I mean, there are obviously some things to like about him.
The Saints have traded up. Sorry, Jamie.
Oh, that's all right.
Man, they were not kidding that the top end of this second round was going to be Trade City.
5, I think, so far, right?
Yeah.
Damn.
What were you saying, Jamie? Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think there's a lot to like about him in terms of playmaking ability, and he can fit in pretty much any scheme, press, zone. I worry a little bit about the long speed, recovery speed as well. If he gets beat off the line or gets turned around, he has a hard time catching up. But
which is so weird off his agility numbers.
Yeah, and I don't know if this is something that Bama teaches, but he and Arnold both do it where they'll turn their back on the receiver coming off the line of scrimmage, and they have to kind of take a couple extra steps to recover. Arnold was better at recovering than Kool-Aid was, in my opinion. I felt like Kool-Aid, he'd turn his back and he'd need 3 or 4 steps to catch up, and then he'd have a hard time catching up. I don't know if there's something in their bail technique that Bama teaches, but it was just, I don't know, it really stood out to me the way they turn their back on receivers.
Never mind, guys.
Did they trade up Kool-Aid?
Speak of the devil, he shall appear.
Did he just go to the Eagles?
No.
Oh.
Saints.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, okay. I know a Saints fan.
So wait a minute.
Did mine pause? Or did you see it on Twitter?
Oh, I got an alert.
Oh, weird. Yeah, they because they're just now announcing the Eagles selection.
Oh wow. Oh, of course. Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Way to tip the pick there, Craig. Good job.
Yeah, sorry about that. The Eagles thing is they can't keep getting away with it.
Oh no. Who is it?
Dude, honest to God.
How is this a thing?
They keep getting away with it because apparently there's only 3 teams in the NFL who understand how to capitalize on talent falling to them. And I was really hoping the Chargers would figure it out immediately with Harbaugh and Ortiz, but
Well, the problem is they can't afford to this year. Like, there are so many holes on this roster. They can't just be like, let's just grab this guy.
I mean, you're right. We talked about it yesterday that there are these teams that we consistently say the phrase, they can't keep getting away with it year in and year out. But it really is the teams who don't have to worry about stuff like the offensive and defensive line. Like, they're able to pick these guys who fall at premium positions because they have like these foundations built.
And I think the goal is that will be the Chargers in 3 years.
I legitimately wrote that, I think, in an article today that like the Ravens, the Chiefs, the Eagles, these teams, they're getting away with it because they've got X, Y, and Z already taken care of. And the idea is that this is a draft that puts the Chargers hopefully a step towards that type of place, which is simply being able to take BPA truly. Which, good for Coop, man.
Dude.
He's a small town Iowa boy.
Dude. Quinion Mitchell and Cooper Digit. Come on.
Hey, the Eagles have taken one good DB this draft. I'm happy for him. That's great. That's awesome.
You're going to have to let that go one day, man.
I won't. I really won't, man.
I'm gonna clip that. I'm gonna clip that, and when DeJean wins Defensive Player of the Year, I'm gonna print out a meme of your face with that phrase under it and make it into a T-shirt, and you're gonna have to wear it during the next draft stream.
If that happens, I'll gladly do it. I will gladly do it.
I wonder if DeJean might wind up playing safety.
He has to. He absolutely has to.
He's best being able to range where he can see the ball. He needs to see the ball at all times. Never ask him to turn and run. I mean, he can run. It's just the transition that's the problem. You don't want him playing outside. If you want to use him as a hybrid safety, throw him in there at nickel, I'm okay with that. And the fact that he tackles, even better. But, man, the Eagles, what is that secondary looking like now? Because, you got older Darius Slay. Man, freaking Eagles.
He's so good when the ball's thrown right at him, though.
It's almost like he puts himself in a position for the ball to be thrown right to him. You're exactly
right. It's weird how that works out. It just so happens to end up in the right place at the right time. Often.
The streets are very, very high on Lad McConkey. Especially, what's weird to me is fantasy Twitter is like, they're like, this is your wide receiver 3 or 4 in this draft. And if you're doing dynasty drafts this year, Lad McConkey is now wide receiver 3 or 4 because of going to the Chargers. Oh, there's Kool-Aid.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys.
Damn, that's a damn good take right here.
Kool-Aid on Bourbon Street.
They wanted it to get there Monday or Tuesday.
I wonder what's going on with Marshawn Lattimore.
For people in the chat starting to ask what our targets are for round 3, I think we're still a little early for that because there's so much that has to happen. Like we're at pick 40. The Chargers don't pick for 27 picks, 28 picks. So when we're like 10 out, we'll start doing that.
I think the short list is Blake Corum, Blake Corum, Blake Corum, Blake Corum.
I rage.
I'm curious if it starts off a corner, bit of a corner spree though. I mean, we got 2 DBs at least off the corner or off back to back. So
I'm not a huge Corum guy. I would prefer they waited on running back until the 4th or 5th round. But
Yes.
Corum starting at 69. Anything after that, if they're dead set on taking him, at least they waited until the 3rd round. Like, if they move up for him, I'll be very disappointed.
I still don't even like taking him in the 3rd.
I'm not crazy about it, but
because he's, in my opinion, based on his age, the mileage, the injury, he is a rookie contract only career. Like he is not a guy, unless you're bringing him back for vet men to be your RB4. Like he doesn't follow their philosophy of bringing in guys that are going to turn into comp picks. Like he's going to get the vet men for his 2nd contract.
yeah, I think you made a lot of good points there, Stanley. I also think with Corum, like I said yesterday, I don't know what, besides the vision, I don't really know what he does well that separates him from Dobbins and Gus. Like, how does he complement them? What is different about him? And to me, he's a guy who benefited from a shit ton of carries in college. And I think those carries are going to catch up with him sooner rather than later, in my opinion.
I mean, according to a lot of the stats, like it is catching up to him already. Yeah. Like he was, like you said, he was successful by volume this year.
Yep.
Do you think any part of that is him still recovering from the injury? Or do you think this is just where he is now?
I think it's just where he is after the injury.
A lot of tread off of those tires, man.
Man, Kamari Lassiter.
Yep. I know. I'm trying to talk through my tears right now. So
I don't know what's going on, but I'm getting these alerts that are giving me these picks literally like 5 minutes ahead. I have no idea what's going on.
Shut off your ESPN alerts.
I mean, I'm happy to see him. I just don't say anything about
it. They might have to move up to get a corner if they're still planning on getting a receiver and a corner today. They might have to move up to do it.
It depends on how. Hold on, let me.
Cam Hart in the 3rd, baby.
Well, I mean, there was that smoke a couple of weeks ago that they like the what's his
Kentucky
name?
Kid, right?
Anthony Phillips? Yeah, Phillips. Oh, I just hit go on the I hit refresh and then hit go on the PFF mock draft sim, and it sped all the way to 69, and the top player available is TJ Tampa.
There you go.
I would be ecstatic with TJ Tampa at 69.
Absolutely. There's very few I wouldn't like there for corner at 69. Someone in the chat just said one of them.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that pick would be nice.
I wonder if Sanders is still available at 69.
I feel like they run that to the podium. If he's there, they run that pick to the podium.
You might see him trade up again to the top of 3 if they need to for that. Like,
yeah, I could see that too.
That's the one Michigan player I could see them moving up for.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think they do it for Colson. They definitely wouldn't do it for Jenkins. But there was all that talk about how he was the quarterback of their defense. He was the heart and soul of their defensive backfield. And so pairing that kind of energy with Derwin James and that knowledge of the system already, like that's so valuable.
In his 2nd year at corner.
And I know, and he's a little redundant, like slot corner size style wise, but like again, he's another one of those guys that I think you move him around. You don't just say, okay, he's a slot corner.
And for a guy who's not, all that large, he's very, very aggressive against the run. He will throw his body around, fearless.
But he does it in a way he throws his body around, but it's controlled. Like because Asante Samuel throws his body around, and sometimes it's just like, did you close your eyes? Like what was? That's not what it looks like when Sanders still does it.
For a guy who's only been playing that position for a couple of years, he has a really great handle on it, which like just natural ability to understand offense. Well, of course, he played it, so he has a really good eye for being able to read it, and I think that's what sets him apart. Making that transition was really, really big for him because as a wide receiver, he was just okay. But you're taking something that you did practically all your life and you're flipping it. And as a defensive back, you have keen, intimate knowledge on how these route combinations and everything works. You understand what some of the run principles are, and you're able to read and react a little bit quicker. So I think he has a real advantage there. And I also truly believe they need at least one of those guys from that defense to incorporate into it this year.
I definitely agree with that. And I hope that they're willing to like make it be the guy like Sanders still, and not be reactive saying, oh, the Raiders just took Bowers and already have Myers. The Chiefs have Taylor Swift's boyfriend. We need a linebacker. Like, I hope they don't play reactive that way.
Yeah. I mean,
So Craig, it's
Yeah.
not just your alerts that are doing it. I just noticed that when I hit refresh and ran this mock draft sim, which has now been like 2 or 3 minutes ago, the Cardinals pick is already in the mock draft thing as actual. Like because they update it live now. So if you go to the PFF mock draft,
that's cool.
for all of you playing at home, they update it as the picks are made and slot the picks in. So like every time a pick is made, you can hit refresh and run the sim again, and it's updated with the picks that are actually gone. But yeah, the Cardinals took your boy. So one of Stebbs' boys, Melton.
Oh,
What?
Yeah,
damn good corner, man. Ooh,
back to back. Stebbins and Craig just had their boys sniped.
that's a
That hurts.
good pick
Max
right there.
was my sleeper. Well, I mean, he was my sleeper before he became a real name.
Yeah.
Of course, he started shooting up during the draft process, but man, that sucks. Oh, well, I got the Raiders pick already.
Lee.
Are we happy or mad?
Lee.
Lee.
Who's the next exciting white to add to this lineup?
How about we make a spreadsheet?
Yeah, okay. Let's take.
I'm not doing that because I could get in trouble for it. One of you gentlemen.
No, I think that's fine. It's
the exciting whites.
I'm not getting. I know canceling.
Well, so
I'd rather not.
Nah, you're not going to offend us.
JPJ is there.
It's not you guys I'm worried about.
JPJ
we have a
is
podcast
there.
to consider.
Oh yeah, that's all right. 3 of us don't.
JPJ is there. Frazier's there.
Oh yeah.
By the way, Michael, how do you watch the Iowa quarterbacks? How do you sit through that on a Saturday? Because I cannot watch those guys when I have to watch tape for the draft. It is painful. I guess it's so painful he's not going to answer me.
I don't think he heard you.
I heard part of it. Literally for like the last 30 minutes, my daughter's screaming upstairs, and I know you guys potentially hear it. So I've just like kept my mic off, and it's like, wow, I just don't get to talk because my daughter's just terrorizing my wife upstairs. Apparently. Oh, but no, you're talking about Iowa quarterbacks? Yeah, they suck. What do you mean?
Who allowed Tom Telesco to start making good picks?
I am going to celebrate that Beacon Hill.
Oh, he's on his revenge tour.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Damn you, Telesco. That's a good pick.
Shit.
It's weird that the Raiders had the same need we did too. Some of the same needs.
Oh, that's gross.
Well, tight end.
That's right.
Honestly, another player that you're like, damn, I would have loved to just watch his career with any other team.
Yeah, absolutely.
Man, I'd be pissed.
Wowza.
He was fun to watch.
They announced him as
Frazier
a guard.
They announced him as guard, but there's no way.
Yeah, didn't they just re-sign their center?
Andre James is the only one on the roster.
Was he the starting center for the Raiders last year?
He was.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
they just
And he was a free agent. They re-signed him. Yeah,
He's been their starting
yeah.
center for a couple of years now.
Yeah, so maybe he is playing guard.
Yeah, their guards right now: Cody Whitehair and Dylan Parham.
Well.
Another trade. Damn.
Oh, they're going crazy today.
Are the Packers going to take another tackle, so they have to move?
I can answer
Tom
that for
inside?
you. No.
Although,
and that's all I'll say.
the one they took from Arizona, though, there's a lot of talk about he could be a guard too. So, and that's the kind of thing that Green Bay does, right? They take the guys who are tackles and make them guards, centers, everything else. So,
All right, this is a good reaction meme that we'll probably use a lot that I'm adding now. This is my reaction to JPJ going to the Raiders now. This will be a callback anytime a player I like goes to a team I don't like.
Why is Chargers legend Brian Bulaga making a pick for the Packers?
Oh, why didn't he say Brian Bulaga, Iowa?
That was a sad one because obviously it was Iowa, and I was like, yeah, we got a good right tackle. And then he played like 1/4 of one season.
Yeah, and then we're like, oh man, we got a great center. And then the second time we've spent
non-emergent heart decision or heart issue.
Yeah, like the second time that they spend big money on a big name center.
What have we learned now? From here on out, we do not sign former Packer offensive linemen. That's the lesson that we learned.
Dude, they fleeced us. So Edgerrin Cooper's off the board.
Oh, Packers?
So they're going to pair Edgerrin with Quay Walker and have a very athletic linebacker.
Quay Walker he looks humongous on TV. Just abnormally large.
I just kicked off the mock draft sim again, and I really hope this happens. Blake Corum went at pick 68 to the Patriots.
Nice.
I will be so excited if he goes one pick before the Chargers.
Whoa.
So with pick 45, they picked Edgerrin Cooper, who wore number 45. Crazy.
Connections.
Okay, so Panthers are
connected.
board. Who we got best avail?
I'll tell you right now. Hold on.
So Panthers traded up into this pick.
Trades all day. Oh.
You see that?
So a second Chargers tier 1 player comes off the board in a row here. Any guesses as to who it is? Chargers tier 1 player?
I can't participate.
I forget which linebacker was their tier 1. So
Junior Colson.
Okay, was it him?
It was not Junior Colson.
Shouldn't be right.
I thought all their tier ones.
It was another one. It was another one like
they're doing Panther things.
It was another one like Barton, who he was the only name in that position.
Running back?
Yep.
Brooks.
They're paying Miles Sanders, have Chuba Hubbard. Cool.
Dude, let Tepper cook, man.
I don't know what Panthers are doing. I never know what the Panthers are doing.
Dude, did you see? Did you see how much hate Xavier Legette was getting because he chose 24? Like, bro, everyone's already saying you should probably convert to running back, and then you pick a running back number to play wide receiver.
That is going to look disgusting.
You know what's really sketchy is if you look at the best players available, the 23rd best available currently is Blake Corum, and the Chargers are up in exactly 23 picks.
Stop counting numbers, Michael. I don't like it when you use
do
numbers.
that.
Mike,
Every time you say a number, I get sad.
You just made the 45 connection, and I'm starting to wonder here.
Yeah. I just say numbers and they come to fruition. I don't know what to tell you guys.
Yeah, I don't like that. Stop that.
Yeah.
Shut it down.
Tell you what, man, Zach Frazier is going to be right there at some point. Frazier.
Now you're saying things I like. So let's go down that path. Continue that way.
Okay, question, guys. Who would
Yeah.
you have rather had? One of the centers or Lad McConkey?
For me, JPJ, but I'm glad they addressed wide receiver.
I mean, simply from a grade standpoint, I had both of the centers above Lad. With how that's a tough one. That's almost a coin flip for me.
Because I mean, when was the last receiver taken at this point? Was it us?
It was
Polk,
us,
right? No, I think it was Jalen Polk.
It was.
Oh yeah, Polk went 3 picks later.
So
I'll tell you what. If you
falling.
would ask me something like, is Lad McConkey or Garrett Wilson, like who's the bigger receiver? I would have said something like probably Wilson. But they're like the same person, size, weight, athleticism, everything.
I saw that comp somewhere too, by the way.
Yeah, but like I look at when I think of Wilson, I think of like I just think of a more like physically imposing type wide receiver. But like Conky's literally the same receiver, essentially top to bottom in all these different numbers. So
Wilson's more twitchy to me though, and it shows up on film. He looks like a better athlete. Like the numbers are comparable for sure, but he's more explosive athlete. Strange.
Yeah, I guess it's just that like based on McConkey's numbers, I go, it's just weird. People are calling him like the team's new wide receiver one. I'm like, it's kind of a small wide receiver. But then if you were like Garrett Wilson's the Jets wide receiver one, I'm like, yeah, well, no shit, he is. Like he's an amazing wide receiver. So I don't know. It's a weird feeling of realizing that they're the same size, but for some reason, one I think is a bona fide wideout one, and then the other one is like, no way, he's a wide receiver one.
You're being racist, Michael.
To be honest, that's exactly what I've been saying without saying it. Without saying it's because he's white. You're right.
Stebbins and I had this exact conversation in DMs like 2 weeks ago. He was like,
"Wow."
Bro, he messaged me and he goes, "Bro, I think I'm racist. I hate every white wide receiver in this class.
Well, also,
I hate all of them."
What a way to come to that realization.
And then he hit Pearsall and he's like,
okay,
never mind, I'm good. I'm not racist.
What I love is
man.
seeing what I love is seeing people talk about Pearsall like he is one of those kind of stereotypical white receivers, and he's nothing like it. So I love hearing people talk about that because it's like this isn't who that is.
His play tries to bring him out of the stereotypical white wide receiver, and then that tattoo sleeve selection brings him right back.
His
and
tattoos are terrible.
Awful choices. Like red flags, like non-draftable personality.
Yeah,
a team seems to have a favorite school this year.
Oh, what's happening? My feed went to
Giants
commercial.
pick, LSU, I'm guessing.
Mason Smith?
No chance in hell Mason Smith won the second.
I don't know.
Dude, I saw a last minute rumor that somebody said he might go in the first round.
Well, hold on, Michael. This is number 3 now. You did the 45 connection. You made the quorum thing a thing, and you just said a name. If you're not looking at this and you guessed that, then you might be the oracle, man.
Didn't we just say something about a team's favorite school? If it's the Giants picking, they just picked an LSU player.
Oh, no. You said that. Okay, never mind.
Okay.
You still might. No. You made the wrong connection as far as the team.
Wait, is it Mason Smith or not?
Not for what Michael just said, but he said the right name, just the wrong team.
What he goes? I don't even know who's next.
Oh, Jaguars. They took Brian Thomas Jr., right? So
Smith was my sleeper. Interior defensive lineman. He's going in the second round.
I mean, number 1 recruit in the nation. Just never came.
Oh, wow.
Really.
I completely missed that Nubin went to the Giants. So 3 Chargers tier 1 players went back to back right there.
Nubin went to the Giants?
Yeah.
3 Chargers tier 1 players off the board back to back.
Dude, that is okay. Well, I'll let you guys see that one on your own.
You have to turn off whatever feed you're watching that's tipping these for you.
It's his phone. He's getting updates on his phone.
I have no idea why this is happening this way either. It's
Usually this is
ESPN. It's ESPN. I don't know.
thing.
Does anyone know the bar that Garrett's going to tonight? Because if they pick Blake Corum, I'm swatting the bar he's at.
Man, that
In
7%
Minecraft.
comment is really hurting Mr. Mitchell, isn't it?
It's crazy. On NFL.com, you have 3 straight teams with just as pick is in.
They're all just stacked up.
Yeah. That's the tracker I tend to keep up because they don't put it up there until they announce it on TV, so I'm safe watching that one.
Oh, that's nice.
Dude, how many picks do the Commanders have in the top 100?
A ton. They have. I think I heard. I thought it was wrong, but I think they have 8 picks today.
I mean, they have 2 coming up in the next 5.
Yeah, and they've already made 2, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
So let's see. Let's look right now. So they've made 1. They have 2, 3,
Good grief.
4,
What draft?
5. They have 5 picks today.
Joe Ortiz is jealous.
I'm jealous. I want 5 day 2 picks.
When do we want to start putting together a list for the 3rd round?
When we're about 10 out, when they get to pick like 59, we should do it then. Because they're still 21 picks out. Like making a list right now is kind of pointless.
I can think of 3 corners I would want on that list already. We'll see if they're still there.
Sainer still, Rakestraw, Tampa.
That list just went up to 5. I was thinking.
Damn.
I was thinking more along the lines of Rakestraw, Carson, and Phillips.
Carson.
Right.
I'll put
Jeremy.
Samer still in there. Yo,
Let me ask you a question about Rakestraw. Where would you play him? On the boundary or to the field?
I think he mostly played boundary in college, didn't he? I'd probably play him on the boundary. I liked him. I loved his tape. I think he's being undersold quite a bit. I think he's a good football player.
So I had this conversation about him last night, and then I went back and looked at my notes. I was thinking off the top of my head, but my notes actually corrected me. He did play a lot of boundary, and he held up very, very well. And my concern with him at the boundary was that he was a smaller corner. He's only 5'11", like a buck 83 or something like that. And so I just thought he'd get abused by bigger X wide receivers, but he held his own.
Yeah, no, he doesn't get abused. He's physical and scrappy and ultra competitive with the ball in the air.
Absolutely.
I have no issues with him playing boundary at all. I would be thrilled. I had a 2nd round grade on him. I'd be thrilled with him in the 3rd round. Absolutely thrilled.
And he's actually pretty solid in run support there's another smaller guy that will come up and support the run. And
he's
I
a
think
good
masks.
tackler.
Yeah, I think him playing the boundary also against those bigger wide receivers masks the fact that his long speed is probably just okay. So he's not going up against the fastest of the wide receivers. And he's, again, matching up with larger wideouts and not being abused, which, again, I completely forgot about until I looked at my notes.
And I think he plays faster than he tested too.
Yeah.
I think the film suggests he plays really fast, and he just always seems like he's in position. Seems like he's always in the hip pocket of the wide receiver in a position to make a play on the ball. Same thing for Kalen Carson for the most part too. Another guy who's smaller, probably better suited to the boundary, but ultra competitive and chippy and physical with the ball in the air. Another guy I would love at 69 if he's there.
And we also don't even know if they're going to fancy bigger body corners. I think we're just guessing there, or at least I am.
I think they're going to favor football players. I think they're going to favor guys who can tackle, guys with ball skills, guys who are competitive. If they're big too, great. But I think Carson and Rakestraw have a lot of the traits they're going to be looking for in a corner. Both those guys play bigger than their frame, in my opinion.
I have to keep Harbaugh type players in my mindset throughout the draft. It's basically etched in my brain to think of the way the Chargers have drafted in the past. Have to remove myself from that. Who's a Harbaugh type player?
Apparently,
Chris Jenkins to the Bengals.
To circle back a little bit, the Raiders actually called Andre James to let him know that James is their center, so JPJ looks like he's going to be guard.
Interesting. Okay.
Ivy Sky in the chat, we always go back and rewatch these guys after they get drafted. So at some point, we'll all reevaluate Ladd.
Yeah, like probably the start of tomorrow's stream will be us doing that.
A little bit later on.
Like we started today with doing that with Alt. Tomorrow we'll probably start it with Ladd and whoever they take here.
A little bit later on tonight, going to be in the streaming area of the Discord. If you're part of the Discord, if you're not, get in the Discord. I'm going to be putting on some tape of Ladd and whoever they get in the third round. So if you want to join that, feel free.
I might need to go back and watch more of Ladd's 2022 season. I lean more on 2023 watching him this time around, and I don't usually do that, and I know he was a little banged up this year.
Oh boy.
I see people saying he's a deep threat. Popper just wrote an article explaining why they picked him, and he had a bunch of evaluations for him stating that he's a deep ball guy who tracks the ball well. That's not really what I saw on tape, but more than happy to go back and look at it and see if I missed something.
The Commanders are making out like bandits.
I think it's always important too to watch the guys they actually do select with the lens of them. Happens, so, like with James.
Damn it! There goes Sanders still.
No, Washington.
Yeah, that one's a bummer. That's the first big bummer for me today.
That hurts.
It was a pipe dream that he was going to be there at the top of 3 anyway, but that still sucks. That's a bummer.
All right, let me see. I want to go back and look at these draft picks.
Now that some of these guys they obviously don't have Sanders Still's experience in the scheme, but there's a bunch of those smaller, very tenacious DBs at that third to fourth round interchange. Like there's some guys
Brownlee.
That are
I love Brownlee, man.
Jarvis Brownlee is a dude. Andrew Phillips is a dude.
Kamal Haddon.
Kamal Haddon's bigger, but
he is.
Who's the other? TJ Tampa. He's a little bit bigger, but he's another one who plays like that. Like he tries to bully guys.
The Florida State kids, both of them.
Yeah, both the Florida State kids. Renardo Green and Jaron Jones. Is that his name?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So through 2 rounds, with another pick coming up here, the Commanders have found their franchise quarterback, gotten an interior disruptor in Jazon Newton, and now Mikey Samerstill. And they have another pick coming up here in 2 more picks before they're on the clock again.
Putting in work,
Goodness
man.
gracious.
Please make a pick that I don't like. I'll feel
Our
so much
our
better.
jealousy about all their picks right now is why we were such big proponents of trading down. Like it, like yeah, picking a guy like MHJ is really cool, but like, look how jealous we are that they get to make so many picks on day 2. All these guys are going to be massive contributors this season
from day 1.
And it speeds up their ability to be a team like the Ravens, 49ers, Rams, and Eagles that just get to pick dudes because they have such minimal holes. I'm starting to put together a little running list on that spreadsheet. I'll just keep it updated, and then I'll put it up on the screen once we get closer.
So it's going to be really interesting to see how they double dip at wide receiver and what kind of guy they take. Are they going to be stuck on size and take somebody like a Johnny Wilson in the 4th round, or are they going to say size be damned and go for somebody who's got some speed and can be effective in the yak game?
Or do they pick a small guy who plays like a big guy and go Corley?
I love Corley, man.
But the wild part about Corley is he basically does what they want QJ to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm looking more at someone like Javon Baker. Love Javon Baker's tape.
Well, no, I'm sorry.
He's got
I take that back. That's not what they wanted QJ to do because they tried to use him like Mike Williams last year. So I don't know what they want QJ to do. Well, I take that back.
None of us do. Yeah.
The regime. Yeah. So if they were using him appropriately, then they would be doing the same types of things. So I don't know if Corley makes sense.
Yeah, it's an unknown at this point, man.
I mean, Corley
would you guys take a flyer on Burton in the 4th round if he's there?
I don't think you're going to see him.
Jermaine Burton?
Yeah.
That's the big risk.
So I know that they said that they don't necessarily care whether the guy's a Boy Scout or not, but I heard that dude's got some serious anger issues.
Yeah, I heard a couple months ago, before I even saw the clip of him hitting that chick after the Tennessee game, I heard he had done that to like a couple girlfriends as well.
Yep, and he's at 6 different schools. There's a lot there, man. There's a lot there to worry about.
I don't think they said they don't care if a guy's a Boy Scout. What they said is it's not an automatic disqualifier like it was.
Sure.
Well, that was blanket statement. Yeah, so I don't think they would just take any old body. Not saying that, but
this is all opinion, right? Like we don't know, but I think there's a difference in someone who has a bit of an edge to him to someone who you're hearing that kind of stuff about. Like that's a difference.
Yeah. Well, and yeah, some guys can mature and grow out of it. Some guys can't.
So they didn't get JPJ, but they got the
God damn it.
The next best thing.
They got Fountain and Frazier. Oh, that is a
Pittsburgh Steelers offensive line right there.
Especially if they move Fountain to guard, dude. Fountain next to Frazier is unfreaking fair.
Well.
Oh God, I'm so jealous of that. That's so okay. I've now shifted, and my new favorite player in the draft is Mason McCormick.
Are you not a Christian Haynes guy?
No, I like Hayes too, but I like McCormick. He's an exciting white. So
Christian Mahogany is such a hardball guy.
Dude, so my boss went to the Shrine Bowl and Mahogany was there. He said Mahogany was like the weirdest dude to interview because every answer was like no emotion, deadpan, everything. He was just like, yeah, no, I feel like I contributed pretty well last year and I improved and I think I got a lot of strengths. And like
all that
everything was just
out on the field.
yeah. He's like one of the he's like an anime character where he's just like when nothing's happening, he's just that background character that's just kind of like super. And then the fight starts and it's like, holy crap! Like where did that come from? It would be pretty hilarious to them to go back to the Boston College interior line though. Zion and Mahogany.
It's not every day you watch a center play and say that was fun tape, but both JPJ and Frazier were fun to watch.
Frazier, I said it yesterday. Frazier was my favorite player in the draft. His tape was. It was. I don't know how to properly phrase this. It was boring in the way that Alts was boring, but it was still fun. Like because you could with Alt, you can see him playing chess. With Frazier, because he's at center, you actually see him wrestling. Like you see him positioning his hands and his hips to create leverage actively on every block. Like you see the wrestling happening on the field, and it's more fun getting to watch the body be technical with Frazier rather than Alt just like being in the right place at the right time always.
Like that feels like the perfect background to have for a center.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like that particular position in general.
And he's crazy smart. He graduated high school with like a 4.5 GPA while being a 4-time state wrestling champion. Like he's everything you want in a center. He understands leverage. He's smart. He's tough as hell. That clip of him like hopping off the field so they didn't have to burn a timeout when he had a broken leg was just like that's
Jesus.
Harbaugh is like salivating at that.
Oh yeah.
Here's one, guys. What grade do you guys have on Troy Franklin?
I had a second, late second, but a second.
I had fringe second, third. I like his highlights are crazy exciting, and then you start to dig a little deeper and you get a little more concerned. And then I know you're not supposed to put a ton of weight into it, but he tanked his draft stock with his Senior Bowl. With his combine performance. Like that may have been the worst gauntlet ever to run.
So I had a late second on him too. I had an 81.
Yeah, I think I had an 81 or an 82 on him. So late second, early third.
Oh, Mitchell goes to the Colts.
Yep.
Ooh, nice. 80 Mitchell and
Pittman
first.
Oh,
Latu?
sorry. Yeah, Latu in the first. Yeah.
Okay.
But just for Anthony Thomas coming back, he's got
Richardson?
80 Mitchell or Anthony Richardson. Yeah, he's got 80 Mitchell and Pittman. That's fun. Oh, and what's his name? Josh Downs from last year too.
Good old Josh Downs.
Going back to Troy Franklin for just a second, the issues I had with him was his catch radius and some ball tracking. He had a really bad where he completely lost track of the ball when it was in the air on a deep shot. I had issues with those two things, and the route tree he seemed like there's a lot of freestyling out there. Like I get the offense was it isn't your typical offense, but there's a lot of freestyling there, so I wasn't too confident in his route tree. But the ability that he flashes there was insane. It's someone I would definitely take at this point for sure.
I think what I noticed with Franklin was in terms of the deep ball, I don't think it was so much of a tracking issue. I think it was difficulty throttling down and coming back to the ball. Like he's out there to run down the field and catch the ball, and it seemed like he had a hard time coming back for it sometimes.
Oh no, the one I'm talking about specifically though was like deep shots, like go balls. He would lose the ball sometimes.
Who drafted Graham Barton? Was it
It was the Buccaneers.
Bucks? Yeah, okay. Just updating my sheet with the picks. I'm behind.
Pick react. Almost time to make a drink for the third round pick.
Where do you guys want the team to start thinking about a tight end?
Or I think it would be in play at 105 if a guy like Sinot is there.
Mm-hmm.
I would take Jared Wiley there. I know some people aren't his biggest fan, but I loved his tape.
So
You know, you get no complaint from me on that.
Yep. I think we're all on the Wiley train, right?
I'd be thrilled with Sinnott at 105. I love that guy, and I think he's a Harbaugh guy through and through. That he's just a football player who can do whatever you need a tight end to do.
And not just a tight end, but he could be a guy that you flex him into the backfield when you need it, but also with the kickoff rule changing, like he could be a guy that really makes a difference on kickoffs on the kick return team now. Like his ability to go just blow somebody up right off the bat like that, like those kind of players that can block like that are going to be really valuable on special teams now.
I know we keep on talking about 104, but if they're the pick at 69, I wouldn't hate that. If either of those two go at 69, I'd be okay with it.
Oh God, I might hate the Commanders.
You're about to be a Redskins fan?
The Commanders just took Sinnott.
I was about, yeah, that's why I literally was saying I would not hate if they took either of those two there at 69. And there he goes.
Dude, Jaden. So who do the Commanders have?
Dan Quinn doing a hell of a job.
At wide receiver, they have McLaurin, Dotson, and Olamide Zaccheaus. At tight end, Zach Ertz,
and now sign it. Man, they're setting Jaden Daniels up for success.
While also adding to that defense. Yeah, they've had a good draft. Very good draft. But no, I'm starting to look at Wiley in the third. I have a third round grade on him. If he lasts at 105, 100% great, but I would not hate it if it's a 69.
When you have all these picks, man, you can take guys a little bit earlier than what the consensus had them going. Because
for sure,
this Sinott in the second. Do we notice who hadn't been taken though?
And he's the second tight end off the board too.
Yeah, the guy everyone thought was going to be.
Yeah,
Sanders.
Sanders. Yeah.
You mean the guy who can't play? That guy?
Yeah, that dude.
Yeah.
The guy who's not as good as everyone said and tested the exact opposite of what everyone said he did well. He's a guy that can run away from you. And what do you run? Like a 4.67, 4.68?
A 5-star recruit will follow you a long time. Mason Smith just got drafted, and he did nothing in college. So,
let's see, tight ends. Sanders ran a 4.69. I almost got it.
The Commanders are smoking this draft.
Good for them. They could use a dub.
They're doing a great job of finding weapons for Daniels right away.
Yeah. Yep. And like Stebbin said, while also not ignoring the defense.
Yep.
Yeah, they're not half stepping on defense either.
Yeah, Newton and Sanders.
Do they have an offensive line?
Nice.
How's their offensive line?
Cornelius Lucas, from left to right. Lucas, Nick Allegretti, Tyler Biadish, Sam Cosmi, Andrew Wiley.
Oh, Biadish and Cosby are nice.
Left side needs some attention.
All right.
Here's a.
And I literally forgot until I just pulled it up that that's where Eckler went too.
This is true.
As well as someone else.
Yeah, Jaden Daniels is going to have a pretty nice rookie, pretty easy rookie season. He's not going to be struggling for help.
The only thing that scares me about Jaden Daniels is he does not know how to protect himself as a runner.
At that frame, Did you see the picture of him side by side with Cam Newton?
First of all, that's not a fair comparison.
It isn't. It isn't.
Is a freak of nature. I've actually
he looks small.
I've personally been about 5 feet away from Cam Newton, and I don't think I've ever been that intimidated by a human being in my life.
I mean, Joey
As a
Bosa knocked
quarterback.
himself. Joey Bosa knocked himself unconscious trying to tackle Cam Newton.
Yeah.
That's how solid of a human being Cam Newton is.
Hey, I'll tell you
Cam
what.
Newton
When
is
I
abnormally large.
when
That's
I
why
got into,
that video of those guys trying to like fight him at that event, I was like, "What are you guys doing?" Like, do you know who that?
That's
That'd be like walking up and like slapping Mike Tyson in the face. Like, what? Sorry, what were you gonna say, Stebbins? I talked all over you.
Nah, Mike was going to say something.
I was just gonna say that when I got into the Chargers locker room after the Vikings game, that was my first experience of seeing a lot of those guys up close and personal. And yeah, like my year at Drake when I was playing football, like we had guys who were 6'5", 6'6", tall guys, whatever. It's just different, man. The first person I actually saw was a shirtless Khalil Mack.
Oh my
And
god,
that was like the closest thing I'd seen to like an Adonis in real person. Like I walked by Justin Herbert in a doorway and I was like, I know you're 6'6", but wowza. What a 6'6", dude. It's like it was really incredible how tall he really was.
yeah. Khalil Mack is ginormous. That dude is he's literally like a walking house. Like, he's just so big. And then starting in the 5th round, just the tip.
Tip Ryman in the 5th would not be bad.
No, and that's a Harborough pick. And now, especially now they have two picks in the 5th. Spending one of those on Tip Ryman.
I loved AJ Barner. I liked him better than I think he has more of an upside as a receiver than he was given in college, even though it's Michigan. So that is what it is. But
All gone. Okay.
I think with that starting with that second, 4th round pick, you can start talking about Tanner McLaughlin too.
well,
You
we
mean
have 2 fifths
you mean
now,
the
so-
first 5th round pick?
I meant the second, 4th round pick.
They don't have one
No,
anymore.
that's gone.
Oh, that's right. They traded away.
They
So
traded
yeah,
back, yeah.
in the 5th round, you can start talking about him.
Which one? Tip?
Tanner Laughlin from Arizona.
Oh, Tanner McLaughlin. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
There was some hype you might go higher than that, but I think that's
Oh
a good
wow!
section, though. It's a good
So the
spot.
Browns took Michael Hall. Their
Good
first
for
pick.
them.
Their first pick was a guy who nobody knew existed until the Senior Bowl. Oh, sorry, no, not Michael Hall. I'm thinking of the wrong guy. No, Michael Hall is good. I like
Yeah.
him. Sorry,
Well,
I
know
mixed him up
Garrett
with
really like Michael Hall.
who was the Baylor guy who blew up the Senior Bowl.
Wait, you said the
Yeah, I don't
Browns
know.
drafted him?
Hold on, I'm pulling it up right now. It was
Okay, the Dolphins are on the clock. Who's the fastest person available right now?
Gabe Hall. Gabe Hall is who I was thinking. That's why I mixed it up. Michael Hall and Gabe Hall. I like that jacket.
All right, so we're what? Pick 55.
Yeah, so Craig, once we get to pick 59, you need to close whatever's giving you these early picks.
Yeah.
Deal.
Also, chat, pro tip. If you have any burning questions, save them until after the Chargers pick, because I'm pretty sure most of us are just ignoring chat to avoid tip picks until after the Chargers pick. So if you've got a question that you want us to answer, save it till after the Chargers pick. Let us discuss who the pick was for a minute, and then you can start spamming. and then we'll start looking at chat more closely. Until then, discuss amongst yourselves.
Yeah, I'm putting together a list of guys who I'm wanting here.
What kind of a grade did you guys have on Michael Hall?
I had fringe third, fourth. Like this was early for me. Ooh, Patrick Paul. Okay.
Just an incomplete player. The pass rush is fantastic, but
I was in the same range, like late third.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of, if I recall correctly, kind of a one-trick pony as a pass rusher. Like didn't have much in the way of counters.
I love how this entire highlight reel of Paul is just showing over and over again my biggest problem with him is his he doesn't really have a punch, and his engagement with his hands is always a grab that starts with super wide arms and comes in. And that's just like one of the biggest no-nos for tackle at the pro level. Like that's not going to work at all. Joey Bosa will eat that alive. He's got to fix that. Well, if he fixes that, he's going to be good. But that's he literally did it on every play there.
He is. He's like going in for a hug every time.
Yeah.
I thought there were times where he looked kind of rushed and sloppy with his feet too.
Yeah, well, I mean, not every like Joe Alt. You watch the other guys that were as big as Alt, and it's like it shows you even more of what a freak his lower body is. Like all these other 6'7", 6'8" guys, they like half the time turn into a mess below the waist. Oh, come on, Dallas. Take Blake Corum. Have the smallest backfield in the NFL.
Do you guys think they just stick and pick for the rest of the way? Or do you think they use one of these 5th rounders to try to move up again?
I won't have an answer for that for probably another 5 picks. Another 4 picks.
A lot on the board still.
Once right around pick 60, depending on what the board looks like, maybe.
They got to get a corner.
That was the plan coming in, was wide receiver and corner.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be corner here. If you get a corner here, then you can start focusing on double dipping on wide receiver, finding a tight end,
a linebacker,
maybe finding a safety late. Patrick Paul is a big boy.
I'll be right back.
At corner, are there any names beyond Rakestraw, Phillips, and Tampa I should be looking at right now to add?
Kalen Carson?
Yeah.
You guys to take Carson in the 3rd?
Andrew Phillips. Wait, did you say Phillips already?
I have Phillips on there, yeah.
Okay. Renardo Green. You could probably throw Jarian Jones in there too.
I'm just going to put cornerback FSU.
You know who's an interesting cornerback prospect that his name, like some people love him, others just have soured on him here in the last year? DJ James.
Yeah, he was one that I didn't like his tape initially, so I stopped pretty early and I didn't go back.
So it's a mixed bag. When he's on, he's probably one of the best corners in this draft. The thing about it is the play is just so inconsistent. You don't know what you're getting from him week to week.
There was so much talk about Elijah Jones throughout the draft process, and he
Boston College.
haven't heard anything about him. Yeah.
He's in that group for me of like could be a stud day 3 guys like him and the I always forget his name, the Arkansas kid.
McGlothers.
Yeah.
McGlothern, sorry.
Yeah. Like fifth, 6th round guys that could be like a diamond in the rough kind of thing.
So there are a couple of those dudes that have really awesome traits that I wouldn't be surprised if the Chargers go after in day 3. So like there's Nehemiah Pritchett, the other corner from Auburn. I guess Elijah Jones would fall in that category as well. And what's his face from Mississippi State, DeCameron Richardson.
Yeah, they visited with him, right?
Yeah.
And if I remember right, he's one of those that my boss said is like fits like his version of Josh Norris's 4.47 short shuttle thing. Like he's got some threshold for corners that like it's some ridiculous stat, like 80% of them that meet this threshold get a second contract and make a Pro Bowl within their rookie contract.
After the combine, there were people talking about Elijah Johnson as a potential first-round pick. Some people thought he might be one of the first 2 corners off the board.
Elijah Jones?
Elijah Jones, yeah. What did I say?
Johnson.
Oh, yeah, Elijah Jones. Didn't he run like a 4.2? Or
Elijah
4.3?
Jones ran the Beast has him at a 4.44. Dane has him as a 5th round grade, partially because he's a 6th-year senior. So he's
also an older prospect. That's what I remember most about him.
I like Kamal Hayden too. He's another one like Cam Hart, where like if you want a guy with size, like that's a guy you bet on.
We need Corum to go real fast here.
Dude. Please don't let Harbaugh go rogue.
Is there any video up yet of McConkey with the Chargers, a call or anything like that? They posted.
Here, let me refresh this.
I'm sure there is.
So I saw a couple people trying to say Ladd is like a smaller but faster Keenan. I'm digging the Amon-Ra comp better. Oh, Marshawn Nealon.
Another Harbaugh-like
Cowboys. Yeah, I actually really liked him. I didn't think he was as stiff as everybody said.
Another power edge rusher.
So do we think Ladd plays X and they play QJ in the slot?
If Ladd McConkey is your X, I don't know.
I'm sorry.
I think they both
Z.
get moved around a lot.
I mean, as things currently stand, even with Ladd, they don't have a true X yet. So maybe, I don't know, they do just kind of see these guys as, I'm not going to say positionless, but movable pieces.
So
my question is that
I see the typical.
It's 3rd and 4. Who are you going to? Is my question. Who are you going to convert?
Donald Parham.
I mean, Ladd was a chain mover for them. It was him and Bowers who are moving the chains mostly on third down. So
the only little video I see so far is the Ladd FaceTime 5-second bolt up thing.
What am I talking about? On third and less than 5, they're going to run the ball.
Yeah, that's a lot. First down. Did you guys see that clip like that on from the Matt Money Smith and what's his name's reaction to the first round video yesterday?
No.
Who's what's his name? What's the name of the guy? The Chargers play-by-play guy?
Daniel Jeremiah?
No, the other one with him in the booth.
It's him and Money, right? I thought it was DJ.
Oh,
Money.
sorry,
Yeah,
you're right.
it's Money in the booth.
Sorry, who's the other Chargers media guy?
Chris Hare?
Hare. Yeah. So Hare turns to Money and he's like, "Okay, after we drafted Joe Alt, just go ahead and practice right now. Give me your 7 yard."
I heard that. I did hear that.
7-yard gain on first down. Gus Edwards run. just go ahead and give me the play-by-play call of that right now.
I think it's like during the call, he was like, "Oh my god!" I think he said it.
Yeah, he's like, "All right," and we have the snap. Herbert backs and hands off to get. Oh my
god! Yeah, he's like, "Oh my god!"
And George Karlaftis, Joe Alt's just laying on him. He's taking a nap on top of George Karlaftis.
Yeah, boys, get ready to see a lot of pistol formations, especially on 3rd and 5-ish. Anything, I'd say probably anything under 7 or so yards. They're probably going to use a lot of pistol in this offense. Those tight ends are going to get some work for real. All right, where are we?
We are at the Bucks picking Blake Corum. Make it so.
Every pick now it's like, just take Blake Corum. Just do it. Take Blake Corum, please. I'm begging you. Wisconsin's close to Michigan, right? The Packers should just take him. They don't need a running back, but they should just take him.
So what's your list looking like so far, Stanley?
So I'm just kind of going off top, obviously because of corner, I have the most. So corner, I have Rakestraw, Phillips, Tampa, Kalen Carson, and insert FSU cornerback here. And then I have Jaden Hicks there because I had him as a early 3rd round pick. And I feel like he does enough of everything. To me, he does the Alohi Gilman role better than Alohi Gilman. And so that's why I'd take him. And then I have Peyton Wilson and Junior Colson. I still have, because unless I missed it, I have Roman Wilson and Troy Franklin still there, which I'm just checking, and no, I didn't miss that. So yeah, Troy Franklin and Roman Wilson are still there. And then I have Christian Hayes, Mahogany, and Mason McCormick. Hold on, who the Bucks taking her here? Chris Braswell, a guy that I did not have here. And then speaking of edge, I do have 2 edge guys on here. I have Adisa Isaac and Jonah Ellis.
Man, there are some nice corners left on the board.
Yeah, they're gonna. Yeah.
I had two edges on my little short list here. One that just went, and then Braylon Trice.
Here's a name that hasn't been coming up, guys. Curious to get your opinions on it. How do y'all feel about Kyrie Jackson?
No, not for me.
What do you think, Stanley?
Sorry, I was listening to the broadcast. Sorry, who'd you say?
Kyrie Jackson. That's a name that hasn't been coming up at all. Isn't he older also?
Yeah, let me pull his B step. I thought he was, to me, his size was hard to watch. Like, it just kept, like, I know he played bigger than his size, but he just, I don't know what I think the Oregon uniform.
Well, no. He's 6'3". He's 6'3". Like,
I know he's tall, but he's like,
it's like almost 200 pounds.
He did not look 200 pounds to me.
Yeah, I mean, he's thin. He's built kind of wiry.
I think the Oregon uniforms are an optical illusion because even though he weighed in at like sub 180, I thought Troy Franklin looked skinnier than that too. Like they all look.
He
really
does.
small.
He looks really skinny.
Yeah, I think he's more athletically based than he is technique. Like he's a pretty good athlete, but his technique is trash. And that's not going to fly. He's going to need a lot of technical refinement. And my issue with that is, dude is almost 25 years old already.
Yeah, Dane Brugler has him he has a 5th round grade on him.
Yeah,
which is way far from a lot of the thirds that
I've seen. A lot of people that really like him, and I just don't get it. Like if he was a younger prospect and there was more time to work with him, I'd understand. But dude, not at almost 25 years old. You don't need that much work. And expect to, come in as a higher draft pick. I'm not using 2nd or even 3rd round capital on that.
I think if you watched the Washington tape and came away with a 2nd round grade, I don't know what to tell you. Missed tackles, slow to react to wide receiver opening up and running deep. He gave up a deep shot touchdown in that Washington game because he didn't react on time. I don't trust his acceleration. I don't trust his change of direction. His hips look tight. When he actually goes into run support, he stumbles his first steps several times on the 3 games that I watched. I don't like him at all.
So Houston takes a guy right here that a lot of us, when Alt wasn't the 1st round pick, this was kind of a default 3rd round pick for a lot of us on a lot of runs.
This was our mock draft guy, Jamie. The one that I failed to pick, so I couldn't get a tackle at all.
Same school as Alt. No.
Fisher?
Yep.
Yeah, so we kept taking him in like the 3rd or 4th. I was getting him in the 4th round of mock drafts. I mean, it is what it is.
When we did our live draft, it was like if you didn't get him in the 3rd, you weren't getting him.
Yeah.
He was the last of a draftable tackle for us.
I'm going to jump off for 1 minute. I'll be right back.
Yeah, that's a little rich for Fisher, I think.
All right, so we're at pick 59. So, Craig, you close your thing.
Yeah, you're good.
And I'm going to pull this back in here. Okay, Stebbins, I'm going to kill yours.
Yep.
Since I can't edit it. Okay. All right, so here's the list that I have going right now. Who else is still out there that we think should be in our group? And then we can start ranking them.
I'm okay with Cam Hart in the 3rd.
Okay. I think because it's corner and because we are operating under the assumption that they're telling us exactly what they're going to do, that corner should be the focus of what we're doing here. So Cam Hart.
Nah, it's too early for this. Would any of you guys consider a linebacker in the 3rd? Personally, I wouldn't, but some of the names that are on the board are pretty interesting.
Yeah, so like if we do no.
It's weird to see the defensive player of the year available in the third round too.
Mhm.
Who was that?
Injury history, man. Even though like he played, was it the last 2 years? But I mean, it's got to be something with the medicals, or a team that's just afraid of the history.
Oh, I wish I knew how to do this in here. No, I don't need a theme there. Let's just make it bold. So there's 2 tier 1 guys on this list from the Chargers tier 1 board.
Oh boy.
And Jamie, I muted you when you walked away, so you got to click it on your end because I can't unmute you. Yeah. So we don't want to tackle on this list anywhere. Like that's unnecessary. That's not going to happen. I could see them already double dipping on wide receiver. That's why I'm leaving that there.
What about interior like Cooper Beebe?
Yeah, so I've got Haynes and McCormick. Yeah, we could have BB here.
At what point should we start looking at interior defensive line?
Or is it? It's
probably starting in the
It's
fourth.
just
Definitely not in the third.
Yeah, I always forget which side. Would you guys? So out of these interior linemen, would anybody add Van Pran or Mahogany here in the third?
Maybe Van Pran.
Yeah, I was looking for my grade on Van Pran.
Let's do it since he's the only like true center right here.
Huh. I had an early fourth on Van Pran. Late third on Mahogany.
All right, so with wide receiver, I got Roman Wilson and Troy Franklin. Jamie, I think you kind of advocated earlier that Johnny Wilson might be a target here.
I was not advocating, more fearing.
Fair.
Definitely not advocating.
Don't put that on me.
Yeah, please don't. He is not my boy for sure. I was I was kind of thinking he's a guy they might take a shot at in the fourth round.
Okay.
Still not advocating, by the way. But
Are there any other wide receivers you guys want to add here? Corley, Burton, Baker.
Yeah,
I would
Baker.
add here.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely Baker here, yeah. Bishop just
Let's see. Obviously, I mean, I would still throw Cowing in there.
In the third?
Thrash. I had a second round grade on Cowing, so yes.
So did I.
Yeah. When do we start considering Brendan Rice?
I think he's that early fourth. Like he's in he's in that same group with Cornelius Johnson and Johnny Wilson. Like
Yep. I agree with that. I think in the fourth round you're starting to look at. I think in the fourth round you're starting to look at Rice. I have a late third round grade on him. So
okay, so I'm mid third round on Rice, and I have Thrash just above him.
I was a fifth on Rice. Did not like him one bit. Thrash in the third though. I like Thrash a lot.
Thrash is a sweet spot, I think, in the third. Thrash, Cowing, Baker, Wilson.
Malik Washington, even maybe. I had a fourth, but
See,
I get it.
Malik Washington's my guy, but that's also, even though he plays bigger than his size, I'd have a similar question to what I do Ladd, because like Washington is absolutely a slot receiver.
And he ran a lot of those short comeback routes, a ton of them constantly.
Now he's much better after the catch, but again, smaller frame is going to be a similar issue. Like, you're not going to get very much production on him on the perimeter. I don't know how many slot. I mean, I don't know how much they plan on using the slot in this offense.
So what was it about Rice that you didn't like, Stebbs? Because I thought there was, as an X, as a physical contested catch kind of guy, I thought there's some stuff to work with there.
Let's see. Runs all of 3 routes, none of them that well. Rounds everything off. He's laid off the snap every single time. He does this really weird thing where he does this thing with his hands. I almost feel like he's constantly thinking about that instead of getting off the snap, because he's late every snap. It's kind of crazy.
All
right.
Rakestrad just went to the line.
Take him off the list.
No.
Another team making all the right moves.
I didn't see Rice breaking any kind of tackles. I thought he really struggled a ton with press. I just wasn't a fan of his.
See, I saw a guy with a big frame with strong hands, tracks the ball well, catches the ball through contact. He isn't like super dynamic, but if you're looking for a physical X receiver, somebody who will go get the football for you, I think he's that guy, and I think there's something to work with there, particularly if you're talking about like a 4th round pick.
Yeah, I think in the 4th, I'm totally fine with him being looked at in the 4th. Like, I get, at that point, you're looking for role players, guys who you have a very specific deal for what he's going to come in and do. I'm fine with that. I just think there are issues that I have with him when I kept on seeing like the 2nd, 3rd round talk with him. I just wasn't there. But if they have a role identified, why not? I'd be fine with the 4th.
I get that argument. I get the argument about not in the 2nd or 3rd. Definitely not in the 2nd. Even early 3rd is too early for me.
I was negative on that part. Like, you asked what I didn't like about him, but I did like his catch radius. That was one thing I really did like about him. I think that there's a lot of freestyling involved with the USC offense, kind of partially and not entirely because of Caleb Williams and how talented he was with the extending the play. But he was good at doing that. He's very snappy on curls, cutting off his route instantly. He really does throttle down really well. He even was good on some deep shots, especially for UCLA. That was a really fun tape, the UCLA tape. The catch, he had a touchdown catch against UW, which was really nice, but the DB played it just about as bad as humanly possible. But that wasn't rare for number 25 on Washington. I loved his size. His size was good. Yeah, there's definitely some positives there. There's just things that I didn't see to take him high. But day 3, I'm on board.
Man, Detroit is really building a bully.
Craig, what did you think of Rice?
So I think he's going to be a really, really good possession receiver and chain mover. He's going to be somebody that you can absolutely get the ball to in clutch moments to make big catches, again, to keep the chains moving. Not someone who's going to threaten you a ton down the field. I just think for his all-around game, it suits more of a tough, bludgeon you type of offense because he's also a really good blocker. I think you just have to have the complementary pieces around him to support a more vertical passing game, which, I mean, they're kind of sort of trying to do, I guess. So I think he'd be a pretty good fit in the current offense because he kind of fills that role of that true X receiver that you need to be able to target. And I don't think he's going to be a super high volume guy. I just think that he's going to aid in helping you stay on schedule in the offense. And the hands are good. He runs his routes violently. I really like that about him. Everything's the same pace off of the line of scrimmage. It's not always the prettiest. It takes him a little bit to throttle down when we're talking about comebacks. Anything in breaking, he takes a couple too many false steps for my liking. But I think some of that has to do with the veracity he runs his routes with. So he needs to learn pacing. But outside of that, I'd be perfectly fine with him, if we're talking somebody that you want to bring into the offense again to be someone to take some of those targets that you need in order to just keep the offense moving forward down the field. If you don't want to resort to having to run the ball on, say, 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5, if you want to have a bigger body out there that you can trust, he makes sense to me. So, I mean, I had him, I think I said that already, but I had him with mid 3rd round grade.
I think I had a 73 or a 74 on him, so we're in a similar ballpark. By the way, did you guys see their strengths for Rakestraw when they were covering him just now?
No.
Feisty, plays big, provides energy. It's almost to a T what we said here when we were talking about him.
I just saw he went to the Lions. They got Arnold and Rakestraw.
Oh, God. The
Damn.
49ers traded with the Chiefs. What are you doing? What are y'all doing now?
Man, the Lions are building a beast over there. My goodness.
Yeah, it's a bully.
Sheesh.
Who do the Niners want? I mean, sorry. They traded. Okay.
They just went one spot? Yeah, they traded one spot.
What do the Chiefs need? They have issues on the offensive line?
Yeah, there was talk that they were going to trade up in the 1st for a tackle. But I don't think there's any good tackles left.
They're starting
there's a kind of a beast of one. He's super raw.
Yeah.
BYU?
Well, I wonder if
Physical.
You talking about BYU?
Yeah.
Yeah, Kingsley Suamatia.
Mm-hmm.
Unless they want to run out Wanya Morris again.
Nope. Bang. It's Kingsley.
There you go.
This dude say 6 with a 63 pick.
Did he?
Yeah, 63
with a 63 pick.
Wait, who was that?
I think that was Nick Bolton.
Yowza.
Last pick of round 2, boys. We don't know this pick yet, right?
I don't know. I've got everything that could tip it for me shut off.
Yeah,
right
I turned all.
Well, I don't mean tipped. I'm so far behind on the stream.
Oh. No, they're showing Kingsley jumping out of a pool.
Doing things like that makes me wonder, is like, when do you figure out that you can do that? And what tempts you to try it?
You're just hanging out with your friends and you're like, hey, I bet you $20 I can do that. And then
no, you're at the pool bar and somebody calls last call. You're like, oh shit.
And you don't want to
no.
Because you do know that could go terribly wrong.
Terribly wrong. Like, just go put those padded boxes in a big stack in the gym. Don't jump out of a pool.
Go dunk a basketball, dude. We can tell you got hops.
Speaking of people who can jump super high.
Are you about to say numbers again? Because I'm gonna get real mad.
No. It reminded me of a dude. So he was like a guy I really looked up to. I watched his film all the time when I was still playing ball. But he was like the freakiest athlete. I thought he was the best football player who amounted to literally nothing. Do you guys remember Colt Laerla?
That name sounds familiar.
Sounds vaguely familiar.
Well, he was from like Hawaii or California, and he played tight end at Oregon. And he was so athletic that he actually had a whole game. He played running back. He was 6'5", 240, 250 pounds. And he played running back in a game where they just felt like doing it.
He got like arrested, right?
So he had like cocaine possession and a bunch of crazy.
Yeah.
He in high school, he had videos of him jumping into the bed of a pickup truck. Like doing freakishly athletic, crazy things like that, mainly jumping. So that's why he popped into my head. But I used to watch his film all the time. I thought he was going to be the greatest thing. And he was at Oregon for, a year or two. And then he just had a run-in with the law, and it spiraled insanely bad.
Turned into
What I was going to say was, did you guys have someone, like, who's the best player you ever looked up to who didn't actually end up doing anything? I guess nothing.
That's a good question.
I was young, but Peter Warwick, man. I love Peter Warwick. That 2000 draft. That kid was
Peter Warwick
insane
was
at Florida State. Turned
phenomenal.
into pretty much nothing.
That's who I comped as far as his movement ability. Zay Flowers too. Zay had a very similar ability to move laterally and explosively in literally every direction. Same as Peter Warwick. The stop start, crazy. He was just more explosive than Warwick was.
Man, you go back and watch some of that Florida State tape of Warwick back in like '99.
That's a video game player.
That's so fucking fun.
Every catch looked like a punt return. Just him in the open field was ridiculous. I agree with you. Peter Warwick, I felt like was going to be. And Lavernius Coles ended up being almost as good, if not better, right? His teammate.
Yeah, he went to at the time.
Was he with the Jets? Wait, Lavernius Coles played for the Jets, and who else?
Oh, he was the Jets. Who was the guy who went to the Commander or at the time? Not Commanders, but
well, Coles played for both. He played for the Jets, and he played for at the time the Redskins. I think he went from the Jets to the Redskins.
Snoop Minnis. Do you remember Snoop Minnis?
Oh,
I fucking love Snoop Minnis.
Didn't Snoop go to Florida State too?
Did he? I mean, we had a thing for Florida State kids.
Florida State guy?
I don't know, but I think he went to the Chiefs, right?
Sounds about right.
Yeah, he was Florida State, went to the Chiefs.
Okay.
Yeah, he was another one too. I loved him in college. Damn, I was 12.
I can't think of someone who else was really, really good in college that didn't pan out. This should be easy to remember.
I have a whole list of former ASU players, but I'll spare you guys the list.
Who was the wide receiver in like 2016, 2017?
Are you talking about Jalen Strong? Or are you talking about
Jalen Strong? I said something bad about him, and his dad came at me on Twitter.
That guy was a monster in college, man. He caught everything. Deep, underneath, contested catch. He was always, well, I guess he wasn't really always open, but he caught everything. He was the ASU offense for like 2 or 3 years.
Oh, well.
Before I really, really got into watching tape, a guy that I thought was going to be good for the Chargers who didn't pan out was Alden Darby, the safety. He was such a playmaker in college, man. He was always around the football.
What school?
ASU.
Oh, yeah, Darby. Okay, yeah. You're talking about ASU players.
Yeah, he was a UDFA.
Yeah.
I remember that one.
He was in that UDFA class. It was Darby and Dexter McCoyle and the kid from Houston, Adrian McDonald. Yeah, they were all in the same class, in the same
Bernardo
UDFA
Green
class.
off the list.
Oh, man, Niners got a good.
Remember, we was it just me? Was I the only one that was like excited about what Dexter McCoyle could be?
I liked him, man.
No, we were all we all thought he had some upside.
I know the BFTB guys. I think we all liked him. I know, Lightning Round. You guys liked him on the pod.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Bernardo Green fits the profile of a Niners corner.
Oh, Carolina traded with the Jets, and their pick is already in. That shouldn't be a tip because it's on the NFL website. That tends to be pretty up to date with TV.
Where's Corum on the Google Doc? How do you overlook Corum?
Stop it.
I will remove you from the chat.
Jamie, if this happens, it's going to be your fault.
It's going to happen, guys.
I
hate it a lot less than the third, but I'm still not for it. Still not.
It's going to happen, so just be ready. Accept it.
Dude, if Blake Corum gets drafted and I'm Isaiah Spiller, I'm just going to like, hey, dude, just go ahead. Cut me now, today, please.
At that point, I mean, they're clearly saying they hate the kid.
Here's a name that's going to make us all laugh. How about Malik McDowell? That was a guy that we all
Yep.
loved.
Yeah, Michigan State.
Who was that? Who was that offensive tackle that KP got us all to fall in love with? That was like
Tom from Pittsburgh. Clemmings.
Clemmings.
Clemmings?
Yeah,
TJ Clemmings.
Clemmings.
TJ Clemmings.
Clemens.
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we're going that route, Jamie, what about Solomon Thomas? Same draft class.
Oh,
That's Malik McDowell. Remember, it
I
was
wasn't-
it was between
I wasn't a
the two
fan
them.
of his.
Well, no, I mean,
Such a-
like, I don't think I was either. I was a big Malik McDowell fan, but I know there was the argument was between the two of them who would be like the next big time interior pass rusher.
Mm.
So I think they were comping Solomon Thomas to who was that? Because he was a smaller interior guy. Yeah, they were trying to make him out to be the next Aaron Donald.
Yep. He was such a
All right.
tweener that was and that kind of played itself out. He didn't have
All
a
right.
role.
All right, so we're 4 picks away now.
Oh, really? Was that close? Jeez.
The Jets just made their selection and first pick around 3. So let's go around the horn. Jamie, let's start with you. Off our list here, give me your top 5 names that you would want right here.
Top 5.
Yeah.
I would say my top 5 are probably Roman Wilson, Troy Franklin, Kalen Carson,
Oh, we got some
Jaden
Lee
Hicks.
Greenwood going. Sorry. You said
Jaden
Hicks?
Yep. And it'd be a toss-up for me between I'll say Peyton Wilson.
Okay. All right. Stebbins, who's your top 5 off this
Wilson
list?
Franklin, you could definitely put me on there too. Big fan. Sorry, Roman Wilson. TJ Tampa, Kalen Carson. And Cam Hart, man, I loved him.
Okay.
It's hard to stay off the interior lineman, but yeah, let's go with that.
Craig, who's your top 5?
All right, let's see. This doesn't have to be in order, right? It's just top 5.
Yeah, just top 5.
All right. Peyton Wilson. Actually, Andrew Phillips. Also, yeah, man, I gotta get my boy Cam on there.
You got 2 more.
Roman Wilson. I have one more.
Yep.
Yeah, we still
Put Colson on there. You know you want to.
I already picked Wilson. And now I'm looking at it. I had to debate between the two. It could have been either or for me. I actually think Colson probably fits better. You know what? No. Take Wilson off. Give me Colson. And then Hicks, please.
All right. Peterson, who's your top 5 right now out of this list?
Let's see. I would go Roman
It doesn't have to be in
Wilson.
order.
Cam Hart,
Wowza.
Mason McCormick,
Corley to the Jets.
Junior Colson, and
Wow.
I guess TJ Tampa, because I just think they need to run a cornerback so bad.
Okay. And then mine, I'm going to go Tampa, Carson, McCormick.
This dude is disgusting after the catch.
He really is, man. His tape was so much fun.
He ain't creating much separation on the outside, but I mean, if you give him anything crossing and bubble screen, just get the ball into his hands. Basically, it doesn't matter how you do it.
I mean,
Just give
he's
him the
2 years
ball.
into being a wide receiver, though.
Yeah. Was he like 220?
Yeah, I think so. Like he's just learning the position, man.
Corley on ESPN is listed. If you're talking about him, he's listed at like 196.
Who?
Malachi Corley, is that who you're talking about?
Yeah.
He's listed at 196 on ESPN.
Oh, that's got to be wrong.
He's 5'9" though, so that's why I think it's a
He-
whole
okay. I mean, because he looks built.
Yeah, he is. I mean, I don't, and probably 5'9" is like the plus. He's probably 5'8", 200 pounds, which is just fine.
That's
I didn't
what's
know that
weird because
feeling,
NFL Network just said unless they were just doing the fudging the numbers thing, it looks like NFL Network had him at 220.
Yeah, then it's honestly, I'm probably wrong, or ESPN's probably wrong, to be honest.
That's always the default stance. The other person is wrong.
NFL.com had him at 5'11", 215.
Okay, so not 220. Yeah, now I'm looking. It says now I'm seeing 215 also. 5'11", 215.
Thickly built young man.
Oh, there goes your first running back. Oh no, second.
Oh, second. Is it Benson?
Benson. Yep.
Yeah, that's fair. It's fair.
Son of a bitch.
Why didn't you take Corley?
Not that I think I thought he was really going to go to the Chargers, but like also I think the Cardinals are not a fun team to root for. They're kind of lame right now.
I hate when players I really like go to teams that I despise or that just suck, should I say.
Take Wilson off my list and put Cowing in there.
Uh-oh.
Take Roman Wilson off?
No, I'm sorry, Peyton Wilson.
Stand on business, Jamie. That's what I'm talking about.
Absolutely.
If they're
You follow your board.
if they're looking at McConkey as an X or a Z, then I don't think Cowing or I don't think McConkey disqualifies Cowing as an option.
Man, if Cowing happens, oh, that'd be so fun.
I will be ecstatic if Cowing happens because I've been waiting for it for 2 years.
You're going to
That's
see
a
me
dream.
celebrate.
That's funny. I thought I was early on him, but no, yeah, I saw looked back in the Discord, and Jamie was the first one there. It was September of 22, I think it was, in the Discord, at least.
Craig and I started talking about him in May of 22.
Shit,
So
yeah.
that's the first time where I was like,
Cowing and Zay
you
Flowers
need to go look
day.
at this guy. Yep, we were trading notes.
Yeah, last draft season before he decided to stay at school, I was screaming for him in the Discord, man. His tape was so good, and it only continued.
He's so fun.
He's just small. Everything about his game is fantastic. He's just small. So NFL.com says Washington and New England are both picks in, and that.
Yeah, I'm seeing the Chargers are on the clock.
Wait, huh?
That's on NFL.com. It doesn't say anything else. But
Popper's saying the same thing.
All right.
Phones down, everything down.
Yep, everything down.
We know what this is.
Shut up.
They traded up. We know what it is.
We know it's a letdown. Wait for it.
No, they didn't trade up, huh?
No, they didn't trade up.
I like Coleman.
Oh.
Good pick by Washington. I liked him.
Yeah,
Washington's hit this draft hard, man. Sheesh.
God, please not Corum. Please not Corum. Please not
Anyone
Corum.
but Corum.
Guys, I don't think I can do it. I'm gonna need a bigger bottle. I'm gonna finish my pitcher.
And
I was running this drink out in case I need to make a second one.
Yeah.
What's funny is as we're doing this like on the stream and we're ignoring chat right now, it's gonna get tipped and chat's gonna know the pick before us. So it's gonna be like all those people who had read the Game of Thrones books sitting down with their friends to watch the Red Wedding episode and just like looking at their friends like it's gonna happen soon and they're gonna be devastated. They're never going to emotionally recover from this. It's going to be great. I get to watch it happen.
Yeah, something tells me the chat loves that every time. When they
Yeah,
know what
they're
happened.
just like,
they know
oh,
what's going on, and they're just watching for a reaction or waiting.
they're
for
going to
it.
be so mad.
I hate that that's so often the case.
Yeah, well.
All
And
right, can we just-
admittedly, a lot of times we are overreacting, but
I mean, this has got to be a corner, right?
Sometimes
I freaking hope so.
But you get both, right? You get the immediate overreaction, and then we go back and we watch it, and we come back and give you a more measured response. So you get,
Yeah,
you
not
get
if
the
it's
benefit
Corum.
of both.
If it's Corum, that's not
Yeah,
going to
not
happen.
if it's
I'll
Corum.
tell you that right now.
I will not be.
Because-
No, sir. Don't sign me up for that.
Because I tried to make myself like him. Like I forced myself to watch his tape a lot. I was like, it's probably going to happen. I need to try to get on board. I couldn't. I couldn't get on board with it. There's the recap tomorrow morning. Be like, no, I still hate it.
it's the most mad pick they could make, dude. It is.
Jamie, I
just,
can tell you right now. I promise you that recap episode, you and Garrett, I'm just gonna be sitting there.
I'm just gonna let Garrett speak to it because his hungover wanting to die is gonna be like that's how I'm gonna feel, and I won't be hungover.
Let's go.
Damn, I gotta write something.
There's a commercial going. I'm just gonna point that out.
We have a lot of good options on the board. I will say that.
All right, here's a question. What's the curveball if not a corner and not Corum? What else could you potentially have?
I mean,
Linebacker.
the three kind of like, well,
yeah, linebacker, because all of those guys are still on the board, right?
Yeah.
All three of them. Yeah.
yeah, I'd say linebackers
one
like an off-speed pitch here. It's not a fastball, but it's still right over the plate.
Yeah.
I think the curveball here would be like an edge or interior lineman.
I think linebacker would make a lot of sense, especially if they got the Michigan kid, because they did miss out on Mike. Someone who comes from that defense who knows it at a big position of need too. So
I said it would have to be one of the two Michigan guys on this defense in order to make it work. I think right out of the gate. So there's no Sanders still, Colson still hanging around. I just changed my pick to Colson, so that would be funny too. But in my top five. But I mean, after this, who else would there be defensively?
No, nobody.
I still think you can wait on linebacker personally. I think there's enough.
Oh, linebacker is a
guys
position.
with-
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
I thought Craig was asking who defensively is left for Michigan.
Oh, he was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. I'm just saying I think there are enough guys with traits who you can draft and develop still on the board, and even some good players that you don't have to go linebacker here.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, and I mean they really like Trevor Wallace, so that's a name that I would be keeping an eye on. I guess maybe in the fourth, fifth.
They don't
Trevor
have
Wallace
to go
has-
linebacker.
What's
If
that?
they did, I wouldn't hate it. They don't have to go linebacker, but if they did, I get why they would. Like it makes sense.
I'd be okay with, I think, any of the top three remaining linebackers here if that was the pick.
I
think
you
you
guys
can
didn't
wait
like
on it.
Colson as much as I did, right?
I was not as high on Colson as you were.
Yeah.
He probably comes in as a starter, though, right? At least fighting with Henry
mean,
at worst.
I mean,
If they take a linebacker here, he's coming in as a starter. It doesn't matter if it's
Yeah.
Colson or doesn't matter
So
who it
it's-
is.
It's clearly a need, so I would understand it. I prefer corner, though. That's what I'm hoping for.
What are they going to do about safety?
So
I think the real
there's a couple day three safeties I really like. I like Mustafa from Wake Forest. I like the Auburn kid Simpson. I like the Air Force guy.
Texas Tech
yeah.
kid.
Oh yeah, DTD.
That's my boy, Dadrian Taylor Demerson. That's my guy.
So I used to
Who was
watch a lot of. I watched a lot of stand-up comedy, and every time I see somebody take DTD and write it out as DTD, in my head I'm like, "Da-da-da." Like, that's all I hear in my head every time I see it.
There was a safety I
Caden
watched
Wallace.
right at the end. It
Who?
was 2 days
I
ago.
don't. Did anyone watch Caden Wallace?
No.
I don't know who that is.
He was a name that I saw pop up like a week ago as like, if you want to throw a dart at a day 3 tackle, Caden Wallace is a guy you should do it.
Who's a Caden
But-
Wallace? Oh, Patriots.
Patriots just did.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
So I'm assuming the pick is in.
All right. I would really love it if it were Andrew Phillips. He came on late for me in the last couple weeks. I really like Andrew Phillips.
I never got around to watching it, but it seemed like he came on late for a lot of people.
Pick is in.
All right, guys.
Here we go.
I think my cat is sensing my anxiety. She's going nuts right now.
Is it pain or happiness? Did they go to a different war? Oh no, that's the Patriots war room.
Just don't go to commercial. That's all I ask.
Again.
We just got back from one. If they go to another one right now, I'm gonna be upset. Like, oh shit, Chargers on the clock.
I just wish we could see a war room that isn't super pumped about the pick. They're just like, man, like no one we wanted was there. The value just wasn't matching up with our table, but we picked a dude anyway. Like, just I don't know.
At least the Chargers are messing around. All right, hold on.
The
He went
kid-
pretty quick last time reading this.
It looks like he's telling a story. I can't hear it. The volume's down.
Corner.
Is he giving a dissertation? Like, what the hell is going on?
He's giving a heartfelt speech about the Chargers sticking with him through his illness.
Checks in the mail from Spanos.
Oh, it's a Michigan player.
Colson?
I didn't see who, but he
Craig isn't crying, so it's not quorum.
Junior Colson.
Okay. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's cool.
I'm
totally
okay with that. I'm
Absolutely.
definitely okay with that.
That's fine. That's more than fine. Absolutely.
I'll tell you what, his comp is Nick Bolton, and Bolton's been a fiend for the Chiefs. If we would get anything similar to what Bolton's done for the Chiefs, I'm fine because that dude makes plays, especially against the Chargers. So
And like Craig kept harping on, like to really boost this defense being effective right off the bat, you needed either Sainristil or Colson. Like
He's a true inside linebacker.
Him and Henley is going to be
Perfect
fun.
sense. That makes perfect
I love
sense.
this.
He's
Yeah,
in
this
the
is
middle of the defense for a defense that everybody's learning. You got talking about the second level. He's perfect for helping everybody get on the same page. I mean, even if Derwin's going to be calling plays, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't. Would you let a rookie call plays? I mean, he knows the system.
I might.
can you imagine getting? Go ahead.
I was going to say
go.
they did it with they let Tranquil wear the green dot as a rookie.
I don't think it's going to be Derwin. So
Here's my
going to be
thing.
one of the linebackers.
Imagine
I think
being
it'll be
junior, and you just get drafted to the NFL.
Well, Jim is excited
And
about
you don't
this.
have to look. You don't have to study that playbook for shit. Probably.
Mm-mm.
Imagine stepping into an NFL job as a rookie, and you're like, I literally already know everything. If they run the same thing, if, but like, I'm pretty sure it's going to be fairly close. So Junior Colson walks in, and he's just like comfortable as it gets. If he ran that Michigan defense, he knows the checks. He knows what to look for. He knows everything. Hopefully, like the back of his hand. That's such a cool position to get put in as a rookie. I think that's awesome.
Dude, you walk in day one. Deion Henley's got to be really annoyed right now.
I think I think they're going to be on the field
No.
together a lot.
I think they complement each other
They
very
do.
well.
They do.
It-
So
think-
if
I
we're
think-
talking
I-
about someone who's going to be like, so okay, we know what Perriman's weakness is, right? So strong against the run, complete liability in the passing game. I actually like Colson in zone.
I do too. I thought he was super underrated in the pass game.
I think what this does is that makes Perryman your kind of rotation vet depth kind of guy, and this makes him and Henley a perfect match to starting linebacker.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I think this is fantastic.
Yeah, because so we made the Bolton comp, but like Colson as Bolton and Henley as Tranquil, and that defense was cooking at the end of the year at linebacker.
Yeah, no, this one, big yes, absolutely. Still need corner, but there's plenty on the board. That's okay.
Yeah. There's a lot of
Go get
fourth
Cam.
round corners I really like.
Oh, look, Andrew Phillips goes on at the very next pick.
Take him off the board.
This is a good one. This is good. I mean, that's 3 starters.
For a description, second word for him describing him, second adjective, warrior.
There's your boy Phillips.
They described him as a warrior. Man, I really like Phillips. Like the
I
last
don't
2
know who that
weeks.
is. We can hear you typing super loud.
It's Mike.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mute myself. My bad.
No,
Mike.
it's okay. Just hit them.
Dude, are y'all seeing this video of him jumping over? Is that a Maxima?
What?
It's a Sentra.
Okay,
That's a Nissan.
sorry.
That's a Sentra.
Okay,
Whoa.
Okay.
Holy
Okay,
shit.
this is a good pick.
I'm happy with this.
yeah. I just
I like
saw
this
that.
pick in the third round. I would have been less happy with this pick in the second round, but I like the pick in the third round.
You talking about Colson?
Yeah.
Yeah. This was, I think we talked about it when we said what was the earliest we'd look at linebackers. Did we say third or fourth? I can't remember what we said.
I think we
might
said
have been
third.
Okay. Colson was always the guy that was my preference. It's just kind of a true middle linebacker.
And you got him in a spot that makes sense for him, at least based on my grade.
Mhm.
Like, you're not reaching for him at the top of 2. I think it makes sense. Makes sense in the middle of the defense. It makes sense in terms of value and where they took him. They didn't have to trade up for him. It wasn't quorum.
Exactly. That makes all the difference in the world. So yeah, he was my second graded, highest graded linebacker. I had him at an 80, and I had Peyton Wilson at an 84. Now, even though I had Wilson graded higher, Colson was my preference just based on fit and the fact that, again, he has a leg up walking in day one in the defense.
Leg up on a guy. That's funny. The 2 ACL injuries, just yeah.
Oh, that was completely unintentional. It's pretty mean. Jeez.
I'm wondering how long it's going to take for somebody to say, like, make the awful connection and say that like, how great it is the Chargers have a middle linebacker named Junior again.
Oh,
Oh,
That
I
won't
didn't
take
even-
long
yeah,
at all.
let's not do that.
Yeah.
I hadn't even thought of that.
Please. I didn't think about it until I was typing out the word junior and then linebacker, and I was like, oh no. somebody's gonna do that.
Oh,
Someone's gonna do that.
First objection. That cannot be his number in the NFL.
No.
It's available, isn't it?
I think
55
That's an unofficial retirement.
or 25.
25.
Oh yeah.
All right, so
Yeah, Josh Kelly's gone.
real quick, let's run down. Let's start at the top. Jamie, what is your snap judgment grade for Junior here?
I think Colson's a solid. You know what? Given the scheme fit, I'll say A-. I think it's a good spot for him. They got good value for him. He makes sense for the defense. He complements what's already there. He allows them to keep Henley and Perriman in more of a rotational complementary role. And like Michael said, he steps in day one. I mean, I'm sure there will be some tweaks to the defense, but he steps in day one, having, ate and slept and breathed that defense for 3 years. So it just makes that transition and getting a leader in the middle of that defense so much easier. So I'm good with it. I think it's a smart pick. They didn't have to trade up to do it. They probably got the one Michigan guy that Harbaugh really, really wanted, and they got him in the right spot. So hard to argue with this call.
All right, Stebbins.
That's an A for me, man. Like, you're talking about every aspect of it. The player himself, who a lot of guys even had as their top linebacker in this class.
Yeah, Brugler had him as number one.
Brugler had him as number one in the second round. Like, to get that kind of player in the third round, where they did, you don't have any questions about fit in this defense. You already know exactly what he's going to be. He knows the defense better than anyone else. He can help teach. He can be the green dot wearer. Not only that, the only linebacker on the roster in 2025 right now is Henry. Like, they needed someone in that room desperately. Like, Troy Dye and Perryman are great for special teams and or rotational depth. They had nothing else after that. This was such a position of need. The perfect player, the perfect scheme fit, everything. To me, it's hard to go. It's hard to say there was a better fit than this. I am 100% with this pick. It's an A for me.
Michael, you still typing?
Yeah, but like, I mean, I would just echo the same thing I said earlier. I'm actually going to give it an A- as well, just because of position need and familiarity with the system in terms of how fast we believe he can make an impact. I think it's absolutely huge. In terms of like how premium the position is, like you don't naturally want to give that such a high grade when there's like a more premium position in cornerback, et cetera, that's needed. But yeah, I mean, 6'2", 240, has good comps, good athleticism. Like the scouting report says he's like a good all-around linebacker. There's no area where they're like, yeah, he's, pretty good here, elite this area, but then like we really want him to be better here. It's just like he can kind of do it all. Nothing super, super elite, but like it's just a guy. He's going to step in, know the system, hopefully do his job well, consistently. And that's really all the Chargers need right now.
Craig?
Yeah, so no need to stand on ceremony on my end. We're all beating the same drum. I'm giving it an A. It probably, had it been a different linebacker, it would have been maybe a B plus. But the fact that it is someone who has familiarity with the system, who knows everything about it inside and out, the way that he'll be able to communicate to the guys around him will probably make that defense adjust a bit sooner than what it probably take if it were anyone else. And it definitely hikes up that learning curve a bit. Accelerates it. He's going to be a centerpiece that I think right now is probably underrated from the way we're looking at it, even though we're giving it the credit I think it deserves. Jim Harbaugh, I could see him as an excitement. The way that he jumped out of the chair, he worked his way around that entire room. He knows that he wanted a guy to be a centerpiece for this defense. And like Jamie said, this is probably the guy above Mikey Sainristil, because, I mean, Sainristil can only account for the side of the field that he's on. This is an individual who's going to be planted in the middle of that defense, who's going to improve everyone around him. And he's a hell of a player. So to me, it's an A flatly. There's no question about it. And of course, now you can improve the depth behind him. It's just an overall win. And especially in the third round, I'm not sure you could have gotten a better option at linebacker to play in this particular defense, even though cornerback, more of a premium position. But there are still guys on the board, but this is probably the perfect fit at the right time.
And they started the run at linebacker.
Yep. Yeah, Trevin Wallace just went.
Oh, damn. Okay. Even better.
That was earlier than I thought.
They timed it well then.
Well, and him going over Cooper and Peyton is interesting.
No, Cooper's already gone.
Okay, sorry, Cooper went. Sorry. Him going over Wilson is interesting. Yeah, so I also give it a flat A. It's a perfect fit for the scheme. He already knows it. He can help teach it. He can run it. He knows the calls. He can help this defense get up to speed a lot faster. Like we said, he kind of does everything well. There's not really any big glaring holes in his game. Like the last note in Brugler's report on the Beast is he sees him as a more complete version of Derek Barnes from the Lions, who I'm pretty sure a bunch of us were pounding the table for in free agency a couple years ago. Cooper Beebe to the Cowboys. That's a good pick.
Damn, yeah, it is.
He in this new NFL world of linebackers all getting a lot smaller, he still actually has pretty decent size. He's over 6'2", he's almost 240. Like he's not small. He still can be a physical presence out there on the field. He's really young. Like they've been going really young this draft, which is nice. He's 21 and won't turn 22 until like week 15 or 16 of next season. Yeah, I mean it you'd have to really struggle, in my opinion, to find a negative here. Yeah, I definitely understand our sentiment about corner. But there was, I think we finished with 6 or 7 corners we would have felt comfortable with there, and 4 of them are still on the board. There's plenty of opportunity to try and add there. But yeah, I mean, adding the piece of your defense that's going to be relaying the plays to this defense here is huge. Like I think it's hard to undersell how important that is going to be.
All right. The only thing that I'm concerned about at this point is I think they may need to get active in order to get up and get an interior defensive lineman. We definitely need a corner, but they still need to address the interior defensive line. And I'm looking at who's still available. And as far as anyone that's could be considered like a disruptor, they maybe have potentially 4 available.
Who do you have that you think that you rate there?
So,
besides Wayne Carter, because that's
my boy.
Yeah.
Mekhi Wingo's still there.
Uh-huh.
Maybe Brandon Dorless.
He's a little smaller, but
yeah. Well, I mean, Wingo's like 285, right?
True. Yeah.
And then someone that I appreciate personally, but I think was used very, very wrong last year, and as a Miami fan, I got to watch him and I understand it intimately. Leonard Taylor.
Okay.
Leonard Taylor's an athlete. He can play. He's just, I got sick and tired of watching him be miscast. Like they were asking him to be a 2-gapper at Miami, which is not what he's built for. The 1-gap penetrator should be able to get upfield and get after the quarterback. He's got the athleticism and the quicks to do it. They were just trying to make him something he wasn't. And I mean, typical Miami stuff. But
I guess that's my question. So I had saw a lot of mock drafts in the summer and all that kind of stuff, having him as being like a potential first round, kind of like taking the next leap kind of guy. Is that what happened? It was just he just kind of schemed out of it.
Listen, his head coach is Mario Cristobal. That's all you need to know. Same guy that was responsible for the Justin Herbert debacle that last year. But yeah, he's got all the requisite ability. It's just the scheme didn't suit him. I mean, if you go look back at 2022, looks like a completely different player.
Falcon just took one of my guys, man. I love Braylon Trice.
All right, guys, I got a flag football game to get to, so I'm going to bail. Right. But I will see you guys probably for at least part of tomorrow.
All right.
Yeah. Catch you later,
I'll see you later. Have a good one, guys.
You too.
Bye.
Bye, dude.
Yeah, it's going to be same for me tomorrow. I think I'm going to be on for the early part of the show. Then my kids have basketball games tomorrow in the afternoon. So
gotcha. Yeah, BPA is a great strategy. Yeah. Going back to your list of interior linemen, there's 2 a little bit later that piqued my interest is Christian Boyd from Northern Iowa. I like, and then he's not an interior disruptor, but I think he's a better version of what they want from Poona Ford. I love Fabian Lovett from Florida State.
Mm-hmm.
That dude just has grown ass man strength. Like he literally, like at the snap, he stands up and locks the offensive lineman and just watches for the ball carrier and then just sheds like he's like he's swatting a fly. He just tosses people.
He's more of a 0-1 tech though, right?
Yeah, he's definitely like a plug up the holes and let other guys do work. But the reason I like him there as opposed to like most space eaters is what I was just describing. Like he sheds blocks so well that I feel like if your scheme called for him to rush, he wouldn't be completely useless at it because he's very good at disengaging himself from blocks.
Okay. I watched a little bit of him. Be honest, like I didn't watch a ton of either nose tackles, not a ton of zeros and ones because I didn't feel like the Chargers absolutely needed one. So I focused a little bit more on 3 techs, a couple fives, and guys who could play 4-eye. But I am familiar with this game a little bit, just not as in depth as you are. So it's good to know. I just thought he was more primarily a run stopper, and that was kind of his main job. Who else is there?
All right, real quick, some housekeeping stuff. The draft tomorrow starts early. It is early morning, so I think it starts at 9 a.m. Pacific.
Mm-hmm.
Woo! Okay, let's do it.
Yeah, so we'll be up bright and early tomorrow morning, guys.
I'm glad you're probably running stuff at the beginning, right, Stanley?
Yeah, I'll be fine.
All right, cool. I'm glad that you're on the you're the one doing it since you're 2 hours ahead.
Just one.
One. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm 2 hours ahead.
2 hours ahead. Gotcha. And you're 2 also, Craig? Or 1?
Yes, 2. Wait, where are you? Are you Pacific?
I'm Fresno.
Okay, yeah.
I'm
So
California.
I'm 2 ahead.
Where are you at, Craig?
In Texas.
Okay, or Minnesota now, I guess.
All right, so let's put this back up. And I gotta take BB out of here.
That pick made me feel a lot better.
Dude, that was real nice. Like, and I'm already feeling better about Ladd. Like after scrolling through Twitter, like the streets love that pick. I need to go watch more because like I've never been kind of down on a Chargers pick and then gone to Twitter and see almost universally everyone else loving the pick.
I got some text messages from some people who really liked it too. I mean, so for the purposes of understanding the way that we do our draft study, for the most part, I would say between the 3 of us, Garrett, Jamie, and I, when we're looking at all these prospects and we're trying to get these shows out on time, the max amount of games we probably get on each of these guys is like 6. So I try to take 3 from last year and then the year prior, and then I try to make a grade off of that. But in truth, that's only a small portion of these guys' career. So I do know that Ladd McConkey in 22 was a different looking player from what I understand, but I only got 3 games of it. And from what I saw in 22, it looked fine. It just didn't scream primary target to me. So I'm going to go back and do some chopping up maybe tonight, probably stay up late, and I'll have a better idea of what I think tomorrow. But I mean, from what I saw, still, I had him with a late 2nd round grade. So he wasn't too far off. So I would imagine that the more I see, the more it's probably going to improve.
Yeah, I'll definitely be watching some more of him as well. My grade is what it is. I love that a lot. I know a lot of people were higher on him anyway going into the draft. Like there was a lot of smoke about him being like late first round. Like everyone's afraid of him in the Chiefs kind of thing. But I just didn't see it. I'll watch more games. Of course, I'll replay some of the stuff that I had already watched, but I'll put it in the Discord. But it's a position of need, man. He's gonna get the reps.
Yep.
He's gonna get the opportunity. He has a lot of ability, just not ability that I would value at that same level. It's not to say he's gonna be bad. He's gonna be awful. I'm excited to see what he looks like.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think for some reason I have this image stuck in my head of the type of receiver that works in that offense. And to be honest with you guys, we don't really know. Like historically, you can look at like a guy like Michael Crabtree with the Niners, and the Chargers don't currently have a wide receiver like that. I think Rice would probably be the closest to that if they were to go that route. I mean, he's not as.
Oh,
Oh, what happened?
the Broncos just got Jonah Ellis, who I really like.
He was fun. He was fun. Yeah.
Another point in the column for not having Pipkins on the field anymore.
Oh yeah,
cake up.
this is true.
Put the
This is
cake.
true. So that pick is starting to make. Well, I said just for the fact that we don't have to worry about Max Crosby being the boogeyman twice a
Right.
year. Well, hopefully.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's trending in that direction. But yeah, I was saying that I don't know that I think I have my mind set on a particular type of wide receiver, and clearly they either see themselves getting that receiver later, whether it be in free agency or later in the draft, or maybe it's not a part of the type of receiver they're looking to have in this offense. I still think they want at least one true X. I do believe that. They just may not value it as high as I thought they did.
Either that, or they're counting on signing a guy like Boyd to just come handle it for a year and like have a rental. Because I feel like
could play X. He was more of a slot. He can play. I think he can play. He's a bigger body. He could play X.
Yeah.
Hey, Navarro Bowman apparently bursted into Junior Colson's Zoom meeting and told him that he'd been standing on the table since day one for him.
Awesome.
I believe that. I believe that. And the funny part about it is that Trevin Wallace was the linebacker that reminded me the most of Navarro Bowman, which is why I thought maybe they, take a swing at him in the fourth. But hell, he went a couple of picks after Colson. I did not see that happening.
I love this comment. After what Harbaugh said yesterday, I wouldn't put it past a lot of jumbo formations.
Yeah. Oh, it's happening.
Oh yes, Telesco, thank you.
Okay. Telesco showed up.
I never understood the love for Delmar Glaze.
First of all, his name is what?
Delmar Glaze, this tackle from Maryland. There was so many people saying Delmar Glaze, like why isn't he on your board as an acceptable tackle? Like he is bad.
Delmar
Glaze. Hadn't even heard the name before.
I'm trying to find him.
I think he was a Senior Bowl guy that started to get some hype because he had like a not bad day
some
week.
Things never change. Tommy T.
Tommy T in the Senior Bowl. The real Telesco just came out with his 3rd round pick, and
Tom Telesco standing there next to his head coach. He's wearing that Raiders like baseball jersey looking thing is so funny because just the aesthetic is so contrasting.
The only thing bad about that is he just took his project 3rd round tackle, so now he doesn't want Trey Pipkins anymore.
Aw, damn. I saw Brugler has him as a guard.
Okay.
Second guard. I mean, that's
which is interesting because they just took JPJ to also play guard.
Great. Fantastic.
Unless he's a right tackle over Taylor Munford.
So
let's not have a plan. That's
so
cool.
Telesco heard Harbaugh say he'd love to play 5 tackles, and he's like, you know what? I'm gonna play 5 guards. Fuck you guys. I'm going home.
I'll show you for firing me.
Telesco showed out the first 2 picks, but this one, I'll take that.
Yeah, so Brugler has him moving to guard and had him ranked as a 4th rounder. So good old Telesco.
That just feels like a fake player on Madden or something. That's such a
good old Telesco reached on a guy he's going to move.
He cannot help himself.
With continued development, he could compete for starting snaps.
This is like having the yips in golf, right? Like Tom Telesco's 3rd round picks are the equivalent of like Charles Barkley's golf swing.
Delmar Glaze had a 5.53 RAS.
Yeah.
He had an over 8-second 3-cone.
Dude, Telesco always picked like elite athletes. That was one thing he was very good at. They had high RSs almost all the time. That's kind of insane. In the 3rd round, Pipkins had a hell of an RS.
Pipkins was at least an athlete.
Left tackle.
Woof.
Telesco said, I can't lose the Raiders bias. I got to take him down from the inside. Except the Brock Bowers pick. That son of a bitch.
No, somebody in their war room was blasting some music, and they were trying to make the call in, and they're like, "All right, we're gonna pick Just Blaze." Oh, Delmar Glaze, okay. Call it in.
A Just Blaze reference. Good shit, man.
I did not see that making it into the show.
I've been
Not
saying
the bingo board at all.
That was a good one, Stanley.
I've been saying it a lot lately because my wife and I, we love watching all the cooking shows, and so we love the Next Level Chef, and one of the judges is Chef Blaze, and so I say it like every episode. I'm just like.
That's a good question right there.
Delmar Glaze.
That's a good question from Kenny. Quorum up still in fourth. Are we okay with that?
I mean, maybe, but again, like I keep going back to the point that like he's not a guy that's going to get you anything after that, and he doesn't bring anything drastically different than what they already have
At all.
Like
Vision
when
and short area quick.
when you're throwing darts, when you're starting to like reach day 3 is all about grabbing guys with traits that you can develop, and Corum is like the epitome of he has pretty much reached his peak. Like there's not much more you can do with him in any way. Like you look at guys like Isaac, I'm never pronounced his name. Blah blah blah. Yeah,
Garrett,
like
Garrett.
yeah, like he's a guy that has the crazy speed. He's shown some things. You just need to try to like teach a little more vision into him and teach a little more mean into him to use his size, and he could develop into something. Like Dylan Labe is completely different from anything that they have. Blake Watson is completely different than anything they have. Jalen Wright is crazy fast. Like all of these guys bring something. Blake Corum, like he just brings Michigan, and it's like who cares? Like
we already have the Michigan.
Yeah, we have like he's Michigan at home. He's great value Michigan. Like
to compare it to another meme though, I get a little worried that it's going to be the is it Goofy? The I'll fucking do it again. Like it's like that with the Michigan players right now. It's like,
I mean, if he wants to do Michigan again, I'd do Cornelius Johnson over Corum.
I love Barner, man.
Or one of the maybe Barner, but I'd also look at one of at the center.
Not Nugent.
Trenty, that was
Nugent. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd consider like in round 5, I'd take Nugent. Like
Zinter later day 3, absolutely.
Yeah,
Zinter's probably going to slip a little bit because he's coming off of an injury, but that is a mean, nasty dude.
Yeah,
man.
Yeah. Like he's a guy that if he slips, I feel like if he doesn't get drafted, that is the first number leaving Chargers headquarters to undrafted free agents. Like
man, any of those Michigan kids that don't get drafted, they're calling him up instantly.
When that last pick is on the clock, they're already typing in that number on the phone. Like that's call number 1 if he doesn't get drafted.
Kalen Bullock to the Texans. I don't know if
perfect for them because we hated Kalen Bullock.
Okay, cool. I didn't do a ton of safeties, so.
Ugh.
Cam Kinchins is still there.
Yeah.
I think for me, as far as the quorum in the 4th, I'm good. There's tight ends that I want. There's corners that I want. I'm good. I'll wait till the 5th at earliest.
Oh, okay. Matt Goncalves. That was my sleeper at tackle.
He was picking up a lot of steam recently, and a lot of people didn't know if he was a tackle or a guard. He was one that like people were like, well, I guess he projects better at guard, but I guess he could play tackle.
Who's this? Macatalvis?
Yeah,
I think he'd be a better right tackle, honestly. I mean, he did get some snaps showing it right now. I remember a few snaps of him at right tackle. He looks more natural at right tackle than left.
All right, how much?
Yeah, we got. And speaking to the running back thing again, I mean, just look at all these guys that are still on the board that have an element of speed, the element of speed that the Chargers are missing behind.
Right.
Them. Like Jalen Wright's probably not gonna. Well,
maybe.
We'll see. But I mean, even guys like Ray Davis. Ray Davis is a more explosive running back than Blake Corum is. Marshawn Lloyd's still sitting there. You know the name that's been throwing me off that people love that I don't understand? Tyrone Tracy. He's got
the Purdue kid,
he,
right?
yeah, so he's only been a running back for what, like 2 years? He's an older prospect and he
Iowa
runs
legend.
like a wide receiver. Oh yeah, he was Iowa
was Iowa?
transfer, right?
Yeah, so he was like a slot receiver. He was actually good for us, and that's just in the context of like what an Iowa receiver looks like.
So,
So he goes to
the
Purdue.
the Bengals are about to take the red flag wide receiver. They're about to take Burton.
So yeah, Tyrone Tracy was like good. He was like an actual good prospect that we ended up getting. But when Iowa started looking like Iowa the last 2 years, he was like, I'm not going to be a part of this. And so we just left.
Hoosh is out there to announce it too.
Huh. Yeah, Tracy just has the weirdest running style. Like he runs like a wide receiver after the handoff. He doesn't run like a back. And people think that he's super explosive. I don't think his long speed's really good at all. Like he's got good initial burst, but I don't see what everybody else sees in him.
Yeah, I think Josh Norris gave him a David Johnson comp.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, David Johnson was actually, when you talking about Arizona, David Johnson?
Yeah.
Yeah, before he went to Houston and became nothing.
Oh, I don't see that.
High.
That's an interesting comp.
Yeah, Johnson had more beef to him, didn't he?
Yeah, and he was fast.
Yeah.
And even deeper into the back class, like, you know, I think Stanley mentioned it. You still got Garendo. My sleeper was Rasheem Ali.
Mm-hmm. Blake Watson.
I mean, even if you want to go deeper than that, who's the back was Kendall Milton from Georgia? I don't remember if he was a faster back or not.
No, he ran a 4.62.
Okay, so yeah, never mind that. But yeah, I mean,
Patrick Estime is still out there. There's a lot of fans of him.
See,
that's another one of those.
Estime and Isaiah Davis, I feel are like they're the redundant guys that I still wouldn't have a problem taking because I really like their tape. And I'm looking at J.K. Dobbins as pretty much a 1-year rental, and Gus maybe also a 1-year guy that they release next year. Like I Estime, when you take I don't want a redundant guy that's not gonna be able to take over when they leave. Estime and Davis do the same things, but I'd be fine passing them the torch.
And the other name you see thrown in there pretty regularly just because of size is Braylon Allen, but he doesn't run to his side.
Angry, yeah. He's the awful scouting trope. The looks like Tarzan, plays like Jane.
Yeah. He's a guy that uses his power when he catches you off balance.
Mm-hmm.
So he's more of a make you miss dude, which is weird for somebody that large. But you know, do your thing.
And that's all. Only if you go with running backs. So many corners out there still, ones that we weren't even looking at last round, but would be now, like Jarvis Brownlee, Kamal Haddon.
Yeah,
tight ends.
I feel like the path forward is like, if I'm wanting corner in round 4, round 5, I probably do like running back and tight end, possibly swap one of those out for wide receiver, and then 6th round take whichever one of those you swapped out or wide receiver, and then in the 7th round, probably an interior offensive lineman with traits and a safety.
There's another name I left out of there that I want to put some respect on. Kamani Vidal. I don't know why I didn't think about that, but it's another back that gives you a little bit of both. Like he's not the fastest guy, but he's got decent speed and he runs with power. So
yeah, he's compact.
Collectively, yeah, he's probably the best all around from an athletic standpoint. So that would probably make sense too.
Oh, wait.
What I miss?
Oh, sorry. I like caught like a piece that, like they were showing somebody getting a call and I caught the back half of Rich Eisen's statement saying, "And the Chargers moved up," and I was like, "Wait, what?"
Oh,
But they were talking about Ladd,
Mm.
and so I was, they weren't showing Ladd, and so that's why I was confused. I was like, "Wait, what? Are we on the clock again? Someone get Jamie back here."
Luke McCaffrey.
Yes, the
somebody
Chargers
from
first
McCaffrey?
picks tomorrow are 105, and then 137 and 140.
Yeah, so what? 1/4 and 2/5.
Yeah.
Fun way to start out the day, man. That's good. I like
Yeah,
it.
a very early fourth, and then 2 also very early fifths. Yeah, they have.
Where was that second fourth again that they traded out?
It was
on?
110.
Man, that would have been sweet.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
Man, if Cam Hart falls to them at 105, I'd be celebrating.
I'll be right back, fellas.
All right. Nelson, no, we haven't taken a chance. Well, I haven't taken a chance to go watch the video yet, but that's interesting. I'll watch for that.
Yeah, I don't think any of us watched the press
Also-
conferences or anything like that until after the stream.
This is also interesting. Like, there's still almost 20 picks left in the third round, but if Roman Wilson is somehow still there at 105, even though like he does feel slightly like, yeah, I'd take him.
Absolutely.
The way, excuse me, sorry. He was probably the third most dominant player at the Senior Bowl. Like, it was like a tie between JPJ and Quinyon Mitchell, and then Rome was like just wrecking everyone.
And it wasn't out of nowhere either. His tape is a fun watch. There's
Yeah.
a lot there to love.
Oh, I think I just missed a pick to take off our board.
Christian Haynes, yeah.
Oh, yes. Yes, guys, we're saved. So,
Corum?
okay. This pick I'm sad about. Tip Ryman just went to the Cardinals. Big sad.
Ooh.
I liked Tip.
Yeah.
The Rams just took Blake Corum.
Fantastic.
Oh,
Let's go.
so I'm so happy right now.
Save them from themselves.
God, I'm really bummed that the Cardinals got Tip Ryman. Fuck.
Tip's good, man.
And they have what's his name? They have the CSU kid from a couple years ago, Trey McBride. They have a really nice tight end room.
They do have Trey McBride. There were some rumors. They were trying to move up to get Bowers in the first.
Yeah, that's a nice tight. Well, I mean, they gotta try. They tried helping Kyler with wide receivers and it didn't work. So maybe they're trying to help him with tight ends. God, yeah, that kind of bums me out. That I really like him. Wait, I gotta do it now.
Oh,
Tip Ryman, you're dead to us, and we hope you fail.
Hey, what was that comment about the video where they called Ladd? What did he say?
They said that he got the feeling based on that video that it was more of a Ortiz pick than a Harbaugh or Staff pick.
Okay. For some reason, when I caught the comment, I was like, it seemed like an awful pick or a horrible pick, and he probably said not a Harbaugh pick or something like that. Yeah, because Ortiz was really big on it. He tells Ladd that he's a big SEC guy. He loves SEC players. So yeah, they were pumped. And but Harbaugh did like the same thing he did with the other players. He goes, he just asked him if he had who's got it better than us. Like that's all the Harbaugh has done. So
I feel like Harbaugh, like, he doesn't like talking on the phone. He likes to be able to like look at the people he's talking to.
Yeah.
And of course, Ortiz likes SEC guys. I mean, look who he worked with for 20+ years. You know, I mean, they were known as the Alabama school, so or the Alabama team. Ozzy loved him about Alabama kids.
Thank you, Rams.
Yeah, we love it.
Best pick of the draft.
Man, Troy Franklin, Roman Wilson, TJ Tampa, Cam Hart should not be on the board still.
Okay, Rich Eisen, we get it. You like Michigan.
I love Rich Eisen, man. I don't care. I love him.
He's out here talking like Blake
so
Corum
good.
is the second coming of LaDainian Tomlinson. I'm like, bro, chill. That is kind of cool for Blake Corum because he still gets to be around Harbaugh. Like, he still probably gets to go like have a barbecue every couple of weeks with Harbaugh and Junior Colson.
Oh yeah,
So that is kind of cool.
and his old fullback Ben Mason's down there too. I'm sure there'll be plenty of other Michigan guys throughout in the coming days. I'm sure we'll see several more.
Based on how things are falling right now, I'm going to change this question up a little bit. At what point do you guys think would you guys want to start looking at trading up to make sure you get a corner?
It probably wouldn't cost much to trade back into the back end of the round if they're dying to do that. So if you see, because I mean, we talked about at least Cam Hart, TJ Tampa. I'm at least starting to be okay with the fact of.
I mean, we've got 4 really good names right here.
Yeah, Jerry Jones, Kalen Carson. I'm starting to be okay with the idea of Kyrie Jackson. He's a 4th for me, but I'm not going to freak out over that. Like, there's a lot of corners there. If you start seeing 2, 3, 4 go, you might want to give up your 6. You might want to give up your 7. Whatever it's going to take to do that. So.
Yeah, I feel like if 2 of these names go, I'm starting to make calls and seeing what the price is, and like if they can move like turn 104 into a 3rd for like their 6th round pick, I do that.
And that's only for a corner for me because that's the only other position right now.
It's like desperate need.
Not to say they can't upgrade at many spots. We know there's issues.
Right.
But that they need a starter. Needs. Yeah, corner's it. And just because I'm looking at the chat right now, I see someone says that Roman Wilson's off the board, so that sucks. If that's true.
God, I'm so happy that the Rams just did that. Whew.
I gotta give it, man. They're attacking the positions that we all knew that they should have. So I am.
Craig, a good thing just happened while you were gone. You're muted, by the way, Craig.
Of course it did. What did I miss?
The Rams took Blake Corum.
Oh, that's the closest he's going to get to Jim.
Yeah. Oh, and the Steelers continue to have a killer draft, and they just picked Roman Wilson. The Rams are killing
Wilson and Calvin Austin. I love their wideouts.
Wow.
The Steelers are killing this draft.
Okay, so Corum to the Rams. Cool. Wait, the Cardinals took Tip Ryman?
Yeah, that was a bummer. Yeah, that was a bummer.
Wait, well, hold on, man.
So, Craig, the hypothetical we just threw out is that from chat was, at what point would you, and if you would, at what point would you start looking at trying to trade back into the 3rd round for one of these corners?
Let's see who's still on the board.
So 4 of our names from the list are still there. Tampa, Carson, Jones, Jerry Jones, and Cam Hart are still there. Plus others, obviously.
So I would say if there's another little mini run that starts, I guess. How many? You said 4 of them are still on there?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. If 2 go, I think you probably need to start seeing what you can do potentially about moving up.
That's basically what we said. We were like, if two of them go, you start making calls.
Yeah.
And if you can package like the fourth and like the sixth, or maybe your first seventh to try to jump back in and grab one, I think you do that.
I'm starting to look at some other names that maybe I could see them liking from a traits perspective. And
At corner or just any position?
At corner.
Mhm.
Brownlee, man.
Brownlee, I feel like, is a guy that once we get into the fourth round, that's a guy that's got to be on their board.
He's such an asshole. Like,
Yeah,
he
like
talks every play. I love that kid.
When Ortiz said they want guys that are vicious, I'm like, that's Brownlee. Like that dude is gonna piss so many people off. Like he will probably get 2 to 3 like personal foul calls a year because he's just gonna annoy a wide receiver 2 or 3 so much that they throw a punch.
Man, I keep going back to this name, but it's for a reason. And one reason in particular is because he stood out against my favorite player in this entire draft, Malik Neighbors. DJ James did a pretty good job on Malik Neighbors. I can't get it out of my head.
James, yeah.
Yeah,
Auburn,
I can't
right?
get that out of my head. Yeah. It always sticks out to me. And again, it's like I said, it's the inconsistencies are there, but if he can get somewhere that can help him pull it all together from a technique standpoint, he could be a dude for real because he gave Malik Neighbors all he could handle.
Do you like him in any specific role? Like, do you think he's only a slot guy, only an outside guy? What do you think?
I honestly think he could play just from an athletic standpoint. I think he could play to the field, but I like him in the boundary just because, I mean, he's aggressive. And his athleticism gives him a little bit of an advantage to the boundary also. Less space to cover, really good athlete, will get physical at the line of scrimmage. And wait, what was his measurables? I forgot what.
He was thin. I remember him being thin.
But he's like 6'1". Yeah, he is thin. I think he may be like 170 or something like that.
I thought he was like 5'11".
Is he? I might be confusing his height with someone else. I thought DJ James was a little taller.
5'11" and 5'8", 175. Ran a 4.42. Not that.
Yeah, so I like his aggressiveness and his ability to stay with the more athletic wide receivers. Quickness doesn't really seem to bother him. He got pretty good feet. Again, it's just the consistency game in and game out. But I could see them liking his athletic ability and thinking that they can maybe help train him up and get him to play up to snuff on a more consistent basis. So, but yeah, Cam Hart, another big body dude. Of course, we like Cam. But again, I'm just curious as to whether or not taller, bigger corners matter to them.
Oh, DJ James didn't really test or what?
Did he test?
Look at his RAS. It says no explosive testing information available, no agility testing. But I thought he had more than that. Maybe that's old.
The thing about him though is like, even though he's a competitor and he'll come. Oh wow, Zach Zinner.
Oh, to the Browns?
Yeah.
Sheesh.
Oh wow.
Oh no. Okay.
I did not expect that early. Okay.
Only thing he didn't do was vert or bench. Must be an old
Michigan.
Oh no shit! Was it 3 back-to-back?
Yeah, 3 back-to-back.
Rich Eisen is having a heart attack right now.
Yeah, he literally just said, "Am I being punked?"
I think DJ called that too. I forget how many he said he thought would go today, but it was some obnoxious number of Michigan players he predicted, and he might be on track for it.
There have been 6 today.
Damn.
6 Michigan players. Good lordy.
Now, on the flip side, I'm looking at the Cameron Richardson, who Malik Neighbors abused.
I mean, Neighbors did it to almost everybody.
Yeah, I mean, he's not
Neighbors was
an exception. I mean, DJ James is kind of the exception, but the Cameron Richardson, little stellar athletic profile.
Mm-hmm.
And I know he's a longer corner. Where did he weigh in at?
49ers just traded up.
Uh-oh. Richardson 6'2", 195. He'll probably be around tomorrow.
He ran so fast. I was so surprised at how fast he ran.
Is it the Cameron? How do you say
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, DECAMERION.
Yep, you got it.
Okay.
I'd say mispronouncing it if I still wasn't sure.
All right, who do the 49ers just trade up for?
Chris
Nugent?
Abrams Drain is there too. I like.
Is it Nugent?
Oh,
Fourth Michigan guy?
Puny. I actually like Puny a lot.
Oh, the guard? I think he's guard.
I think he
right?
should be a guard. Yeah,
Oh,
he
Puny.
plays tackle, but he should be a guard.
Yeah, I know. Chris Abrams Drain is still out there too. I liked him a lot.
Pooney was one of those guys that passed Norris's threshold with that short shuttle. So he is a.
I think that was a short list this year too, right?
Yeah, they only added 5.
Yeah.
It was 6 when that like fake short shuttle came out for Mims.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then they
There was no way that was real.
Everyone was like, "What?"
6'8", 340 man running that. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. It was like, how did his legs just not explode?
All right, so let's say they go corner. Well, they need to go corner. Coming up here, however they do it. Where do you guys think they should look to next after that?
After corner. So I was saying they should. My ideal would be corner in the 4th. In the 5th, my priority would probably be tight end and running back. Possibly swapping one of those out for a wide receiver. And then in the 6th, either interior offensive line or whichever one of those that you just swapped out in the 5th. So running back, wide receiver, tight end. And then in the 7th, I really like at the top of 7th, I think there's going to be a safety there that I like. And then, that with that last pick, it's like, I always just be like, all right, who's the highest RAS guy still available? Take that guy.
Yeah,
passing interior defensive line.
I mean that's probably gonna. So like I said, that could be my dart throw in the 7th.
Mm-hmm.
Because like I said, I like Fabian Levitt and I like Christian Boyd, and both of them are projected like late day 3.
You also have to look at the potential of double dipping in the corner too. I think that could be a very real possibility in those. Like 6 or 7 for sure.
Yeah, I could I would not mind double dipping at wide receiver, corner, or I guess technically offensive line by grabbing an interior guy.
Well, wide receiver is a funny situation right now because there's some really good names still hanging around.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
There may be some going into tomorrow.
Yep.
The way things are looking.
Franklin is nuts. There was so much late round one hype on him. I wonder if there's some sort of medical or something that we just don't know about. This is late.
Tip Ryman got drafted before Jatavian Sanders.
Because he's not good.
People thought we were nuts when we graded him the way that we did. Well, I mean, let me see. What was my grade on Sanders?
The grade was ugh.
Oh, yeah. Even this feels high. I'm with a low 3rd round grade. So, I mean, that's where we are right now, right?
Yeah.
I had a 3rd on him as well. But it was so I was talking in the Discord a couple days ago about guys that you have rated, but you don't like them one bit. He's one of them for me. Like I see what people see in him, but it's just not anything I subscribe to. Like I'm good. I'm good off that.
Wow, Theo Johnson still on the board. Tip Ryman going that early is wild to me.
Yeah, I had a 5th on him. I liked Ryman, but I had a 5th.
They must just have fallen in love with the way he was blowing up those that sled at the combine.
Well, I mean, I thought he could develop into a better pass catcher than he is given credit for, especially because his size speed profile is
it's crazy.
ridiculous. He's 270 pounds and ran a 4.6.
Yeah.
Like that is going to be real rough for linebackers and defensive backs.
One kind of curveball I'll throw in though is I know that they have it for this year, but I think it's pretty clear that Mack is gone and Bosa is more than likely gone after the season. I would not be surprised if they took an edge because I do not see them letting run. They got Tooley, but they don't have a fourth edge rusher. I can see them going there.
I like my boy Nelson Caesar.
My guy
Nelson
would be
Caesar's good.
My guy would be Austin Booker.
That's one I need to get to, but I love Mo Kamara. If they could get Mo Kamara somehow.
Oh yeah, Mo Kamara I would too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I would love that, man. Mo Kamara, let's see here. Jonah Ellis is gone. I love Gabe Murphy also. I was a big fan of his too. We're looking at the 4th round. I'm all for Gabe Murphy. Xavier Thomas out of Clemson.
If they go late, I wouldn't be surprised if they pulled from the Michigan well again and went after Jalen Harrell.
I'm okay in the 6th, but
right, that's what I'm saying. Later. Yeah, for sure.
Guys, Peyton Wilson's medicals must have been horrendous. Marst Liafu just went. The Notre Dame linebacker, who I haven't seen mocked ahead of the 5th round to this point.
I didn't go heavy on the linebacker tape, so I didn't get to this one at all. Yeah, I wasn't. I see in the chat there someone says Soper as well. I know the guys from Lightning Round were
all right. So the Packers just took a name we discussed recently and who was super popular about a month ago in the Discord. Marshawn Lloyd.
Oh, running back, USC.
Wow, really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean they had the 1-year deal on Dylan, and that was.
Well, but they also have
brought in
from the Raiders.
Yeah, they brought him in, Jacobs.
Josh Jacobs.
Yeah, Josh Jacobs.
Yeah.
Okay, then.
They used 2 backs. I mean, we saw them use 2 backs last couple of years. And Dylan's only on the 1-year deal. I can see it.
Man, if he had fumbling issues in California weather, good luck in Wisconsin.
Is that the person that we interviewed for the GM position? Don Aponte?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I recognize the name.
So Marshawn Lloyd before Jalen Wright.
Which I like.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to throw Mo Kamara in my wants right now.
Wright's got to be coming off the board sometime soon here. Who's up next? Let's see. Who could use a running back?
Could he go Bengals? They have the twin that they drafted last year.
Yeah, from Illinois.
Yeah, but they lost. What's his name?
Yeah, to the Texans.
Uh-huh.
Man, Javon Baker.
Jaden Hicks still being there is intriguing too.
This 4th round is going to be packed with talent still. My goodness.
Yeah, so now the trading up for McConkey kind of is starting to hurt a little more because having 105 and 110 would have been real nice.
Again, that's what I was looking forward to.
It would have been, but I'm still, even though I wasn't a fan of Ladd at that position, I'm still not tripping. I'm okay. Wide receiver was such a big need. If they're that sold on him, I'm gonna trust it. I also just love that trade because they still were able to keep they didn't lose a pick. They just traded back. So I'm not.
All right, let's see who's still out there. Troy Franklin is still on the board. Yikes.
Yeah.
I still have our list pulled up on the stream, Craig.
Oh, sorry.
You're
I got
good.
like-
I was just trying to
four
save you some time.
screens going in front of me at once. I'm squirreling a little bit. So, okay. Yeah, man, there's definitely a lot of offensive talent still hanging out.
All right, so the
Forward.
Cardinals just took the guy that we were talking about earlier, Elijah Jones.
Elijah Jones, yeah.
Corner?
Uh huh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, BC. Okay.
Okay, wasn't he older?
Elijah?
Yeah.
I'm starting to mentally prepare myself
I
for
think
the
he's like-
Redskins, for the Washington football team here to really make me upset with this last pick in the third round because they've been crushing this draft.
It's
So
gonna
they are absolutely taking a name that we have on our board right now.
Yeah, he's 24. Can they just make one questionable pick? I feel a lot better.
Washington?
Yes. All right, so the Chargers are looking at, I mean, if they wanted to do this, I wouldn't. Going into the fourth round, they can still wait on a back. I don't think they need to really broach that until maybe the fifth. I think there'll be some pretty quality names there then. Tight end is something they need to look at soon. I mean, of course, cornerback still needs to be taken care of, but I mean, I don't know. The way that they were, well, they talk up all the guys, but you can't just trust that Hayden Hurst is going to, number one, make it through an entire season, but also what's behind him as far as receiving options are concerned. You got Donald Parham and Stone Smart is true, like technically receiving tight ends. And I don't know, do they think they can get something out of Parham that no one else has been able to?
Luckily, only 3 tight ends have gone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Lyman, Sinnott, Bowers. They have their choice, and there's a lot of guys day 3 I like. A lot of options. McLaughlin, I know you were a fan of McLaughlin, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I like Dallin Holker, Theo Johnson in 4th, 5th, 6th. I'm fine with that. AJ Barner, I loved. Best blocking tight end I saw. I love him. In Michigan, of course.
Theo Johnson has so much potential, man.
He does. I don't know if I was let down more by someone. Like he'd have such a flash play and then just let down. Like
There was all those last minute rumors that he was going to be a second round pick.
Oh, there's Jamie's linebacker that he loves, Tyron Hopper.
Garrett liked him too, right?
Yeah. Jamie was, I think he was Jamie's sleeper in our linebacker rankings.
Peyton Wilson continues to drop.
That is crazy.
medical's got to be terrible.
Yeah, they must have looked at his legs and be like, no, doctor, I asked for Peyton Wilson's chart, not Denario Alexander's chart.
Denario.
These are the knees of a 70-year-old.
Don't bring back Denario. Man.
This is bone on bone.
No, that 7-game stretch was beautiful, though. That was a thing of beauty.
Denario.
I don't know, man. Javon Baker's really sticking out to me right now. Be that outside guy for you.
Yep, that's actually,
Ooh.
if we're being honest, amongst the guys that are left, yeah, I'd definitely take Baker over Franklin for sure,
Yeah.
based on what they need.
Yeah.
Well, from receiver type, should I say?
Because I like his size. I like his size too. He's not minuscule.
Yeah, a lot of the guys I still liked are definitely smaller, like Aeneas Smith. I loved him, but he's small.
There's a ton of small wide receivers in this draft. By
So,
the way, I just want to take a quick second to thank everyone who's still watching. Like, we were at 200 a second ago. We're down to 170, but still, like, I think the Chargers made their pick almost an hour ago.
Yeah,
and you guys are still hanging out. Like,
yeah,
appreciate all you guys.
much appreciated.
Is Fab still in the chat? Let me see. Let me see you in the chat, Fab.
So
it's nice to know we aren't the only maniacs.
real quick funny story about Fab last night. Fab was in the chat last night, and my wife was like, "Yeah, that Fandango guy talks a lot."
Fandango.
Hey, there's Wade. I hadn't seen you since you hated my Telesco comment first day.
Okay, Rich, I'm calling you out on this one because you loved the alt pick more than anyone that I saw. So,
Did he?
Things started out great for you. Yeah, I mean, he made a great point. He was like, "Oh no, the Chargers took the best tackle in the draft."
Yeah.
Clutch my pearls. Like, he's like, I don't know why everyone's so pissed. They literally just got the best tackle in the class, a position that we're always bitching about. Why is everyone upset?
Richard tends to make good points.
Hey, there's Fab.
There he is.
Hey, Fandango, you're not allowed to leave yet.
Hey, tell you what, Fab, if you come back to the Discord, I'll do you a solid. Check this out. At least 4 or 5 times a week, my entrance into the Discord, like, I can't say anything else unless I first quote a Fabulous bar. If I do a Fabulous bar from any Fabulous song ever, because I know that's your guy. If I do that, if I promise to do that as my entrance, like my good morning into the Discord, let's say it every day, just to get you back. I'm willing to do that for you. I care that much. What do you say to that?
I will play Breathe on repeat for a week.
Just do the FABOLOUS every day. All right, so Rich just killed me with this one.
Yeah.
Wait, who's now missing? Cold. That's cold, Rich.
2 people he used to employ.
No. One of those people was gone all day. One of those people was here and then left.
True. That's right.
He said no. All right, man, I tried. Fab says no.
All right, so Jalen
McMillan.
McMillan went to the Bucks.
Yeah, the third Washington. Yeah, Franklin had to have lost a leg or some shit, man. It's crazy.
Love you too, man. It's all good. I feel you. Do what you gotta. Just know I'm never gonna stop trying.
So no, we would not hate Trey Franklin in the 4th. That's why he's on our list of players that we like.
Oh Lord, we hopped back up to 216. What are people doing? Hello, everybody that just joined, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sean, that's crazy. All 3 Washington wideouts before Franklin.
Man, they have some talent in that room now. All right, fellas, we're almost home. How many left?
Home
1,
stretch.
2, 3,
Yeah, not too many
4.
at all.
It's easy because we're going to pick 100. So there's
Yeah, 8
seven
more.
picks left. Yeah.
And tomorrow's gonna be fun. Man, it's gonna be good. What, 5 picks?
Mm-hmm. No, 6.
6
Six.
picks.
Yep.
6 picks, pretty well spaced out. And then that UDFA rush. It's gonna be a good one.
So I was convinced we were going to walk away with at least 2 Michigan players by the end of all of this. I didn't think through to UDFA. I just assumed they draft 2, but I guess we probably should open, or I should probably open myself up to that because more than likely there'll be maybe even a couple UDFA Michigan guys.
I still, it's going to be hard to convince me that unless someone else takes him, that Barner's not going to be a Charger.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's going to love that. I don't think that's smart and Parr and both are long for this roster. So
All right, still some good tight ends hanging around. Got my eye on you, Wiley.
All right, so let's start doing this. So what other wide receivers still on the board should we add for 4?
get there. Cal, you already have Cowing, I'm sure. Baker, man. Yeah, Baker. Jamari Thrash, I'd start looking for.
Malik Washington, even though I said what I said about him earlier, still
so
I don't think you could pass that.
Yeah, so I've got this like subcategory over here of lad disqualifiers, and I've got Malik, Jamari, and Cowing.
That's fair.
Yeah. We have Rice on the list already, right?
No, we don't yet. Rice, we want here?
Yeah.
Is acceptable here?
I won't bitch too much about him in the 4th. These smaller guys, man, I love all of them. Jaquan Jackson, Aeneas Smith's tape was so fun. He's built lower half. He powers through so many tackles, but it's another small guy, so I just don't.
Jamari Thrash.
He's on the lad.
Oh, he's on the
lad list.
Okay. The lad list. Okay, you already got Cornelius Johnson up there. Yeah, I think that might cover it for receivers.
Yeah. All right, let's go to tight ends.
Wait,
so Jared Wiley.
You know number obviously. 1. Yeah, you know number 1.
What about Joshua Cephas?
Cephas is not for the 4th, but I'd be fine. Yeah, I'm just trying to create a board for the 4th.
He was a little slower too, was he not?
Yeah, he's not a stellar athlete, bigger body guy, but I mean, I think what wasn't his thing volume?
Yeah, definitely volume.
All right, so tight ends.
Got Wiley.
Yeah, I got Wiley up there.
Oh yeah, yes, might be the first name we need to put up there.
Do we include Theo Johnson?
Yeah.
Oh, there goes Adisa Isaac.
I know you guys like Stover.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about it is I do like Cade Stover, and I had him graded higher than, let me see. I think I had him higher than both. I think he might have ended up grading out as my second tight end. But that's another one of those things where like, no, he was 3. He was the 3rd tight end. Oh. So I have him, higher than pretty much everyone not named Ben Sinnott and Brock Bowers. So with that being said, it's still one of those scenarios where I would prefer a Jarrett Wiley, a Tanner McLaughlin, a Theo Johnson. Garrett liked Eric All. So I think the thing with All, and both Jamie and I saw the same exact thing, was really funny. He looked, I called it shell-shocked. Like his tape from last year looks weird. Like he anticipates contact. Like he has the skill. He has the ball skills. He can definitely catch. He has the hands, He's an improved route runner. Was all a bigger body guy. Let me see. 6'5", 250. So yeah, good size. It's just the health that was concerning. He had all those
Fusion's
issues.
never good. So
Yeah, it just.
And apparently they're over it from what people are saying, but they have the history too. So
Yeah, I mean, I think did he not leave Michigan on the best of terms? Something like
it was
that.
bad terms. It was pretty
Yeah.
bad terms. Apparently he was hoping for Jim to have his back in getting the medical procedure done or cleared with where he decided to go to, but that didn't happen. So there was just a lot of anger when he left. He says they're cool now, but he's coming in the draft. What's he supposed to say?
Yeah, well, of
I hate
course.
him. So, I don't know.
Oh, that is a name I wasn't expecting to see today.
Jalix Hunt.
Phew, that is a blank canvas. He is the converted
Yeah.
safety, and he still looks like one. He still plays like one.
Rushing off the edge super high like a safety
That-
coming downhill.
Dude, that sack, he just hugged him. Like, he didn't deliver any power with that hit at all.
It was
like-
genuinely crazy to see someone play edge and also the nickel. Like, they had him doing both. It was so weird to watch that. I mean, that
Was
is
that Sean, I see you, man. Yeah, Dwayne Carter still like my guy. It'd be really cool to get him. I mean, I guess it just depends on where the focus is. They absolutely need to get a corner. If that weren't the case, I might go Dwayne Carter in the 4th. But they have to get a corner.
So, are there any other tight ends we want to add? Besides, I know you guys talked about a bunch, but out of that conversation, was there anybody that you thought is worth a 4th round pick besides Theo and Wiley?
I have a few, but I know that I'm higher on them than the other grades, and that being Barner, Dallin Walker, and Tanner McLaughlin. I like all three of those, but it's
In
high.
the 4th.
Yeah, I like them quite a bit, but it's all just projection and upside. So
There goes Dwayne Carter to the Bills.
Oh,
that sucks.
Yeah, that sucks.
That sucks. Of those three I said, the only one I would like argue for is Tanner McLaughlin. I think
that hurts.
It's at least reasonable.
Yeah, I guess we should put Tanner on here just because. Yeah, you and Jamie are both high on him, and apparently so is DJ.
Yeah, I like McLaughlin.
I mean, he's still learning the position. He's a wide receiver conqueror, but he doesn't look out of place. Like he's adapting well. I think he was the Canadian kid. Was it Canada?
I feel cheated on now, man. Come on, Dwayne. It's not his fault. Jeez.
Wait. Dwayne Carter, you're dead to us, and we hope you fail.
Oh, you know what? I haven't been paying attention to Ravens picks. Hold on. Let me go see what.
Dude, I feel like the Ravens haven't picked.
It's been really quiet.
They had they took a tackle that we liked earlier. Oh no, not a tackle that we liked. They took Rosengarten was their last pick.
Wiggins, Rosen. Oh, and they had a draft. Of course, they went and got another Penn State edge rusher.
Yeah, Adisa
Oh,
Isaac.
Adisa
That's right.
Isaac.
They just picked that. Okay, so let's switch over to interior offensive line because I feel like it's time to start adding some more names here. So we got McCormick, Van Pran. I feel like now Mahogany is a guy you add here.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Mahogany.
And here's some more of the centers I feel coming here too. Like I'd start to feel okay with Norzad and Bordolini here.
Throw him in. Did you say McCormick, or is he already gone?
He's already on there.
What did Troy Franklin do?
Not eat.
I'm gonna look to see if there's anything in Brugler's thing about.
He skipped the cafeteria. That's what he did. Oh, and he ran his gauntlet at the combine.
Oh yeah, I mean,
he was drunk.
Couldn't pass the field sobriety test.
Yeah, not even a little bit. Do you guys have Bo? I like Bo Limmer, but I had him in the 5th.
Yeah,
I had Bortolini because
okay.
he's like an elite athlete. I'd take him in the 4th.
Yeah, man, they're gonna have to do some work on Bortolini in the weight room from a lower perspective. Dude's gonna have to hit those squats.
The reason I like Bortolini is because Bortolini, I feel like he brings all of the same stuff that we liked about Hymus, except he's actually a really good athlete.
Mm.
Like Hymus is just like super limited athletically. Bortolini does all of that, but he's also a really good athlete. So I feel like you could actually develop him into something.
Didn't Hymus test really well though?
He tested okay, but it wasn't. Let me pull him up because from what I remember, it wasn't like elite. Brandon.
It does look like they have him at center, though.
Hymus.
I saw him in all those pictures at the veteran camp. And he was taking a lot of snaps at center, so it looks like they have converted him at least. That's my take on it. And he didn't look terrible, but
I always spell his name wrong too. Brendan Hymes.
Oh, some of these names still being on the board is insane. Poor Devontae Walker, man. The hands. It's the hands that are the issue.
his tape was fun.
Yeah, so Brendan Hymus had an 8.52 RAS.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Abrams drain. I know we're not a corner yet. I just saw him on the screen. I liked it.
Somebody please take Johnny Wilson.
Whereas Bortolini was
Chargers.
a 9.77.
Yeah, he just got to get under a squat rack.
Apparently, Chris Ballard had a not safe for work press conference defending A.D. Mitchell. I can't wait to watch that clip after this.
Yikes!
Wait, he had a what?
He was dropping cuss words.
defending A.D. Mitchell, and I'm guessing he dropped a few cuss words.
Oh, there goes Jaren Jones.
Oh, bum, bum, ba-dum. Okay, well, that's a name coming off the list.
All right, who's going to be the team that takes a shot at Spencer Rattler?
We have not had
The Raiders make the most sense, but they don't have.
That's a good point.
They don't have another pick until 112. He might still be there.
I could absolutely see the Raiders doing that.
I could also maybe see in 2 picks, maybe see the Steelers do it. Because they rolled the dice on Fields.
Yeah, Russ.
And Russell Wilson is a 1-year rental at best. So maybe I could see them maybe hedging their bets and have Spencer Rattler and Fields duke it out. Other than that, I don't see another team before the Raiders that might.
All right. What are the Bengals about to do here?
Maybe the Seahawks? Who do they have behind Geno?
The guy they took last year, right? Wasn't an older prospect, like 3rd round pick or something.
McKinley Jackson. I think I remember certain things about his game I liked. He's not a pass rusher, but he does a really good job at pushing the pocket. I mean, he's stout against the run, but
it's just Sam Howell. They have Sam Howell. They traded for Sam Howell.
Oh, I like Sam. Yeah, so never mind. I think they probably do too. Sam got a bad rap in Washington. They screwed him.
Oh, Howell is in Seattle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I thought they drafted someone a year or two ago, but I don't see him on the roster, so I don't know who the hell it was.
Wait, where is what's his face that Denver drafted. Didn't he go to Seattle at one point?
Lock?
Yeah.
Yeah, Drew.
Yeah,
And,
he's gone now.
yeah, now he's in New York. The all white quarterback room. It's Drew Lock, Daniel Jones, and there was a third one too.
Yeah, you can go
The-
recite
the
Young
unex-
Jeezy on a new bench.
The unexciting whites. New York Giants roster. Oh, Tommy DeVito. That's right. Daniel Jones, Tommy DeVito, and Drew Lock is that quarterback room.
Every time I hear Tommy DeVito's name, I can't not think about his agent.
Dude.
Oh, that guy. Oh my god.
I would have fired him so fast.
He's more of a celebrity than DeVito is.
That's exactly the problem. Like, bitch, get out of here.
All right, where are we at as far as available? What position you got next?
We're still filling in. All right, so is that the
Got
rest
6
of
left, so.
interior offensive line? Yeah, I feel like that's about the limit right there. Okay.
IOL.
So that's done with offense. So corner, we already have TJ Tampa, Kalen Carson.
I think it's Kyrie Jackson at this point. I'm okay with him in the 4th.
Put Kyrie Jackson up there now?
I would.
Okay.
Never thought I'd be advocating for Kyrie Jackson, but
I'm still not.
fair enough. What about Kamal Hayden here?
It's still around too early for me.
Okay.
Craig, you keep bringing him up, but I'm tempted to put DeCamarion Richardson here. Just because of the athletic upside and the fact that they met with him.
I don't hate it, but I think it might be around too early.
Okay, let's leave him off then.
2 good names for the 5th, though.
All right, so corner's off. Corner's done. Safety, we got Jaden Hicks and then DTD.
Cam Kitchens.
Cam.
I think the 4th is perfectly fine for him.
Mm-hmm.
Did Javon?
Oh, DTD is still up there.
Yeah.
Hold up. Did Javon Bullard go?
Yes, he did.
I saw him earlier.
Okay.
The only thing
I would put Mustafa in the 4th. I'd be okay with that there. There was a lot of people that liked that Utah safety. And
never mind. Not. You can take Cam off.
Oh shit!
Oh, did he just go?
He did.
Oh, that's such a that's a Steelers pick. I mean,
was it to the Steelers?
Mm-mm.
That's a Steelers pick.
It wasn't. Yep.
Oh,
the Rams. Oh, after the Steelers. Gotcha.
All right. Any other safeties?
No, I think that's it for there.
Yeah,
did either of you guys like the Utah safety? That guy, like the
/ running back?
Yeah, the second coming of Eric Weddle.
Baki?
Yeah.
Right? Baki? I like Cole Bishop. Oh.
Yeah. It's a pass for me on Baki.
Yeah.
Oh,
the Steelers took Peyton Wilson.
I did like the Oregon State kid, but I don't think for 4th. I think it made like the 5th.
Wow, Kiko Alonso is an interesting comp for the Peyton Wilson. I would not have thought of that. I think he's probably a better athlete than Kiko Alonso was.
All right, so of these in the 4th round, Craig, would you take Wingo in the 4th?
IDL?
Yeah,
I feel like point,
I feel like all these IDL guys, I'd wait until 5 or 6.
At this point, to be honest with you, I'd probably pass on Wingo and take a swing at Taylor if he's still there in the 5th. Just a bigger body. I mean, Wingo's super quick, but he's kind of a one-trick pony. He's going to be a one-gapper. Taylor is going to be a one-gapper also, but I'd like size on Taylor a bit more. I think he's a little bit more versatile than Wingo will be.
So speaking of smaller, are you out on Dorless too then?
They both would be, yeah. So if we're talking about in the fourth, I'd probably pass on both of them and wait on Taylor. The funny thing about it is I wouldn't be surprised if someone else thinks the exact same thing and they take Taylor before the two of them.
All right. That brings us to edge players.
Oh yeah, I want Mo Kamara on that list.
All right. Would you do Austin Booker here?
Yeah, or in the fourth. Oh, I think you probably have to.
Okay, Austin Booker.
I have two.
Mo Kamara.
Yeah, I'd also have Gabe Murphy and Xavier Thomas. I love both of those.
Gabriel Murphy.
That's a good one.
Sorry, Stebbs. Who did you say? You said Gabe Murphy and who else?
Xavier Thomas out of Clemson.
Oh, okay.
It might be a little early, but I love him. I'd be okay if he was left off, to be honest with you. But I'd be okay with him in the fourth.
Okay.
I don't know how anyone else feels on him. But.
Yeah, like the other guys that I kind of like, Javon Solomon and Nelson Caesar, I wouldn't take till the 5th. And Jalen Harrell, I wouldn't take till the 7th.
I like Trajan Jeffcoat, but that's more of 6-7.
Yeah. I think that's it there. And then we don't need another linebacker. So yeah, that's pretty much gonna be our list then.
It's a damn good list. It's a long list, and I love seeing that.
Paste. All right, so we're gonna split this now since we're getting hashtag along. We're gonna split this into offense and defense.
Man, the Rams have done some damage on defense. All right, here we go.
Oh, Fisk, Verse, and Kitchens. Damn.
The Commanders. Oh, okay. I can live with that.
Last pick of the day, yo. Last pick of the day.
Oh, okay. Good. It wasn't a name on our list. All right.
I can live with that.
Okay, so that's the end of 3. So we already went through the process of getting our list of names that would be cool with tomorrow in round 4, and a lot of these names are going to spill to round 5. So let's real quick. We'll start at the bottom this time with you, Craig. What's your overall grade for today, rounds 2 and 3 combined? And who are your 2 favorite targets for tomorrow in the 4th round?
So let's say combined gave Colson an A. I don't think, did we give McConkey a grade? I don't know.
I don't think we did grades for McConkey because we were upset.
So I would probably give McConkey, I would give him a solid B. I have a feeling I'll wake up tomorrow and feel like it's a B+. But for right now, I'm just gonna roll with a B. And I'm gonna say what collectively was that give me a B+, A-? Was that?
Yeah, B+.
Somewhere in that area. Whatever. As far as now, what was the second question? Sorry.
Your 2 favorite targets for 105 tomorrow.
They definitely need a corner. So of who we have available, probably TJ Tampa. I'm staring at you, Cam Hart. I really am.
Okay.
I'm staring at you, Cam Hart. But I'm gonna roll with Tampa. And let's see.
Actually, let's make it 3. 2 is a dumb number. Let's make it 3.
Okay.
Choose dumb.
Tampa. Okay, so now I'm going to slot Cam in there.
Okay.
That makes it a little bit easier. So both corners, Tampa, Cam, and let's give me somebody on offense here. I don't know, man. I might go Javon Baker tomorrow.
That's gonna be real repetitive, but yeah.
That would be slick. I'd like Javon Baker tomorrow. That'd be pretty dope.
Okay. Mike, who's your top 3 for tomorrow? Well, actually, start with what's your overall grade for today, and then your top 3.
I'd probably give a B+.
Okay.
B+. A- obviously for Colson. I don't know if I gave one for McConkey. Like, I think my knee jerk was a B. You kept saying that the streets love McConkey more, and you're so right. Like, it was really surprising how many people were like, oh my God, they got my 24th at 30, whatever. They got a top 5 receiver. They got the best route runner. Like, it was crazy how much praise he was getting from pretty much every level of casual to serious draft watcher. So I thought it was good. B+. I mean, even after this, taking the streets in consideration, maybe even pushes it to an A-. Maybe that's being too positive. I don't know. But for my top 3, I'm a big Cade Stover fan. I think I would love to end up with him some way, somehow. They need a corner. So if they could get Cade at like the beginning with that the 5th round pick that they acquired, cool. I like Cam Hart. I've always liked taller cornerbacks. And then after, Jalen Wright's sitting there at 16th, best available. If they went with a running back.
Oh, we didn't even do running backs on here. Whoops.
I also like Malik Washington. If they double dip, that's taking 2 smaller wide receivers, but I really like Malik Washington. I know he might be redundant.
He's on our disqualifier list, isn't he?
Yeah.
Because he would have been in my list too if we had the option.
He's in the lad list.
The 49ers get away with Debo and Ayuk without having either be super big wide receivers. Of course, Debo's stocky, but you know what I'm saying. I could get away with it.
Hey, your top 3 is your top 3.
We'll circle back. We'll circle back on running backs when we're done through here. So, all right. So Stebbins.
All right. So I'm at
overall grade, and then top.
I'm at A-, man. Yes, McConkey. I think I'm lower on him than most of you, if not all of you. I was actually pretty low on McConkey, but I see the vision. I see what they want him to do. I don't get how that gels with QJ, but I also don't think they should be hinging everything on him being good. I have more faith that lad will be a solid wide receiver. I don't think he has the heights that some other guys I would have preferred do. I think he's going to be a good contributor for that offense. I think that if they can expand that role, and if they do see him as doing more than he did in Georgia, even better. I trust their vision on that. That position was such a position of need. They got someone who's going to contribute. Colson is a perfect fit. I raved about it then. I think we all raved about it then. I don't think he had anything less than an A from anybody. Colson's fantastic. He's going to be the perfect person to have in that defense to get everyone else on the same page, both that don't know the system, or those that just on game day. Because I imagine he probably be the green dot wearer, I'm guessing. But either way, the value for the pick there for both picks on the consensus board, not my board. I love that. I love the fit there. The instant contributors, the instant starters, they all are. I'm at an A-. I'm not mad at all about what they've done. But the top 3 is pretty easy for me. It's Cam Hart, it's Javon Baker, and it's Jared Wiley. I love Jared Wiley. Now, yes. Cowing would be on here, but I am going to go ahead and disqualify him because of that. But if it's Cowing, I'm screaming. I'm loving it. But yeah, Hart, Baker, Wiley.
All right. My grade's going to even out to an A-. I'm going to give McConkey a B+, but I am reserving the right to adjust that up or down based on how the board falls tomorrow and what the difference in players available are at 110 and 137. I could see it working out in their favor where we have a ton of names here that some of these guys keep falling, and a guy that we thought we'd probably have to take at 110 is there at 137, and it all works out, and it's well, sweet, they got away with one. That's badass. A+, that bumps up McConkey's grade from a B+ to an A-, or it could go worse. All of these names could disappear between 105 and 137, and then we're well, crap. And that could drive it down. But then I'm bordering on an A+ for Colson. Like that pick that's just a home run for me. So overall A-. And then my top 3 are going to be TJ Tampa, Jared Wiley, and
I feel bad because y'all are showing Wiley more love than me, and it doesn't feel right.
Mason McCormick is going to be mine.
Nice. We got an offensive lineman in there.
Yeah, I really love McCormick's tape. I think he can do guard or tackle. He's a freaking monster. Like I like him more than I liked the Broncos guy that like wears crop tops all the time. That
the dude that's out lifting, like pulling up tree trunks and stuff out of
the guy they should have taken when they took McShitty. Yeah, I like him more than that, and they spent he was a 3rd round pick. I love McCormick.
He's like the hillbilly liver king.
Yeah. All right. Let's real quick. Let's fill out this running backs.
Okay, I want to cheat. Can you put Jared Wiley as an honorable mention under mine?
Yeah, no wonder it was so hard to get it down to 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why when at first we said 2, I was like, shit, there's a lot of names here. No, we're gonna do 3. And then it's like, who's your list? Right here. This is my list.
That's a good list, man.
Okay, so Jalen Wright, Blake Watson. Let's see who else is there.
I really like Theo Johnson. I thought he did really well at the combine, and he's very prototypical.
We're talking about running backs.
I know.
I am mad at.
I don't care.
Did anyone in this group like Bucky Irving?
I was about to ask that exact same question.
Not for the Chargers, I don't.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
I actually really like Ray Davis.
Okay, I was gonna say somebody had to have liked Ray Davis. He wasn't my cup of tea, but I could definitely see somebody liking Ray Davis.
I did.
To be honest, I like Estime, but
I was about to ask about Estime as well.
Okay. Yeah, I could justify.
I like him. I think he's faster than the 40 he timed, man. He ran around some defenses and had some home run hits. Like I just don't think the 40 time really did him justice.
I was a bigger Will Shipley fan than most, but I wouldn't take him in the 4th.
Yeah.
There was some prominent name who said that Kimani Vidal was his like running back 5. It might have been Brett Coleman.
Brett.
I'm probably wrong, but let's see. George Holani met with the Chargers. Who else?
Yeah, so Jordan Estrada, I like Lauby, but I wouldn't take him in the 4th. Like this is a list. Like a lot of these names are going to carry on past that, but like this, we're trying to keep this as a list of 4th round targets we'd be happy with. Cool. All right, I think that's it. All right, so tomorrow, 9. It starts at 9 a.m. I will probably be on half an hour before that again. Garrett is supposedly going to be back tomorrow. Stebbins, I'm assuming you're going to be here for most of it, if not all of it.
Yep.
Mike, are you going to be here first thing?
Yeah, I'll be
11 a.m.
I'll be here for the start of it.
11:30.
No promises on lasting that long because it is a long day for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Probably need to give my wife a break from the baby.
Sure. Okay. And Craig, you said you were going to be here early.
Yeah, I'll be here for the start. So I mean, that's 10:30 my time. So it's enough time for me to get up and get rolling. But it'll probably be. I should be able to get through the. What I guess I should be able to get through the 4th, maybe the 5th.
Okay. Cool. All right, and once again, thank you. Like we just passed hour 5 of streaming today. There's still 170 of you in here. The Chargers picked like 2 hours ago. So thank all of you for hanging with us. We love doing this. We wouldn't do it if you guys weren't here. So
yeah, for sure.
We would just get on a Zoom call with each other and call each other names. So yeah, really appreciate it, guys. Glad you guys are here. Hope you guys are having fun. And
wait, hold on. I want to say something really quickly.
Okay.
I want to thank you guys for being exciting Caucasians. I appreciate each and every one
I
of you.
can sleep well tonight.
Yeah.
I do my
I'm not
best.
gonna get in trouble for that, am I?
Fuck no.
No. I
No.
tried to maneuver it because
Man,
I
if you
feel
don't
like
like
if
it,
I
fuck
said it, I feel like if I said what everyone else was saying, it might come off a way. Okay, I'm gonna stop now because it's gonna get weird. But anyway,
if they take a bunch of darker complexioned humans tomorrow, is it going to be the exciting non-Cajuns?
Oh, come on.
It's been great, y'all. Thank you, everybody, for sticking around.
Before we get canceled, that's going to be it. All right, we'll see you guys tomorrow.